I'm snatching your plate. Still in the field, don't man jumping gates. We're closing the deal, whatever it takes. Raised round gorillas, drug dealers and apes. Still in the field, still jumping gates. In search of a meal, I'm snatching your plate. I'm closing the deal, whatever it takes. Closing the deal, whatever it takes. I'm closing the deal, whatever it takes. Raised round gorillas, drug dealers and apes. In search of a meal, I'm snatching your plate. Still in the field, don't man jumping gates. I'm closing the deal, whatever it takes. I'm closing the deal, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. First of March to the end of February, I'ma do whatever it takes. I'm taking it one and turning it into two. But the name's out, not the shoes that are on my feet. It's 5:45 on the corner and I ain't getting no sleep. I'm in too deep, so I got my paddle. Skinny as fuck, my pockets got fatter. I got a question, what does it matter? Clean up for it better. You get it, I got it, I've been there. I call my fucking shot. It's 30 in a hurry, I'm curried. Time I clock, addicted to money, you're out of addictions. This is the Lincoln, inside of the Lincoln. Getting the cash, you giving my digits. Right with the man, and hitting the switch. I'm getting the bag and fucking these bitches. I want the rags to riches. I told you we different, I talk and they listen. I'm spitting the facts, they spitting the fiction. Raised round gorillas, drug dealers and apes. Searching for meal, I'm snatching your plate. Still in the field, don't man jumping gates. I'm closing the deal, whatever it takes. Wake up and stretch, I wake up and flex. I am not now, I'm coming up next. You get it, I ball like the Nets. I am with it, now let's make a bet. I am different, you hear the reps. You see the audience, they going clap. You see the booty, she throwing it back. She is a cutie, and I'm hitting that. Back to the money, cause mom was raised. The motherfucking dummy made it, made me become who the fuck I am. Fuck the streets and Uncle Sam. If I gotta eat, then it's green eggs and ham. Right with 2 heaters, cause one of them jam. 9 millimeters and buff for the band. You know I'm needed, supply in the band. Raised round gorillas, drug dealers and apes. Had to go do it, whatever it takes. Don't make that mistake. 100 on tests, full of hard knocks. I graduated valedictorian. Niggas don't know what I am pouring. They just hear that nigga is scoring. Throwing the ball in the basket. Making the call, I ain't asking. Money be talking, they laughing. Question, you ain't embarrassed. Where with the facts, cause they going rapping. That is on campus fashion. And none of it happened, I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Cameras start flashing. They gon' pretend they do, and none of it's real, it's not. Closing the deal, and X is walking the spot. Your chicken get plucked, your bitch get fucked. Your captain get crunched, this rappers for lunch. You dumping your guts and smoking this Dutch. Snacking on fruit and packing a punch. Raised round gorillas, drug dealers and apes. Searching for meal, snatching your plate. Still in the field, don't man jump the gates. Closing the deal, whatever it takes. Raised round gorillas, drug dealers and apes. In search of a meal, I'm snatching your plate. Still in the field, don't man jump the gates. Closing the deal, whatever it takes. Closing the deal, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
Yo, welcome to another episode of Bit of Conversation. You feel me? Welcome to Manday. We in the building. Sorry for the late start, y'all. Hey, man, I had to watch my Smack. No. It was Raw. It wasn't SmackDown. It was Raw. Hey, man, that's one of the hottest, latest new Jones from my boy, your boy, our boy, Cito boy. You feel me? Whatever it takes, y'all. Hey, man, listen. If y'all want to support the brother, man, make sure y'all download that Band Lab, man, and go check out Cito, boy. You hear me? Hey, man, what's going on, everybody? How y'all feeling, man? Y'all know what it is, man. Y'all know how I like to start off every show. Let's keep everybody in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. Once again, let's keep everyone in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. And lastly, family, let's keep everyone in our thoughts, prayers, views, and meditations. And secondly, don't forget to master those 5 key components of life. That's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. That's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. And one last time, family, that's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. And don't forget the most important part about all the components, the glue that hold everything together, and that's that support. So don't forget to E40 that thing, man, and sprinkle a little support on top, because a little support go a long, 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 long way, y'all. You feel me? Don't forget that is what we need out here today is good support. You feel me? Hey man, big shout out to my co-host who ain't never in the building. Big shout out to Roscoe P. Big shout out to L Boogie. And big shout out to my co-hosts with the most. This my little one. AJ, I love you, son. Hey man, big shout out to all the Leos, man. Big Leo gang in the building, man. You know what I'm saying? I've been snoozing on my you know what I'm saying, Leo gang representation. You feel me? Big shout out to all the Leos out there. You feel me? Hey man, y'all know Leo's the best. You know what I'm talking about? We like to give credit and shout out to the rest of the folk, but you know, y'all ain't fucking with the Leo. I mean, oh, I'm sorry. Y'all ain't messing with the Leos. You feel? You know what I'm saying? Big shout out to Leo gang, man. AJ birthday on the 9th, twins birthday on the 10th, and man coming right after. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Cito boy, what up, Cito? What's cracking? What's cracking? What's cracking? No. You just talking send me a track fresh out the press. He say, what you say? He said, I appreciate moving music through YouTube slowly but surely. Yeah, man, I see you posted something on the page, man. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. Hey, man, let's get to this before we get to doing anything else around here, man. That might seem a little bit mischievous. Hey, so tonight, y'all, the thoughts, views, and opinions of Bearded Conversations are the thoughts, views, and opinions of me right now. Once again, the thoughts, views, and opinions of Bearded Conversations are the thoughts, views, and opinions of me right now. I don't mean to hurt, to harm, or to offend. I don't mean to hurt, to harm, or to offend. This video stream is for informational, educational, and edutainment purposes only. Once again, this video stream is for informational, educational, and edutainment purposes only, with the underlying and undertone of edutainment, so we do emphasize and stress edutainment. Please do not take any advice given or anything shown on this video stream for face value without consulting a proper professional that suits your specific needs. Please do your due diligence. Please do your proper vet work and research. And like I always say, don't forget to get that second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth opinion, y'all. Because we don't want you going out here robbing no banks, starting no revolts, telling your boss what he or she can take, how they can turn it sideways, and where to put it, man. Because we done already told ya. You feel me? Don't do that at our expense. you feel me? Excuse me. He said I did it and forgot how I did it. I'm entertaining the kids, but I'll be up short. Nah, entertain the kids, man. We finna get into some content. We finna get into some content. Big ups to the kiddos, man. Big ups to everybody, family and kids out there, man. Hope everybody doing good, man. This heat wave over with it ain't been as hot as it's been. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? You know, that's what's up. That's what's up. And it's almost time for the kiddos to go back to school. It's almost time for the kiddos to go back. I know the parent. Hey man, where my parents at, man? I know y'all glad. I know y'all glad. Man, getting them out the house, man. They've been sitting up in your face all day. You feel me? Hey, I was lucky. Cause I ain't got that problem. I'm lucky. I ain't got that problem. And the kids went with their mama. I ain't had to worry about none of that. But yeah, man. I wanna continue on with this Nolan Wells and some other things. But before we get into Nolan Wells, man, quick update on how everybody doing. You know what I'm saying? Again, if you out there, man, my fellas, how my fellas doing, how my ladies doing, how everybody doing. And I hope all is well with everybody. Hope all is well with everybody. Let's see here. See those things. Let me see, man, before we get to going with this. Let's see. Look at Jen. Miss Jen. I got you, Miss Jen. I'm gonna play. Let me play this song for Cito there. We gonna get into this content. I gotta play my boy. I gotta play my boy. Hey man. Let me pause that. Let me do this. Before we get into the content, man, I gotta rep my boy, man. I gotta rep my boy. Gotta rep the #1 artist out Gas Chamber. record slash entertainment, all gas, no breaks. I got to represent my boy before we get into content. Y'all just give me a minute. We're gonna get into this content, but we gotta rock out with my boy first. Let's get like that.
Work.
I got the shorty on that. You gotta go to work again? Yeah, that was dope. That was dope. That was dope. I'm fucking with it. Gotta go to work. God damn it. Let's see what Miss Jen has sent us, y'all. Miss Jen done shared us something. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
Hello, and welcome to the Open Book.
Okay, y'all, let's get to this content. Now we on this content. Miss Jen then sent us something. We gonna start off with oh man, Cito, come on, man. You know, like you don't know you the number one artist, man. Stop playing with me, my boy. Um, yeah, man, Miss Jen just done sent us some information, man. I mean, sent me something off YouTube. We finna run this Nolan Wells content and we gonna check out and see if there's any updates or anything new that came out about the case or stuff like that, and we can talk about it again. So don't be scared to type in the chat. Don't be scared to hit that like button. Don't be scared to come in. Let's get in now. Let's see what they talking about. Let me make this a little bigger here. Well, let's see.
This is your host, Lakeisha. Make sure you hit the like button on your way in. Also, if you would like to support the channel, you're welcome to send a super sticker, super chat, cash app,
It's
or
gonna be
buy
good,
a
Miss Jen.
coffee. And those links will be in the description field of this video. Now, many of you have probably heard of Judge Ashley Cole, who is the stepmother of Warren Hudson. Okay. Now, the attorneys representing the family of Nolan Xavier Wills sent legal notice to the Jackson County Chancery Judge Ashley Cole, formally directing her to preserve a sweeping range of evidence as litigation over Nolan's death is anticipated. Okay. Now, y'all may remember that prior to the press conference, Judge Ashley Cole had sent an inbox to Christine Wells Wansley. And I called that out. I was like, that's odd because a lot of things have been stated. And
And for y'all that don't know, Christine Wells Wansley, that is the mother of Nolan Wells.
um, I remember Judge Ashley had, put out the um, I didn't want to say narrative, but she was kind of telling what happened on the boat and so forth. And so, right before Nolan's parents did, their press conferences the night before, as a matter of fact, she sent this inbox to Christine, and it says, "This is Ashley Cole. If or when you ever want to talk to me, this is my number." Okay. Now, also, special shout out and thanks to Plunder True Crime for this letter. Okay, now this letter is dated July 20th and it was sent by Richland attorney Gary Buffkin of Carol Buffkin PLLC on behalf of the Wells family and co-counsel, including nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump. Okay, now the recipient is significant because Judge Cole has been the subject of intense public attention since it became known that her son Warren Hudson was among the group of young men who traveled with Nolan Wells to Horn Island during the July 4th holiday weekend. Now, while Judge Cole has not been accused of any wrongdoing, her connection to one of the last people known to have been with Wells has made her a central figure in the public conversation surrounding the investigation. Okay. Now, notice here it says, "Dear Judge Cole, representation." So, this firm and our co counsel represent the parents of Nolan Xavier Wells, deceased. We are investigating Nolan's death, which occurred in the early days of July 2026 on or in the vicinity of Horn Island, Mississippi. Please address all future communications regarding this matter to me and my co counsel. If you are represented by counsel, please forward this letter to your attorney. Also, there's a section duty to preserve evidence. You are hereby placed on notice that litigation concerning the death of Nolan Wells is reasonably anticipated. Accordingly, you have an immediate legal duty to preserve all materials of all kinds within your possession, custody, or control that may be relevant in any way to the claims of defenses. This duty includes not only to you, but also your family members. It also extends to any person or entity providing services to you, acting on your behalf, or who is subject to your control. Now, the preservation demand extends far beyond text messages. According to the attached evidence list,
Let me touch on this real quick. So Fambo says, and what's going on with your Fambo? What's going on with your brother?
What's good with you?
Shit, I'm chilling, bro. You say so. The Asian community didn't say nothing about the Nolan Wells case. So, were you really expecting? And let's talk about that for a minute before we go back to the video Miss Jen sent me. So do you really think that that? Well, okay. Well, did you really think that they was gonna say anything?
I thought they might have said something.
Why? Because his mother is half Filipino.
Yeah, because he part Asian. Cause a lot of times they say something.
But his mother is half Filipino. She half Filipino and half black, and his daddy is black. So he probably ain't got that much Filipino in him. So they look at that, and I'm being funny. Of course, I'm being funny, and I know this. I know race has been a sensitive subject around here. You know what I'm saying, for the past week or so, man. You know, which especially like with your boy Doris, man, to put the flag on me and shit. So I know race is a touchy and a time sensitive thing, but honestly, did you really think that them Asians or that the Asian community will come out and say something?
I thought some of them might have said something.
You know what? I want to. So let me do this. I don't want to put it on every Asian community all over. So I'm gonna leave that to be a state to state thing about how they interact with I guess with other, you know what I'm saying, cultural and races of people. But I wasn't expecting no Asians to say nothing. Just like when that Asian man killed that little girl in that store, bro. I'm not expecting them to say nothing. They come over here and they become white adjacent. I didn't talk to a lot of them, and you know that's how they appropriate themselves over here with the living man. I'm talking about these are the words that came out of their mouths. Oh yeah, we become white adjacent when we come here. When we here long enough, we become white adjacent. We don't want to pick up those problems and the stereotype. I'm like, what the fuck? But that's how they survive.
Yeah, like in the Bay, I'm used to the Filipinos. They ride with us with the blacks.
And I get you.
In the Bay, that's it. Might be different. But I keep on forgetting this in Mississippi.
Like it's a whole different ball game. Just like how y'all got a lot of Samoans out there, you know. We don't get a lot of that, you know what I'm saying, out here where we at. But I didn't think that the Asian community. Now the Filipino community, well, Filipinos are Asian because it's in Southeast Asia. Let me stop that. But when you say the Asian community, you know, I'm thinking Chinese, Korean.
I'm talking about the Filipino because he's part of Filipino.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, now with that specific community, I don't know which parent of hers is Filipino, but that probably would have to be something that she'd have had to talk to, you know what I'm saying, either her mom or dad if they were still alive and tell them, look, man, y'all need to woo up the bam and, you know what I'm saying, pull and get on our side and let's make some noise. And that's not being done. So again, like I say, I didn't really think that the Asian community would come out and say anything. So and then like my little bro say, what would they do? What can they do? Well, you know, Nike fam, you know, they got rights. They treat the Asians a little bit better than they treat us. So, if they
Yeah,
came out and spoke out, if they came out and spoke out, what I'm saying, with them being white adjacent, I'm pretty sure that, what I'm saying, you know, but the Filipino community ain't really a big community. Now, what I will say about the Filipino, that a lot of them are nurses and stuff like that. They get into the medical
yeah.
field heavy, but I
Nurses,
don't I don't think
doctors.
yeah, but I don't think that the Asian community would have came out and said nothing, bro. It's just me. Why would they say nothing but speculation and gossip should not be talked about until after investigation and trial? Um, so we're not gossiping. So all everything that I talk about, me personally, yeah, of course, it comes from other content creators as well. But a lot of the data and information that I show or that I speak on is coming from off, what I'm saying, reputable. And again, any time that a crime happens, if you wasn't there, it's always going to be speculation and it's always going to be some type of form of gossip. So I wish people would stop saying that. You know what I'm saying? Just like with the OJ trial case, right? The man was acquitted, right? But people still think he did it, and people still talk about it. But I don't hear anybody saying, "Well, why y'all still gossiping about OJ?" or "Why y'all still saying this?" No, y'all think he did it.
That's what people do.
That's what people do. So people kill me with this speculation and gossip. Everything is, even the police right now, if they're investigating, they're speculating, they're guesstimating. That's why they're doing their investigation to try to draw out these facts. So they doing exactly what the hell we doing right now. They guessing. They playing a guessing game. They playing a big guessing game. You know what I'm saying? And make sure y'all tap in the Two Hills STS, man. August 5th will be our the 1 year anniversary for the show. So make sure y'all tap in Wednesday. Little bro, make sure you put the link in the chat where we talk all things WWE on Two Hills STS with your two, now three, sometimes four favorite heels. Yes, sir. Very nice. But yeah, man. I wasn't banking on the Asian community saying nothing. But let's finish this little hour. We got a couple more minutes left for this. Finish.
Judge Cole is instructed to preserve virtually every category of electronic and physical information that could relate to Nolan Wells or the events surrounding his death. So that includes text messages, iMessages and group chats, emails and deleted communications, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, X, and other social media content, photographs, videos, and their metadata, GPS history and cellular location information, cloud backups, and internet search history, surveillance recordings, communications with witnesses, family members, media, and law enforcement, and any deleted, edited, or archived information capable of forensic recovery. Now, the letter specifically instructs that electronic devices should not be allowed to overwrite data and advises preservation of all materials in their original unaltered form. Okay. Now, one notable provision states that the preservation obligation extends beyond Judge Cole herself. The letter, I'm sorry, says the duty applies not only to her, but also to her family members and to anyone acting on her behalf or under her control who may possess relevant information. It also has spoliation notice, and on the second page, to ensure compliance, you should immediately secure and preserve in its original unaltered form a complete copy, all materials of all kinds in your possession, custody, or control that may be related in any way to Nolan Wells or the people, places, things, and events surrounding or related to his death. Okay. To assist you in this regard, attached, please find a document describing some of the types of evidence. And that's what I just went over. Okay. That should be preserved immediately. And if you have not done so already, See the attached. Moreover, you should immediately suspend any setting on your cell phones, computers, video cameras, or other electronic devices capable of storing data that may overwrite or delete data after a period of time. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Please do not hesitate to call or have your lawyer call me if you have any questions. Okay. Carol Buffkin, and notice here, please direct all future communications and inquiries, and it has the lead on here as Ben Crump. All right, y'all. So, what do you think about this? Okay, because now, if there is any evidence, pertaining to her, Warren, any of their family members, it has to be preserved. So this lawsuit is not in effect right now, but reasonably anticipated. Okay, let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. Make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to hype up the video. Subscribe and hit that bell because you never know when I'm going to go live. Thank you and have a great day. Bye bye.
Now, Miss Jen, big shout out to AJ. Miss Jen, what the hell was that? Who was that lad? Now, I ain't never heard of her. The older trial was 30 years ago. The trial is over and evidence was presented. That is not the case with Wells against your speculation and the fact that our sources are YouTubers and bloggers. No, our sources are not YouTube and bloggers, AJ. Our sources are so what about the CETO phone call? They had the CETO phone call, you feel me, where that phone call was taking place. Also on the missing person report, you got you have what's the guy name? Bart's name. That's the person who filed the report. These are physical evidence. These are things that you can see. We heard the grandfather on the phone call. We do know that Nolan Wells went out to Horn Island. We do know that he disappeared. We do know that alcohol consumption as well as other um, illegal paraphernalia could have been involved. We're not ruling out. Well, see, we're here. I don't do that here. I'm not saying that anyone did anything to anybody, whether it was Warren, whether it was Ty, whether it was Bart or whoever, or Tyler, whatever their names are that was on a boat with them. What I want to know is that I'm baffled as to how no one knows what happened to the young man. You feel me? That's more my concern. You feel me? And I do know accidents happen and things of that nature. And I don't think that this is, a lot of people like to put race on it. That we don't do that here. I most definitely don't think it's a race case or anything like that. And then with the little girl, what's her name, Katie? How she got involved. I mean, I just think there's a lot of variables and a lot of things to go with it. But what I'm saying is, and I know OJ was 30 years ago, but as far as speculation, people speculated that OJ did it. But then when he got to court, he got acquitted, right? And people still saying that he did it. So people are gonna always speculate. That's what I meant by that. Even with this Nolan Wells case, man, we're investigating. Well, not we, but the police or the Mississippi, whatever they're investigating, they don't know what happened either. You know what I'm saying? So they can only guesstimate. You feel me? And who's to say that their guesses aren't as wild as what we're assuming? You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't make it gossip, brother. It doesn't make it gossip. It makes it a topic that's being talked about widely here across the nation. You know what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong. I hear a lot of people when they say, well, it's a lot of things happening and this, that, and the third, and yada yada yada. Make sure y'all hit this link too, man, to go tap in the 2 Hills STS. But again, man, this is what we do. It's honestly, our current topic of a conversation should remain our current administration and the Epstein files. Now, most definitely, I'm going to get into Trump, a little bit later on in the week. But the Epstein files, unless they letting them out and and how they redact they redacted the victims and not the people. Like, come on, man, like we'll never know what's gonna go on with them Epstein files. That's we know that for a fact. What's going on, Jers? How you feeling? The phone call has been through too many non-official hands. I don't trust any of it. Again, let the investigation happen. The amount of stuff possibly added to those recordings makes me I don't think anything has been added to those recordings, me personally. I don't think anything, if anything, things have been taken away. I don't think anything has been added to those recordings. So right now you're speculating. You know what I'm saying? You speculating. You feel me? You guesstimating. You starting gossip. You know what I'm saying? That's something that you're doing right now, because you don't know if that phone call was tampered with, or if anything or anything, you know what I'm saying, happened with it. You just don't know. Just don't know. You know what I'm saying? We just don't. Miss CC, what's going on? What's CC? How you feeling? Feeling, Miss CC? What's going on, chat? Let me. So AJ, I got a question for you, AJ, since you in the chat. So you tell me now, and again, just conversating. We just conversating. We live. We on the channel, right? Give me some scenarios. Give me what you think happened. Do you think it was just an accident? Do you think it was just something that just randomly happened and randomly came about? What official expert on what? Because I didn't heard plenty experts come and debunk the damn the thing about the what you call it on the back of his head, the mark on the back of his head, and then you know they sending out death threats to the come on, this is crazy. This is crazy. AJ, you can most definitely hit the link and come conversate with us if you want. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to stay in the chat like that. You feel me? But let me see, man. Let's get to my girl Nancy. I mean, yeah. So now Nancy is a professional. She's a legal professional. Let's see what she has to say. So Nolan Wells bombshell, threat, and blood, so much blood. Let's go. Let's check out Nancy. Let's see what Nancy got to say, y'all.
In the investigation of the death of a young man, Nolan Wells, death threats are flooding. Says there's going to be blood, so much blood. Another death threat says, don't go outside. How can anybody do their jobs when they're getting death threats? Not only that, we understand this case is headed to a grand jury. We also learned tonight that the state's autopsy is complete, but is being kept secret. Isn't an autopsy a public document? Why is it being kept hidden from us, the public? What is in that autopsy, the first autopsy of Nolan Wells? Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
I run a podcast solo. No producer, no editor, no tech skills, just...
I hate that, y'all. I hate that. That's my bad. Let's get it.
The young lady, Katie, that he was hanging out with. I saw a text message from her alluding to the fact that she never saw him get on that boat at all. They could have been saying, don't die or is he dead, referring to the bilge pump. Somebody would have seen something if there was a dramatic commotion like this occurring on that boat.
I hope Nolan Wells died by accident. I'm not shutting down our Crime Stories investigation until I know.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership. Oh, shut the f*** up! What'd you say?
You know, if that sound is real, there's no getting away from that. And all this business about there's no connection. Well, I listened to a good 40 seconds of Ceto, SEA, second word TOW on hold, listen to their music. There was plenty good connection. But before I can even get to the death threats of blood, so much blood everywhere, and don't step outside, and more, before I can even get to the grand jury, before I can get to the autopsy that's being kept hidden from us, I want you to meet someone very important, critical to this investigation. Her name, Janetta Brantley. Miss Brantley is the audio engineer who enhanced the 911 call, the Ceto call, in the Nolan Wells case. So everybody claiming some ding dong.
And let's be perfectly clear about this. This woman is a professional. She is a professional audio engineer. So she does have the know-how to pick apart specific, information when it comes to things like that. You say what he says. AJ says, I tend to stick with the innocent until proven guilty. You know what? That's cool. And listen, and I don't mind that, AJ. I don't mind, but again, respectfully, it was an accident. Does anyone know what prompted the friends to call his mom in the first place? Um, of course, we know alibis covering up. Like, you know what I'm saying, Miss CC? AJ says, by the way, I am not one of those who question the OJ trial. The man was acquitted in the discussion. See, but a lot of people, like how we saying we guesstimating and speculating, a lot of people did that during that trial, even after he was acquitted. You feel me? So a lot of times when things happen and crimes and stuff happen in our excuse me, in our areas, in our communities, whatever the case may be, no one knows what's going on until until an independent investigation is complete. You know what I'm saying? We know that, right? And again, we know a lot of the so-called, and I don't want to call them so-called, but a lot of content creators or YouTube individuals. Guess what? We know come on, man. We know they doing this shit for clickbait, and a lot of times they had a Nolan Wells thumbnail up there, and then when you click on the channel, they're not even talking about Nolan. You know what I'm saying? So now I do know Tisha Tales, right? I'm not too familiar with her, but since this Nolan Wells thing has been, going on and been so widely prevalent here in the world today, I've been hearing a lot about, what I'm saying, what she got going on, and I also think Bart sent her. If I could be wrong, so don't quote me on this, but I think she was one of the people that got us. What is that? A cease and desist order to stop, using his name or saying his name in the content. You know what I'm saying? I also supported Bill Cosby and hate that he was convicted. Hey, and speaking of Bill, man, y'all know Bill on the run right now, man. Hey, man, they trying to hunt Bill down for the last of his little few dollars, man. Run, Bill, run. God damn it. That's what I would say. Run, Bill, run. Like if he was standing behind with Katie, why would you think he's missing so soon? That's a red flag for me. It's always a red. See, and that's what I'm saying. And don't get me wrong, AJ, I feel you, but it's too many inconsistencies with the case for me. You feel just too many. But let's check out what this audio engineer has to say.
On YouTube did it, or somebody on Insta or TikTok did it. No, she did it. I've spoken to her. I've read her statement. I want you to judge her credibility. Credibility is normally the sole province of a jury, and tonight you serve in that function. Miss Brantley, I'm sure that you're getting all sorts of abuse, threats, and so forth. It's a cacophony that seemingly won't cease. That said, thank you for being with us tonight. Explain to me where you got the audio, how you got the audio, and what, if anything, you did to enhance the audio.
First and foremost, I basically downloaded it off of YouTube from WLOX News's YouTube site. And when I downloaded it, I ripped it off of YouTube. That's the terminology that we use when we take something off of YouTube. But when I ripped it off of YouTube
Pause.
and I pulled it in.
Pause, please. Objection. Miss Brantley, isn't it true that the audio you got was taken directly by XLO from MDMR? Correct? The Mississippi Department of Marine Resources. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay, please continue, Miss Brantley.
So when I downloaded it from YouTube, I pulled it into my dog, which is Logic Pro X. That's my dog choice. And when I first listened.
Meaning that this audio was official, that was downloaded to the WLOX site from YouTube that she got it from. And dolls. So when she talking about dolls, that she's just saying programs. So I actually seen a content creator try to pick her apart and says she don't know what she's talking about, and she using words to try to fool people and stuff like that. And now that I don't like when people do that, because you don't know people don't know who's watching. So of course, I was watching them, and of course I've been in the studio, and of course I know about audio engineering and stuff like that, and programs and editing things that you can run sound through and stuff like that. So what she was saying, and when he was watching her, he was trying to dispel, and of course, no knock to AJ doing what AJ do. Oh man, these people just out here woo woo woo. But she's a real audio engineer, and he's saying, "Oh well, we don't do it." No, you don't do all that, brother. You know what I'm saying? We don't know the level of engineering that you have and then he tried to discredit her, saying that she don't have any. I guess she don't have any validity. Now I don't know how much investigation or how much doxing Nancy Grace did into this woman, but I'm pretty sure. And again, Nancy could be clickbaiting too. We don't want to negate that fact, but again, I think Nancy did, you know what I'm saying, quite a bit vetting before she just had this lady up on her platform. But again, Dolls is just the program that you run. It could be Logic, it could be Pro Tools, it could just be a sound editing program. That's all the word Dolls means. So that's why she was saying she ran it through Logic.
To it, I realized that it was like a dual mono recording, which most, most phone services or operators utilize when they're recording conversations. And so it was already split between the caller, the dispatch, and the callers in the background. And so that's what made it easy for me to isolate it without having to do much to it. So that isolation, when I separated the left channel from the right channel, that just made me be able to really focus on everything that was on the call end. And what I was hearing was I honestly could not believe what I was hearing.
Miss Janetta Brantley, isn't it true this is the same audio that was released by the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources?
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
Let's listen to it one more time.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Oh, shut the fuck up! What'd you say? It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now. I don't know the phone number. It's either. I think it's. Try that. I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't have the tag on here. It got ripped off. What? No, we do not need that. Let me go look. Hey, jump in and pull the plug while you're going. Hello. Okay, what's going on? What's up? Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Hello. Let's go.
So right now, what she's doing, and appreciate you, La Go Harder. So yes, it is common practices, but I like when I was talking about the other content creator that was playing her, of course, like I said, he was just trying to discredit her and disband her, you know what I'm saying, and do what everybody else is doing, and just say, oh man, you people are speculating, you people are trying to do this, trying to do that, you know what I'm saying, without knowing that, you don't know who's in your audience, right? You know what I'm saying? Now, mind you, I didn't say anything. I just let him, you know what I'm saying, talk his piece or whatever the case may be. Like, so right now, she's actually showing you the program and how she's running it. And also, man, if you're a podcaster, like when I podcast, I save my audio and I separate my audio from my visual. I don't do it all the time, but I take the audio away and upload a video with just the video, and then I'll send my audio through, you know what I'm saying, my editing program, and then I'll match it to the voice. Now, again, you can do a lot of things, but she don't have the original. You still can pull and pick and pry and change, but adding words and it's basically this program is just to take out distortion, take out the pan, take out the reverb, take out a lot of the background noises and empty spaces, and just put it together to where you can hear, you know what I'm saying, the voices in the background.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Hello. Let's go.
Back to Janetta Brantley joining us tonight, and she shows herself in that video showing what she is doing. What does adding EQ mean, Ms. Brantley?
Adding EQ is basically selecting a certain frequency of the actual sound and either deleting or removing a certain noise, something that's problematic to the ear, deleting that or boosting that. That's literally all EQing is.
What was your process, Janetta? Because I was sitting researching. It was early in the morning, like 5:45 a.m. several days ago, and I was researching the Nolan Wells case, and I saw the transcript as it was being played. And my husband was also up. He said, "What's wrong?" I'm like, "If this is real, this changes everything. It changes everything." Because up until that point, it seemed as if Nolan's death could very well have been an accident. If this is real, it changes everything. It's seismic. What was your reaction when you heard these words, Janetta Brantley?
I think at my core, I was in disbelief. I wasn't cleaning it or enhancing it to specifically look for or identify a crime or even point the fingers at anybody. I believe I wanted it to be an accident. I think a lot of us wanted it to be an accident. So when I heard those things, when I heard, "Damn it, Bart," that name stood out to me because I hadn't even heard that name before. As I was listening to certain things that stood out to me, I was in disbelief because, again, I'm just an audio engineer. I'm not an investigator or detective or anything like that. So when I heard a name that I wasn't familiar with, it stood out to me. And that alone made me want to hear what was immediately said after "Damn it, Bart." And so that's why in that process where "Damn it, Bart" came in loud and clear to me, I decided to go over to the next part to hear what the rest of that statement was, which is where you saw me actually create a loop over that part, split that part, and then add a gain, which the gain is boosting the volume overall. And that's pretty much what you saw me do in that actual video. And so to hear, "Damn it, Bart, Nolan's really dead now," that I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it.
My reaction too, Janetta, because when I first heard it, I thought this has got to be doctored. This can't be real. Don't move. Straight out to veteran trial lawyer Franz Borghardt, a veteran trial lawyer joining us out of the Baton Rouge jurisdiction at Borghardt's law firm. Franz, take off your defense hat just one moment. I have introduced wiretaps many times at trials, which are very hard to get, by the way.
Now, I know a lot of people ain't gonna like me right now, but I do have to say this, and I will say this. Just because we heard Bart's name on that tape, that doesn't mean that he's the one that did anything. I want to make that perfectly clear. Just because you hear his name on the tape, that doesn't mean that he did anything. Now, of course, we heard information about him saying that he hasn't been there. He was in Wyoming, this, that, and the third. And then, with the Warren interview where he said, "Oh man, my buddy. Then he starts saying Bart. So now all that talk about him being in Wyoming and he wasn't there, we got to say, why did he lie about that? See, so it's just a lot of inconsistencies, but I don't think that the tape, in my opinion, it does put him there. It does potentially say, well, maybe he knows something if something was done on the boat, if Nolan was on the boat. But again, that's where we draw the line, and the dilemma is that they saying that they left him on the island. But now the young lady says, well, no, he left me to get on the boat. So who's telling the lie here? Who's fibbing? So we have to prove that. And I don't know what the investigators in Mississippi, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know who they question. I don't know how they're handling this. But yeah, it's just too many inconsistencies for me to rule this an accident. Because if it was an accident, just come out and say it was an accident and we could deal with it as an accidental death. You know what I'm saying? And 9 times out of 10, y'all ain't already in handcuffs. Y'all ain't locked up. So if you would have told them it was an accident, this probably would have just blew over.
And I've never had one that I believed was doctored at the time because they were taken by law enforcement. This is from a completely independent source with no dog in the fight, no skin in the game. It's from Dispatch at CETO. And if this is real, this blows the case wide up. Now, you saw Janetta Brantley. You've heard her.
And that's facts, Ms. Mel Gilliam. So like she says, the only transcripts that will be accepted is the one of the 2 experts that the police bring in to render. So that's true. So now what I want to know is if a regular normal audio engineer had the wherewithal or the cognitive ability to say, oh, well, let me run this, do this, and let me do this to this. So, and I'm not saying that the police that they haven't or that they have done, because we don't know. Again, all the evidence is being submitted to a grand jury. But I think they would have probably mentioned if they did this. I don't know.
I have no reason to disbelieve anything she's saying.
So if I'm prosecuting this, I'm worried that I need a witness in 2026 to exclude the possibility that it's either AI generated or doctored, just like you suggested. And I think that she's very credible, but I think we need to go one step further. The other concern I have, Nancy, is if the independent autopsy is showing inconclusive death results, now I really want to see the other autopsy to see, is there trauma to the body? Is there something that happened? These are the concerns I would have as a prosecutor. But we've now opened the doors to these guys may in fact have committed obstruction of justice.
Hold on. You're putting the cart before the horse. Before we talk about obstructions such as allegedly lying or covering something up.
Tribe, what's going on, Tribe?
You've already mentioned two distinct lines of inquiry. One is that the audio that Janetta Brantley enhanced innocently, I believe, had been already AI or doctored. Okay. Let's follow that through to its logical conclusion. You just throw that out there like a stink bomb at the circle. You know what a circle meeting is, right? In the United Methodist Church, all the ladies have circle meetings. Okay. To suggest this was doctored before Janetta got it means it had to have been doctored or AI created by who? The Mississippi Department of Marine Resources. No, don't go. That doesn't work in courts. You can't just throw that's like the side defense. Some other dude did it. What dude? What are you talking about? So you're saying AI doctored by who? If it's not Janetta, then who? She got it. The same sound that was released by the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources. What? You think they doctored it?
There is nothing normal about this case. And if
that's not what I asked you. I'm asking you to explain your premise, and you're not doing it.
I said if I were a prosecutor, I would want to be able to establish with expert testimony that what we are listening to is real. And I would want a witness, because I'm telling you, with this case, with as viral as it's been, I'm not disagreeing that it's real. I'm saying I would want to be able to bolster that very credible woman's testimony. And she is very credible. I have no doubt that what we're listening to and what she did is credible. The issue is, I don't know if she can go the distance to say,
okay, got it. She cannot testify as to whether MDMR had enhanced it or doctored it before it was released. But see, the problem is you would have to ask someone to believe a clerk or an official at the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources doctored this before they released it, to the extent that nobody could understand it until they enhanced it. That's a hell of a doctor job. Okay, so you did that. Then you got into the medical examiner findings. Okay, what was your theory on that? Very quickly.
If he's dead on the boat, how did he die? It should be conclusive. It shouldn't be inconclusive.
Joining us right now, Joseph Scott Morgan, renowned death investigator, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, with a premier criminal pro department and building, author of Blood Beneath My Feet, star of a hit series, Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan, and it goes on. Significant, over 10,000 death scenes under his belt. Joseph Scott, follow up. I'm not arguing with Burkhardt's. Let's learn, if we can, from what he's saying. Jump.
Yeah, so whatever has been the causal factors here has got to marry up with what they were seeing at the scene, and perhaps the audio does fall into this. These statements. And I think that probably from a medical legal perspective, that is the coroner and the medical examiner are going to want to be able to fully appreciate what is being said here from a timeline. This is absent the police's investigation. They're going to try to rule in or rule out what they're seeing presenting on Nolan's remains when they finally did receive them at the state medical examiner's office and that examination began. And this is going to be critical and key, because the causal effects here are going to be critical. We go back to these changes that the second autopsy referred to on the back of the head. Now, the doctor was not able to, at that point in time, even though he did do a thorough, what's referred to as a layered dissection here, he could not establish the causal effects here because the injury or the insult that you see there, this presentation, is compromised by decomposition. So what did the state medical examiner see? My problem is here, Nancy, how was the body treated before or after the first autopsy and the body is transported up to DC? I have questions about this because they're talking about to the degree with which the body
Now, AJ, now, this is the age of AI, so I will give you that. This is the age of AI. You know what I'm saying? So nothing that's recorded is absolutely fully not trustworthy. He said, "This is the devil." Good job, Nancy. She said they love your argument kinds of shit, unless it's the other way around. No, because and actually, bro, I'm shocked that Nancy is going so hard for this case. To be honest with you, I'm really shocked that Nancy is going as hard for this case. But again, even without the audio, it's still too many inconsistencies, right? You know what I'm saying? And again, I do want to say this again. I'm not saying that those young boys or Bart had anything to do with the unaliving of this young man, Nolan Wells. RIP to Nolan Wells, condolences to his family. But again, there are too many inconsistencies. If they didn't do anything, I would have to question: do they know anything? Did they see anything? Like could they have known of a altercation he may have got into that could have led to this or anything of that nature? But I'm gonna let this play, and I'm gonna go look up what you said about the 20 seconds longer.
Body was decomposed. The doctor up in DC is seeing significant decomposition. We don't know what they saw in Mississippi, but I do know that you're only talking about what, and I'm ballparking here, please give me some grace, maybe 48 hours tops before the medical legal authorities have seen the body. So how far degraded is the body to compromise any of this? And this evidence is going to have to be borne out, not just with the physical findings that you see with the unaided eye, but also whatever's going on toxicologically.
I want you to take a careful look at this video we have obtained. Let's see it. Look how tightly everyone is packed in. There were hundreds of people out on Horn Island on July the 4th. What nobody saw what happened to Nolan Wells? They all just left with him standing there stranded, waving his arms like Gilligan? That did not happen. Now that you're seeing this, what is an innocent explanation? I'm trying to figure that out. Joining me, and I'll circle back to you, Joe Scott, because I got a lot of questions regarding the way he could have died innocently and been left behind, and that sound being true. The sound that Janetta Brantley enhanced. Is there any innocent explanation? Is there a way, as my favorite judge often said, Luther Alverson, it is your duty to make all witnesses speak the truth and impute perjury to no one. Is there a way that can be done? I don't know that it can. It seems to me that someone is lying. But who? Joining me now, Teslin Figaro, social justice, political commentator, host of the Teslin Figaro podcast. Ms. Figaro, thank you for being with us. I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, well, that's what the family is saying. They don't believe he died by accident. That's the point. That's the reason why Nolan Wells' mom is saying, I don't believe this. I don't believe he died by accident before we had the audio. The audio simply confirms that there are additional questions that needs to be asked.
Now for AJ, so it did say, so yes, the digital forensics experts analyzing Nolan Wells' case confirmed that the enhanced and circulated audio file is at least 20 seconds longer and carries a different digital fingerprint than the original public recording released by authorities. Audio discrepancies and findings, length and difference. The processed and shared online clip is roughly 20 seconds longer than the official, longer than the official source audio. Digital signatures. Experts noted that the files have completely different digital fingerprints and content structures, meaning that she put it together. Okay, but anyway, so verification issues. The independent forensic specialist could not corroborate or verify the controversial background claims made from the extended clips. And again, this could be some more cover up or some more padding. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hey, I heard the audio clear and I don't think it's because the original audio had the music playing. So it probably would be a little bit longer if you're taking away things and you add in the space in the air so you can hear things more clearly. Again, I'm going to bring, I got to get in contact with my guy because he does stuff like this and he's a professional. Now, I want to know if by running it through the program, now the only thing that bothers me is the digital fingerprints. So I would have to talk to some people about that digital fingerprint thing. But I do know when you're running things and you're separating, you're taking things out, you can elongate an audio file. That's facts. I do music. You can elongate an audio file. But now the digital fingerprints is what I'm more skeptical, or what I would probably say is a red flag for me. But again, I'm not an audio engineer specialist. I don't do this. I just know some people, but I have worked around certain things, and I can give a little bit of what I know. But again, I'm not an expert.
It wasn't just one thing they said in the audio. They said Nolan repeatedly in the audio. They said check his chest in the audio. They said, is he dead in the audio? And also, notice this, Nancy. Did you notice that the operator also said, is anybody breathing? Who says that? What operator says, who all is breathing on the boat? So is this all the audio, Nancy? Is there more audio? That's my question.
I want to look specifically, Teslin, at what was said. At one point, we think, you killed him? He's already dead. He's already dead. Is he dead? Yeah. Nolan, OMG, wake up. And as Janetta stated, then she hears a completely different name, Bart. Now, we also hear, and I'm very curious, the phrase, no. Teslin Figaro, was that a nickname of Nolan Wells?
I cannot confirm if that's a nickname of his or not. But what I do know is we heard Nolan. What I do know is we heard check his chest. What I do know is that we said, is he dead? What we do know is we heard screams. There's folks out there suggesting that perhaps they were talking to a seagull, or perhaps talking to some random bird that was flying around that's called no. There were folks out there that suggested, well, maybe they were talking about the boat. Come on, we got to knock this off, Nancy. We heard what we heard. And so we would have put this before a jury.
Also, we hear, damn it, Bart, no-no's really dead. Damn it, Bart, no-no's really dead. Repeating it over and over and over. According to reports, his nickname, one of them, is no. Back to Teslin Figaro. What is Nolan's mother's theory about what happened in light of these tapes?
Before we even had the tapes, her theory is, I told my son, I've raised my son just like I've raised my 19-year-old the same way, Nancy, like I'm sure you raise your children. Come back with the people you went with. Her theory has always been that he is a fantastic swimmer, that he is an athlete. Her theory has always been that he did not drown. Her theory has always been that there's something wrong with this picture. Her theory has always been that the fact that, he's left his phone and left his keys. Her theory has also always been that he did not just go off with some random stranger and say, guys, don't worry about it. Just leave me on an island. Her theory is the same thing before this audio. This audio only confirms what this mother already knew.
Hi, guys. Nancy Grace here. If you are a homeowner, you probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance? 888 List, author of Down the Hill, My Descent into the
Tow channel completely muted, so we're only listening to the callers. Then I go through and simply raise the volume of all of the chatter we hear at the beginning of the call.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
Susan, that was enhanced by my producer, Sydney. I know her like that. I asked her, enhance it the best you can. She, again, has no interest in the outcome of this case. She pulls up, quote, want me to cover him up? I mean, Susan, weigh in.
I was listening to the enhanced version, both of them now, not doctored, by the way. There's a big difference there. Have you ever heard, Nancy, on Instagram where you listen to two things and your mind goes to what you're thinking of, like green car or moon boat? What are we really hearing? I believe that something nefarious did happen. Where I think the answers will be, again, this is my opinion, but I believe something happened there and we're not hearing the full story. And you pointing out, Nancy, how crowded that area was. So let's say what people are claiming, that it was an accidental drowning. No one saw. Look here at the crowd. Nobody saw what happened. And all of us have our phones on us all the time. No one recorded this. I think the answers are in the timeline and also the autopsy, when we will hear answers there.
You're seeing a video from the Officer Tatum show, and I don't know what they were trying to show with it, but how can someone be dead and floating in the water and nobody notice? Which leads me to Susan Hendricks, the fact that we have learned tonight that the state's autopsy is complete, but it's being kept secret?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Being held for the grand jury to look into that. And the fact, as you brought up, Nancy, earlier, that part of his throat was missing. Will that be key? There's so many questions around this, but right, it's a public record, but we're not hearing about it. I guess they're waiting for the grand jury to show them that first.
Joe Scott Morgan, death investigator. I've never known an autopsy report not to be a public record unless they're claiming ongoing investigation.
Yeah.
Now, in the D4VD David Anthony Burke case, the LAPD demanded the medical examiner keep it secret because the medical examiner's office allegedly was leaking information, possibly for money. Don't know that yet, but I will. How common is that the medical examiner is ordered not to release the autopsy? Why is the autopsy being kept secret?
Because it's continued investigation. They're going to go to grand jury with this. I can tell you that. I'll bet you dollars to donuts if that's the case. We see it with, we saw it with Idaho 4, right? We didn't have it there. We don't have it with Charlie Kirk. You know, that's an ongoing event. This is being investigated. And, you know, the point of contact here is an interesting situation here because you have the state medical examiner, but you also have a county coroner. The state medical examiner provides a service to the county coroner. The coroner is an elected official. He does not do these autopsies. And so the coroner is going to be the gatekeeper relative to any kind of document. But with that said, under state statute, the DA, the prosecutor, they can say, look, you're going to hold off on releasing this report. So it's being held at this point in time. Now, the reports that we're hearing are saying that it is complete. Now, what does that mean? Well, if you have a complete autopsy report, that means they've got tox, they've probably got histology, which is going to be the tissue studies, and they actually have the anatomical autopsy report that has been completed. That's what, I think it was ABC that was reporting that. I can't validate that, but that's what is being leaked out at this point in time. So they have this report. I think the question is, and this goes back to you, my friend, is that if this is going to be a grand jury thing, when is it going? And when is the medical examiner going to be called and summoned to speak to this? That's what everybody's going to be hanging on, in my opinion.
Hold on. Joe Scott, you mentioned the tox report. That's a blood panel done. Was he drinking? Was he using drugs? A lot has been made.
Or had he been given something?
Witnesses stating Nolan was drunk. Okay. Does that really change anything? Does that change anything? Unless he died of acute alcohol poisoning. Because I guarantee you, ain't anybody on that boat that's afraid of a cocktail. Okay. So if he was drinking, what difference does that make in whether he was killed or whether he died of an accident, Joe Scott?
Well, listen, Nancy, I know you're a teetotaler, but let me tell you something. The drunker you get, the more alcohol you take on board, it lessens your ability to defend yourself. It lessens your ability to make good decisions. And so we see this played out all the time in the medical legal world. And that's going to be the measure here, I think, relative to tox. Everybody wants to see the toxicology because that's going to give us an idea chemically what is in this young man's system. Was he able to do for himself at that point in time? And that's another problem that arises here.
It's a double-edged sword, Joe Scott. You can
argue
rightly. He was drunk and could not defend himself against an attack. Right. You could also argue he was drunk and hit his head, and then they go, oh, my stars, he's dead. Yep. But wouldn't that have shown up in the autopsy if he died by a blow to the head, be it accidental or nefarious? Wouldn't that have shown up?
Yeah, and keep in mind the second physician that did the autopsy, who, by the way, is highly respected, former chief medical examiner for D.C., that was retained by the family. He didn't see any evidence of fractures. All right. Now, that doesn't mean that there wasn't a concussive event. I'm talking about being hit in the head, and you can have stuff that's contained within the cranial vault that might not be presenting. But again, back to what I said earlier, I find it very interesting that this doctor is commenting on the state of the decomposition when he sees the body. And that's problematic. It's very problematic when you're trying to make an assessment. You're already absent the organs of the neck. You're absent intact lungs. And, because the specter of drowning is on the table as well. So if you want to make a thorough scientific assessment, he's kind of handcuffed, isn't he, at this point? And again, going back to this idea, how long did it take them to get his body to DC, and why was it in such a state of decomposition when it arrived?
Hi, guys. Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Stories and stream it first on Fox or Elf. Franz Burkhardt joining us, veteran trial lawyer out of the Baton Rouge jurisdiction. Speaking of toxicology results, number one, they don't take that long unless you want them to. Number two, there is doubt. if he died by accident, having consumed a lot of alcohol, was there a cover up? Or did he die from a nefarious act? So the alcohol intake could cut either way, Franz.
I think you're spot on. I think that the reasonable doubt if someone gets arrested and accused of this crime is going to be if the toxicology shows a high BAC in the absence of anything else. What you yourself said, could it have been foul play where he couldn't defend himself, or foul play in so much as he got injured because he was quote unquote drunk? That remains to be seen. But I don't discount the fact.
Put him up, please. Let me see. Work hard. You're saying foul play, but it could have been something as simple as horsing around on the boat and him hitting his head. It could be somebody whacking him in the head. It could be finding him in the water face down. And this mark on the back of his head is some type of fluid disbursement, which I don't believe, because it was nowhere else on the body except right there. And if your blood is going to sink to the lowest level upon death, it would be all over the body, but we're not seeing that. So why is just the occipital have the deep red markings? So many questions. And let me stress, before you bother sending me another death threat.
Real quick, Mel, she was responding to Borvelis. You hear me, his comments in the chat. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, you know what I'm saying, for her responding the way she responded. But, when you see things like that in the chat, people tend to respond and tend, you know what I'm saying, to type and go back. So, you know what I'm saying, I ain't going to hold it to their hearts, man. You feel me? I know we got some evil, wicked, and and just, you know what I'm saying, backwards ass people out here, man. You feel me? So, again, as you can see in the chat, like from what he's typing, man, these are how a lot of people think.
We don't know the answers. These boys, these young men on that boat could be completely innocent. But when I listen to this sound, there are a lot of questions. Back to Teslin Figaro, who is joining us. She's the host of the Teslin Figaro podcast. She is a social justice and political commentator. Have you noticed that people are making a lot of the fact that Nolan was, quote, drunk? A, how do they know that? And B, does it make a difference?
Yeah, well, I've absolutely noticed it, that he was allegedly, they're saying he was drunk, and it doesn't make a difference. And let me ask you this, Nancy. If he was drunk with other teenage kids, he certainly wasn't drunk by himself. So if he was drunk, why was he the only drunk one that ended up dead? Secondly, if this was an accident, let's say he just got so drunk and just passed out, why didn't anybody report it? So even if it was an accident, even if he got drunk, which I don't believe, by the way, even if all those things happened, why did his so-called friends not report it? That's the part that we're missing. So where's the answer to that, Nancy? He just went and just said, I'm just going to be drunk and just go in the middle of the ocean and just die with hundreds and hundreds of people who are around, who are watching. Nobody saw anything happen. His friends didn't see anything happen. And again, I go back to this tape. I will not sit up here and pretend that I did not hear what was on that tape. And I ask again, even the operator said, who is breathing on the boat? Don't you think that's strange, Nancy? Who's breathing?
Yes, when I first heard that, Tesla, I thought, I've never heard a dispatch say, who's breathing? What? Did she hear all that in the background and do nothing? Or did she hear it and say something and release it? We don't know, man. We got to paper everybody with subpoenas to get to the bottom of this. But I want to go to George Olivo and everybody on the panel. You're experts in your own right. Please tell me if you want to jump in, please. I'm not clairvoyant. To George Olivo joining us. He's a former FBI special agent and polygraph examiner at georgeolivo.com. Okay, George, listen to what Officer Tatum told me. Back to Officer Tatum, star of The Officer Tatum on YouTube. Have the friends taken polygraphs?
Well, from my understanding, all but I believe one took a polygraph. And from what was told to me, that they all passed. And all of the ones that took a polygraph took one without a lawyer. And they cooperated with law enforcement. So from my understanding, everybody took a polygraph. Why do you say that's from what you understand? Did they tell you they took a poly and passed? Yes, ma'am. They told me that they did it. I wasn't there. So that's what I'm saying from my
So they didn't take a polygraph. What they did was take some form or some version of what I guess it, would be like, some type of so another form or another way of, giving a lie detector test. You feel me? So I don't know exactly what those were. I've been trying to figure out what type of lie detector test or what type of um, experiment or whatever was done on them, but I can't seem to find it. But hopefully, if I do a little bit more digging, I can bring it out and I'll be able to tell you guys exactly what was done. But Warren, yes, the boy that he'd interviewed, he was the only one that I think that refused the test, and I wonder why.
Understanding, they told me that all the boys except one, which is Warren, I believe, took a polygraph test. All of them did not have lawyers and did it and cooperated with police. Warren also cooperated with police. I just believe he didn't take a lot of take the test, but Warren is the young man that I interviewed. So according to what they told me, they all took a lot of tech tests and passed. And it's an equivalent of a lot of tech tests. It's not a traditional lot of tech test, but it's the same theology of trying to get to if a person is lying. I don't know the name of it. It's an equivalent of a lot of tech tests. It's a different methodology. I don't believe it was a polygraph test. I believe they took other stressors in order to analyze.
So then the answer to did they take a polygraph would be no. He's charming. He's well-spoken. But that was no. That was a no. They did not take a polygraph test, and not all of them took as he is calling it, the equivalent. Okay. George Olivo, in my experience as a trial lawyer, there is no equivalent for a polygraph. Tell me the various bodily indicators a polygraph measures.
So a polygraph does have very specific markers, and we're looking for physiological changes in baseline or truth signature. So we're looking at things like respiration, heart rate, electrodermal activity, which most people interpret as sweat gland activity. We're looking at peripheral movements to try and determine if someone's trying to cheat on the test. So it's quite extensive. And I think what the Officer Tatum was probably referring to, whether he realized it or not, was the voice stress analyzer. I think he used that word one time, some kind of stressor test. It's probably that they might have taken.
Maintenance fee.
So, and again, he said probably that. He didn't say that the voice stress test was exactly what they took. He said probably.
Hi, guys.
He said it was probably what they took. So again, we know about the polygraph test. We know about the stress reliever test. Again, I'm going to look into other types of ways that polygraphs or these type of tests can be administered to people. And again, I'm not saying, or I'm not going to say that this was the test that they absolutely took, but I'm just going to look into it and see the ways that, how they go about doing it and what they, the way that they judge on the P scale of, how they line or whatever the case may be. Like you say, people, become fidgety. Your breathing can either speed up or it can either slow down. Your eyes get jittery. You get to looking around and wondering. I mean, and pretty much though, like come on, man. I don't know who our parents on here, but I think a lot of us should be, kind of good at, at a lot of that, man. If you got kids and, the kids do something wrong and they say, no, you got a lying ass friend. You feel me? Habits are habits.
American homeowners, the FBI has been warning about today. If you're already a victim, you cannot control unless. I'm speaking to an expert, former FBI special agent polygrapher, George Olivo. As I recall, just off the top of my head, a polygraph measures things you really cannot control unless you can have studied and practiced beating a poly. Involuntary physical stress responses, blood pressure, heart rate, breathing rate, whether you're sweating, tubes around your chest and abdomen track your breathing, and even not just how fast you're breathing, but the depth of your breathing. Does your breathing become shallow? Do you have to pause and take deep breaths to calm yourself down? A traditional poly, measures cardiovascular activity. There's a blood pressure cuff on your arm, and it measures your pulse and your blood pressure fluctuation. It also measures what's called electrodermal activity. What is that? I've had to explain it a million times to jurors. Sensors attached to the fingers measure your sweat gland activity and even your skin electrical conductivity. The examiner then asks neutral questions like, is your name George Olivo? Are you from Cincinnati, from LA, California? Are you a polygrapher? Were you with the FBI? Were you there when Nolan Wells died? That's how that would work. You would lay a foundation of non-disturbing questions, baseline questions they're called, to get the person that's being subjected to a poly to get their baseline heart rate, their blood pressure, and so forth. Then when you hit them with a question regarding the case, you see if there's any change in that. Okay, I know I'm speaking as a layperson, Georgia Levo, but those are some of the things the polygraph measures.
You nailed it. Yeah, that's right, Nancy. And let me just add that the correlation between deception and physiology is nothing new. It goes back 4,000 years. Back in China, when the emperor was questioning one of the subjects, he would have a doctor.
And of course, now I'm not going to sit here and say that these boys have had training, right? Because we do know that you can't beat lie detector tests. There are ways to beat a lie detector or a polygraph or whatever type of test. There are ways to beat it. There are ways to make it inconclusive. There are ways to, do things that could make it, be off or whatever the case may be. So, but again, now that'll be speculating by saying that the boys took training or that the boys, were prepped, because I don't think they had time to be prepped on, on how to beat the test. And I think that's going to take some practice, unless you're just an evil, psychotic, sociopath type of individual. And again, I'm not saying that these boys aren't that as well, but again, man, you would just have to be a different level individual, because they give people the training, like military folks, police folks, like people go through training for this. Just like the young man said, his brother-in-law, they went through training to know to to be the like, man. So but again, man, these 17, 18-year-old kids, unless you were just into that and you reading a book and that's some shit that you know and that you got, and okay, well, let me take to that. Let me read up on this, and okay, well, maybe this will be, helpful, useful, later on in my life or whatever the case may be. I don't think that's the case here. So if they did take a test and if they pass, I will be kind to believe that maybe they pass. I don't know. But it's still too many inconsistencies with me in this case.
Doctor standing by to listen to the heart rate to determine if the person was telling the truth or not. We've been studying it ever since.
What is the test that Officer Tatum is talking about? To what is he referring?
I think, and he was kind of cryptic, maybe intentionally or unintentionally, maybe he didn't really know, but it sounded like he was referring to a voice stress analyzer. Those are these machines that detect microstressors electronically in the voice. The research is very weak on that and that type of technology. I guess it's better than nothing, but the bottom line is, and I'm speaking as a polygraph examiner, and I'm saying this, no diagnostic tool, and you know this obviously, should ever be used as a final verdict. I mean, it is just one piece of the truth puzzle, but obviously if you had a choice between a voice stress analyzer and a polygraph, there's really no comparison. The polygraph is going to be way more preferable.
Well, even polygraphs are not allowed in a criminal trial unless both parties stipulate they will be allowed to up front before the poly's even taken. They are allowed in civil trials. And isn't it true, Georgia Levo, you're the former FBI polygrapher, isn't it true the questions matter? They're critical. Because if you throw opening questions like,
well, before they even got to it, my chat is saying, it depends on the question that's asked, which can, misconstrue, the information. And again, like one of the other brothers in the chat said, they teach the FBI, they teach the CIA this, not only FBI and CIA, it's people out here, man, that again, that's sociopaths, introverts, people that's into all types of weird stuff, man, that, got books. I was into this show, man, I forgot the name of this show. It used to come on, and it was about how to tell a lie, I think it was, and he was pretty accurate. He went all body language. It was a good show too, and I think it's How to Tell a Lie. Next time I come on, I'm gonna try to have the exact name for you, but I believe it was How to Tell a Lie. And like I say, he operated fully and solely off body language. Don't get me wrong, few questions, but not so much a questioning. But again, that takes a long, damn near a lifetime of studying and understanding the human dynamic and different human characteristics and different cultures and things of that nature, what people would do and how they react in certain situations. You really would have to study. You know what I'm saying? Because each individual is different. And you can kind of culturally group or ethnically group individuals to an extent, but still that would even be kind of risque. You feel me? And like one of the other people said in the chat that polygraphs are inadmissible in court, in the state of Mississippi. So sometimes it depends on the state. Again, I always tell people when we talk about certain things or when I read a law from my city or from my state, I always tell you, it varies from state to state. Just like when we got into the Nolan Well case, I actually pulled up the Texas law of self-defense, and things of that nature. Listen, because in certain cases, in certain instances, we are about the law. Even with the Kendra Scott case, not to get off the Nolan Wells, with the young lady that unalived the young man that she found underneath her daughter's bed, she clearly shot him in the back of the head. She clearly shot him outside of her house. By law, that's wrong. Morally, it's still wrong because you still underlive the individual. You know what I'm saying? That didn't mean you any harm physically to you at that point in time. Now, morally, we can say, well, he was 20, she was 13. That's ridiculous. The mother did what she did and she was justified and right in doing what she was doing, but she wasn't morally or by the law of man. You feel me? Or for all my Bible thumpers, you know what I'm saying? My Allah people, whatever you praise and believe in. You feel me? She was wrong for that. But some people would say, oh no, he needed that, man. He shouldn't have been in there with that little girl. And that's right. Right. But why didn't she call the police, or why didn't she hold them or subdue them until they came so that she could see that justice was served with the law? You feel me? Because she caught them. Now, 9 times out of 10, if you got a gun on somebody, and I don't think, you feel me, that they trying to run. And if he did try to attack and run up on her and approach her and she shot, see, then it would be a different situation. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's just hard, man. We make messed up decisions and choices in life, and shit, we have to suffer from them, and it is what it is. So, but again, though, it's just hard, man. But again, it's just too many inconsistencies with this Nolan Wells.
Did you do anything wrong, or what happened that day? You can't ask questions like that. You really have to ask yes, no questions, and then they can expound upon it. Your questions must be very specific. Isn't that true?
100%. Yeah. Test question construction is something that is going to, a lot of things are going to make or break a test, but test question construction is key. And something is, let's say, there's a missing child, a missing person, and you ask someone of interest, are you responsible for their disappearance? Well, that's a terrible question because, they may feel morally responsible. If only I had been more careful, they feel guilty. And so you're asking the wrong question there. So you really have to get
Or you could have asked the perp that grabs the kid off the street, are you responsible for the disappearance? And they go, no, because in their mind, it's the parents' fault because the child was out on the street. Hadn't have anything to do with me. I just gave him a ride before I killed him. That said, you can't leave anything open to interpretation, just like you and I are describing. So when I would agree to a polygraph, I never stipulated it would come into court, ever. But when I would agree to a polygraph as an investigative tool, I would take part in selecting the questions and creating the questions. Because frankly, let's just be honest, George, a voice stress test where the prosecutor or the investigator is not in charge of the questions ain't worth a hill of beans, technical legal jargon. That means nothing to me.
I'd agree with you there.
Let me put it more clearly. Voice stress test. See, but even if the voice stress test was admissible, and then again, so what Nancy is saying is completely. I mean, she's right, but she's completely wrong because, of course, if they're going to do it in a legal fashion, of course, their lawyer will be there. Maybe someone from police or whatever the case may be, and they'll be asking the questions while the lawyer's there. If the lawyer will want to allow it, what I'm saying. And in a case like this, if it was an accidental death and if they didn't have anything to do with it, I can't see a defense lawyer saying, okay, why not go ahead? Now, again, if you feel me, like you think this just a little bit too fishy, even if it was an accident and you were a defense attorney for these young men, and you just it's a little bit too fishy, even if y'all didn't do it, no, you know what, we're not taking a voice stress test. I'm saying, no, we're not taking a polygraph test. No, we're not taking no other test. We'll rather, submit our evidence and our proof in court and go through it that way. You feel me? So sometimes that could be the best defense. And I think that's why Warren didn't take this so-called voice stress type polygraph style test. But again, state of Mississippi, I'm going to look it up. I don't even think it's admissible, like what somebody in the chat said. Just like video evidence is in some cases in some states are not admissible. You can have a man dead to right shoot. You feel me? But if the state don't, but again, you can always file a motion or petition with the court, and go back and before the judge to ask that, this evidence be admissible into court. It's a lengthy process that goes to these things, y'all. I know a lot of times we want to say, and I'm not, and Miss Chili, I'm not defending. I like to be pessimistic. I like to be optimistic, and I like to, be the devil's advocate and get in the gray area because again, it could have been an accident. Like we really don't know. We're just going off, and I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it 1,000, 100, or 1,000,000, or I'm gonna keep it funky for you. You hear me? I really do believe that it could have been. Well, I'm not gonna say that's what it was, but that could be one of the possibilities that it could have been an accident. And could it have been an accident caused by one of the other boys or maybe a friend or who off the bam around? Yes, it could have happened that way, or he could have slipped or anything. Like it could have been an accident, but the inconsistencies in the case lead me to believe that it's some type of tampering or covering up. I'm not going to say covering up. I'm not even going to use that word, but too many inconsistencies seems like it's something just ain't right with what's going on and what's being said. You feel me? And I'm gonna start with the young lady saying that he left me to go get on a boat, and then the brother said, "No, last time we seen to." And then how was the last time you seen me at 3:00? If y'all made the phone call at 4 and y'all didn't leave the doctor 4:31, but you saying that your guys and your homies was telling you that y'all was telling Nolan to get on the boat, get on the fucking boat. So y'all were telling him at 3:00 to get on a boat, and y'all didn't make a distress call until 4:00, and then y'all actually didn't leave that island till 4:31. Come on, man. Like, are we? Come on. Now, for anybody that's saying I'm speculating and guesstimate, no, they have the GPS. They got all of that. They made this call at 4:00 p.m. They didn't leave that place till 4:31 p.m. A boat that was supposedly sinking in 31 feet of water. Like we gotta make it make sense. Now I get it. We can't just say that these boys did anything, and we can't just say that they didn't do anything. But something happened, and I don't believe if it was 1,000 people on this island, like that young man Warren who got interviewed by Officer Tatum said, I just can't believe that no one seen him or no one knew of anything. And then let's just say this, even if they did leave him on the island, you mean to tell me that no one seen that? And I'm going to tell you, I did the math. It's 1,320 to 480 melanated individuals in the town of Ocean Spring, and they're about overall it's like 18,000 residents, and only 1,400 and maybe 20, 50 of those people are black. So you mean to tell me we're not going to sit here and say that it was hundreds of black folks on that island, right? We're not going to sit here and say that. We're going to sit here and say it was probably less than you can count with all 10 of your fingers. But everyone else left besides this 6'1" with the fro. No one seen him. No one offered him help. No one seen him liberated and said, come on, man, where you going? How you getting back to the main island? And they just left him there. Or no one, since they leave their phones on the boat, no one seen him while they was leaving, because they said after, all this came out, then they said 2 people made reference that they seen him on the island. So where are these 2 people at? How close were they to Nolan? Could they really surely say for sure or identify that it was Nolan? Was it dark? Was it nighttime? What was going on? What was the situation? Was it still more people there? Was it people in between your line of sight of seeing Nolan? See, this is what I'm saying. It's just too many inconsistencies. Let's get back to Nancy.
My rear end. That ain't coming into court. In fact, I wouldn't even pay any attention to it. Now, you give me a polygraph where I help fabricate the questions? Maybe. I want to know who was the polygrapher. Is he somebody the defense hires all the time so they're beholden to the defense? No, I want somebody like Olivo that did it with the FBI. So telling me these boys, as they call them, they're young men, first it was a poly, then I find out it's a voice stress test, took a test, and they passed. Oh, except one of them didn't take it. That means nothing. Put them on a poly with questions approved by the state. Then I'll pay attention. Right now, it's really not worth the salt that goes in my bread. You know what? If I wanted someone to pass one of these lie detector tests, I'd go with a voice test like these young men took. I wouldn't let them take a polygraph. Susan Hendricks joining us, investigative journalist and reporter. Death threats, including one that says, blood will be everywhere. What was that?
That was from a man out of Sacramento, now arrested and threatening the judge, who is the stepmother of Warren. And talk about frightening, saying a lot of blood. There'll be a lot of blood like there was on the boat, but yours will be much faster.
The perp is Joseph Alfredo Vasquez de Mars, arrested Thursday on charges of interstate transmission of threatening communication. Now, these are federal documents. What did he threaten one of the young men's mom with, Susan?
The threats were against Warren, one of the boys on the boat, his stepmother, who is a judge. And it was graphic. It was brutal, saying there will be blood everywhere, threatening her life, talking about on the boat. Saying
it really
does.
It says that he is sending a bomb to her office that will, quote, blow you away when you see it. Once that package is open, the timer will start. Then you have 10 seconds or less to ask God for forgiveness. So much blood everywhere. Hard to clean, especially from a boat. That was in that letter. And there is another death threat, Susan Hendricks, to Mississippi law enforcement saying, don't go outside. What happened with that?
Yeah, Cincinnati, Ohio woman calling 2 officials out of Mississippi several times, more than 25 times. Here is her mugshot. And you're right. Don't go outside, saying there's a bomb. So the threats are they're taking them seriously, as they should, and 2 arrests so far.
That's right. A woman now accused of bomb threats to government offices related to the Nolan Wells investigation. This is an Ohio woman facing federal charges. Michelle Francine Edwards, just charged in the U.S. District Court, Southern District, Mississippi. 1 count, transmitting threatening communications to interstate commerce. Okay. Nobody can do their job appropriately when they're under a death threat. That's against Mississippi law enforcement. Trust me, there are people within law enforcement that are trying to do the right thing. Threats on one of the young men's mothers. That's not all. Teslin Figaro, Nolan's family, has gotten threats too.
Absolutely. And, I don't condone violence on anybody, but I do want to put some context behind this, Nancy, as well. I was a police officer in the Air Force. You're talking about government officials, meaning I'm sure the judge has received threats. I'm sure the police officer has received threats, although they should not happen. But these are individuals that have taken, just like you and I, have taken on, positions that it comes with the territory. You have received death threats. I have received death threats. So the people that's not being talked about that's received the death threats is Nolan Wells' mother and father. Why is nobody talking about the death threats with them? They've reported it. Why isn't anybody arresting the people who are actually harassing the victims? It's online. It's available for people to see. So I just find it very interesting that there's so much sympathy for a police officer who not only do they receive death threats, they put their life on the line. They signed up and raised their hand and say, hey, pick me for the death threats and pick me to give my very life, as I did in the Air Force. So it is not right what is happening, but we also have to shine a light on the actual victims, the actual people who are grieving the loss of their son, and nobody gives a damn about the death threats that they're receiving.
I want to be very clear, Ms. Figaro. You say nobody cares. That's not true. I care. I care. I care about the death threats on Nolan's mother and his family and his team. I also care about death threats on one of these boys' mother and on law enforcement. And yes, my first death threat, oh my goodness, came back in the 80s. But guess what? They faxed it to me from the Fulton County Jail. So that wasn't much of a mystery. But with every time you take a position, you make people angry. The thing is, if these threats, including the ones on Nolan's mother, the mother, you know what I'm doing all night long till 2 o'clock, Miss Figaro? I'm packing my children to go away to college. That's what Nolan's mother should be doing tonight. She should be getting him ready to go back to school. Instead, she's visiting his remains. And now, death threats. We want justice in this case. We don't want secret grand jury proceedings. We don't want secret medical examiner reports. We want all threats investigated. We want the truth behind that audio. I want to know. And I want everybody on that boat polygraphed. We want answers. If you know, or you think you know anything about this case, dial 228-769-3063. Tonight, we honor Canine Echo, protected while serving the Sartell PD, Minnesota, because a group called Vested Interest in Canines created a bullet and stab proof protected vest and protected echo. These things aren't standard. They're over $1,000 each. And I've seen many canines die on crime scenes. Protect those canines who protect us. We remember an American hero, Officer Brian Huff, Detroit PD, shot in the line of duty after 12 years, leaving behind his wife, Melissa, and their son, Blair. American hero, Officer Brian Huff. Thank you to our guests for being with us tonight, but especially to you for joining us in our search for the truth. However it may pan out, if it brings down the courthouse walls, so be it. We want the truth about Nolan Wells. Nancy Grace signing off. I'll see you tomorrow night. And until then, good night, friend.
Hey man, y'all is killing me in the chat, man. Whose IQ is 60? You got this. You know what? I'm not gonna let y'all bait me into the chat conversation. But again, chat, look, listen. I have an open panel, man. Open forum. As long as everybody is respectable, you know what I'm saying. If you could be respectable and show proper decorum, I allow people to come up in the chat. You feel me? Come up on the panel, and speak their piece. If you know what I'm saying. You got something to say. You feel me? Most definitely. Are you good, brother? Most definitely. Most definitely. Most definitely. We most definitely can do that. You know what I'm saying? You know? Let me see here. But yeah, I'm not gonna let the chat baby in, man. Like I see they in the uproar. Oh my goodness, man. Let me stop. I see they in the uproar. I don't know why we have such, you know what I'm saying? If he be like, it shouldn't even be like this, man. Like one of the brothers said in the chat, man, this is exactly, you know what I'm saying, what they want to happen, man. Exactly what they want to happen. They want you to be, you know what I'm saying, want everybody to be divided. But again, I'm not gonna say they want everybody to be divided, man. 'Cause this is basically, bro. This is just, I think this is just human nature. You feel me? At its finest. You feel me? Because I don't see it getting better. I just don't. I don't see it getting no better. You know what I'm saying? I don't see it no better. I don't see it getting no better. Hold on, man. Let's see what the Cajun Navy had to say. Let's go over here real quick. Even though I don't mess with TMZ, and I never did, you know what I'm saying? I just never really did. I never really been a TMZ fan, but they got some Cajun. They say the Cajun Navy. Let's see what they talking about over here, man.
If you're not going to believe this, if you don't know, there are pro-anorexia groups.
Oh no,
including by Jamil. Pro-anorexia. Why isn't she going after the eyewitness that he could to come out to Los Angeles?
Oh no, that was just some clickbait. That was just clickbait, y'all. I thought they had some Cajun Navy. Let's see what Don talking about, y'all. Here we go. Here we go. Cajun Navy. Here we go.
So as I have been speaking to folks who are familiar with this geospatial analysis, this is what they're telling me. They're telling me that basically they took all the tips, the pics, the videos, and used a combination of Google Earth and navigation software to best determine where these vessels were. Okay, so now they know where the vessels were. And this is what investigators do. Now, it's just a tool that may or may not be helpful in the investigation. I think it will be helpful in the investigation. I really do. I think it's going to be helpful. Okay, but it puts all of their leads, all of the leads for investigators and everyone into one document. Okay, so I think, again, that it may be one of the most important things that I have read about this case. And you are once again getting it right here on.
Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. 1 quick second. Apologies. My string, y'all, was acting a little bit crazy. Now we back. Let me get back to Don.
Okay, so as we say here, breaking, Cajun Navy releases new timeline and photos in Nolan Wells case. It is a report, it is an analysis. And they said it's going to help them piece together exactly what happened. All right, so I don't believe it's because it solves the mystery. It doesn't solve the mystery, but it helps. Not because it tells us exactly what happened. It doesn't do that either. But again, every little bit helps. In fact, the very first thing the authors tell you is that this is a working analytical report, much like the audio technician who told us, hey, look, this is my analysis. This should not be the only analysis. It's not the gospel. This is my interpretation of what happened. This is their own analytical report. It is a working report. It's not a law enforcement finding, and it doesn't determine criminal or civil responsibility. Okay? It doesn't do that. So let's pull it up and take them through. Let's start with page 1. So this is Nolan Wells, geospatial timeline and vessel movement analysis. And then it has Horn Island, Mississippi, July 4th, 2026. So this is what it was like out there. And so they put all the boats together that they have, right? They put all the boats together. Boat 1, boat X, boat 2, boat 3, Warren on Palm Beach. Okay. And so Warren is, what's his first name? Shoot. Anyway, Warren Hudson is his first name. And so it says Warren on Palm Beach. Now, you might be thinking, well, this is kind of, maybe it's not what you think it is. Disappointing. Actually, it's not disappointing. I think it's exactly why it's worth reading this report and looking at it and giving it to you. Okay, figure 1, annotated source image showing boat number 1, boat X, boat number 2, and boat 3 in relation to the Palm Beach viewpoint. Okay, so scroll up a little bit, Andy, so I can see. Okay, working analytical report. This report organizes the supplied photographs, videos, annotations, coordinates, and social media statements. It is not a law enforcement finding, and it does not determine criminal or civil responsibility, as they said. Okay, we've reached a point here. Keep scrolling, Andy. We've reached a point here.
If anybody want to come up, man, put that link in your browser and come on up.
In this case, where everybody seems convinced that already they know what happened, as we have said this morning. Some people are convinced that this was an accident. Others are convinced that there was foul play involved in this. Some people think law enforcement has handled this professionally. Others believe that there are too many unanswered questions. They haven't really been transparent. They haven't been candid. That's what they believe. They haven't answered enough questions to justify. They haven't answered enough questions, which justifies serious skepticism in this one. Okay. So and look, I'm always honest with you. Right? We're not naive here. We know the history of Mississippi. As I've been telling you, I told you this morning, we know why many Black Americans don't automatically give institutions the benefit of the doubt. We do. The history of this country, it's all real. It is earned. And it is impossible to separate that history from the way many people see this case. And at this time, history cannot answer what happened to Nolan Wells. It can provide us with a roadmap, perhaps, with some knowledge about what could have happened, where we are now. Because look, Reverend Sharpton said something the first day at the funeral. He said, I think it was at the funeral or at the press conference, where he said, I think it was at the press conference. No, at the funeral. Your medical history, when you go to the doctor, your doctor asks you about your medical history, right? If you're going to a new doctor.
And you know what's
or if they'll say, do you have a history of this? What about your family? And what is it?
Chat, you know what's so crazy? Y'all going back and forth with each other. Y'all don't even know who behind these avatars. So it could be the same people behind these avatars pushing this narrative and getting y'all to go back and forth. Like, this is crazy. Like, we gotta stop this, bro. Let's stop this, bro.
Medications are you on? So that history of Mississippi is an indicator for how law enforcement there or officials might handle things. So evidence has to the history should be added into the evidence and into the report and into the findings. All right. And that is why I find this report so interesting. So investigative focus. The central questions are straightforward, but the available record is not yet complete. At what time? Which boats were present? Which boats moved? When did they move? Who was aboard them? When did the Triton begin taking on water? Very important stuff, right? When did all of this happen? What happened between Nolan's last independently corroborated sighting and the 1631 departure of the boat on which Nolan arrived at Horn Island? And this is number one. If the boat was sinking, why was the rescue request? That was a very good question. If the boat was sinking, why was the rescue request canceled? Extremely suspicious. I don't know. That was bizarre. Was he somebody else on the phone with his grandfather while the grandfather was on the phone with Cito? I don't know. And so here's the analytical premises here, or premise, I should say. There remains a material gap in the timeline. The most useful next step is not to force a conclusion, but to identify exactly which events are visually documented, which are reported by witnesses, which are only annotated by secondary sources, and which remain unknown. Okay? So that is number one. It actually classifies the evidence. It separates what's directly visible in the photos and videos from what's based on source annotations, from what's an analytical reference, from what simply is unresolved. Okay? And so that is the final report from the Nolan Wells. So think about that. How often do you see that online? When did you see a report like this? That's why I think that this is so critical. Today, a screenshot becomes a fact, right? That people think it's a fact. A rumor becomes evidence. We can't do that. Somebody circles something in a photograph and suddenly people treat it like, oh my God, this has been proven. And that's why I say I have my idea of what happened, but that's not the gospel that I've been telling people. And so this report says, slow down, let's put everything in order. And here is what we know. Here's what we think we know. And here's what we still don't know. I wish more investigations and frankly, more conversations worked this way.
Yeah, but
one of the biggest conclusions in the report isn't really a conclusion at all. And we will get to that. Now let's go through number two. These are the executive findings. Okay. Geospatial anchor. The MDMR search datum show in the supplied correspondence, and it gives the coordinates 30, whatever, converts approximately, blah, blah, blah. And it tells us that a separately supplied map and pin, and then it gives the coordinates of that. Is only about 1.6 meters from that point. That's important. They're putting together a timeline. Where was the boat, right? What was the last time you saw him? Then they'll know possibly how far out in the water he was, which I have told you with Jolly, I think he got too far out into the water, and that could have been problematic for him, and his friends were busy trying to check out what was happening on the boat.
Hey, James and
there was Nolan, his background left alone. That is one of the possibilities for me. Possible, again, not gospel. And then it just goes on and it says, these two depictions therefore appear to refer to essentially the same location, subject to normal map GPS precision. Okay, so they are locating, they're corroborating with others and with other information. Second mapped point, a second supplied coordinate, and it gives the coordinates, is approximately 279 meters from the MDMR origin vessel datum. The media supplied here does not establish what event that second point represents. Still to be investigated. Now, you guys remember, Jolly did something very similar to this.
This beautiful Bree.
Where he put together the coordinates and did his own research.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And, Jolly is a trained professional, a former Army interrogator. Okay, so that is the second point, the second map point where they said, it does not establish what event that second point represents. They'll find that. That's going to be important. And this is, I mean, all of this is still critical. They're saying that there is still a critical gap in the timeline. The authors say that they still cannot establish a continuous, independently corroborated chain of events between Nolan's last confirmed sighting and the reported departure of the boat he arrived on. They identified the interval as the most important unanswered part of this case. Okay, that is the most important part of this case. That interval is crucial. Now, I want you to notice what they don't do. This is what they don't do. This is what people do, lay people. Non-professionals. What do? They fill in the gap with speculation. And that's what they're telling you, don't do that. Is it standard for the Cajun Navy? Someone says to release a new timeline and photos of Nolan Wells' case. Is it standard for the Cajun Navy to run their own investigation independent of law enforcement? Yes, it is standard for the Cajun Navy. Now, I want you to remember who the Cajun Navy is, right? Remember, the Cajun Navy is General Russell Honore is part of that. Part of the search and rescue team. It's his organization that helps with that. So he has the ability as a former member of the military and who led the Katrina investigation. He has the ability and the wherewithal, the credentials to be able to do that, okay? And the folks who work with him. All right, so let's continue on with the information that we have. They don't fill in.
So the mom didn't lie about knowing the friends, man. Just because you see some little kids hanging around, bro. Like one of them was like, man, I ain't never been in the house. But he claimed he the best friend, but he ain't never been in the house. He ain't never really met the mom and dad, but this is his best friend, so stop it with that one. I'm just saying.
In the gap about what happened just because they're wanting something to put there. That's not what they're doing. Okay? They don't force an answer here. They don't say this must have happened. They say in this report, this is where investigators need more evidence. And that's what real investigators do, to answer part of the question that the person in the chat asked. Okay? Now, here's the thing that when we're looking at all of this video, there's a video, and if you can take this down for a second and put the video up of the video that we got from the Instagram, I believe, the post inside of the TMZ. So I want you to look at this, right? Play it, and we'll show you, okay?
We're out here, everybody's coming out, so at 11:15.
Okay. So we have seen this, right? We've seen videos like this. This is the first time that we're seeing this particular video. And hold it right there. Okay, I want you to pause it right there and just hold it. Okay, so this is what they refer to as the boat cluster, okay? When all of the boats are together, we call it, you're tying it up and whatever. That's what people usually call it. Hey, you guys want to tie up together? And you do it. You a couple boats tie up and whatever.
Make sure y'all grab one of the memberships.
I'm not a fan of that at all. That's not my jam. Maybe one, maybe two, maybe three boats.
Listen, I just don't do Nolan Wells, you know what I'm saying, updates and things of that nature, man. Nolan Wells is just popular, so that's what we on right now, man. Fridays and Saturdays, we do music. Sundays, we get into theology. And we got something for every day of the strong, man. You know what I'm saying? Saturday to Sunday, we always got something going on. So if you ain't subbed up to the channel, man, make sure y'all sub up to the channel. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all come on over, man, and have a good time. You feel me? Also, this is an open platform, open forum. The link is in the chat. I usually post a link in the chat periodically throughout the publication, just in case ones want to come up. They can come up. They can speak their piece on what's being played. Or if you got something that you think needs to be pushed and moved to the forefront, you feel me? I let people come on and opinionate and speak their piece. As long as you show proper decorum and respect for the panelists and the guests and each other. A little ad hominems, a little testosterone could get thrown around. I feel that every now and again. It's always, some disagreements that that can be, had or come from, a conversation. But, we try to keep it to a minimum, man. So again, like I say, man, the link is in the chat. If anybody want to come up, if anybody want to speak, if anybody want to say anything, listen, I don't care if you're black, white, yellow, blue, green, purple, or orange. If you're Lutheran, Baptist, Catholic, Christian, Muslim, Buddha, Hindu, or whatever, you feel me? You can come up here and speak your piece. Let's get back to Don.
But the two really for me at the max, because then it's too many people, too many people not looking, too much going on, and too much where you can't see, and then someone goes underwater and you don't know. So this is the boat cluster that they're about to mention right now that I'm going to tell you about. Okay, now Andy, please put the other thing back up for me. Okay, vessel cluster. The annotated stills consistently depict a cluster. My voice changing. The annotated stills consistently depict a cluster that the source labels, as you said in the beginning, Andy, if you can take us back to boat 1, and then don't take us back. There it is. Okay, there's boat 1, boat 2, boat 3, boat X, right? Warren on Palm Beach. That is a boat cluster. That's what they're talking about. Okay, let's go back to where we were. All right, so when they're talking about this, they call it vessel cluster, right? And Palm Beach and Triton. The images support relative position comparison, but the labels themselves are user source annotations rather than independent vessel registration identifications. That is important. And so they're doing what real investigators are doing, and they are being very meticulous about this. The report also looks at videos that appear to show times around 3:23 and 4:27. Okay? Now, I didn't notice any videos. Andy, were there any videos attached to this? I just saw photographs. Did I miss the videos?
I did not see videos either.
Okay. Well, I didn't see any videos. A lot of people would have looked at those videos and then they would have said, okay, the timeline is solved. And so perhaps the videos we're talking about are the cluster of boats and some of the new videos that's out. Okay. So the report doesn't make an assumption about videos or photographs or whatever. The other things that I found very interesting, which you're going to see in a little bit, is that it actually showed what Horn Island was like on that day. The weather conditions, rather than just the boats, people out walking on the beach, what the weather was like. It was beautiful. What people, what their mindsets were, how they were enjoying themselves, the entire thing. Okay. It says that those timestamps still need to be authenticated because they may not represent when the original videos were recorded. That's in there from the video, talking about the videos. They could reflect when someone later screen recorded them. Okay. So some of the videos, they're not sure if it was taken, if that is from the original metadata, or if it is from when people loaded them in, right? Or processed them, or uploaded them, or downloaded, okay? Again, I'm glad they're pointing this out because that is discipline. Again, the labels themselves are user source annotations rather than independent vessel registration identifications. Okay, so, and then there's, again, when we talk about embedded time evidence, which is in this one. 2 supplied screen recording videos display phone interface clock times of approximately 3:23 to 4:27. That's what I just talked about, okay? The 4:27 recording shows boats and people in the anchorage. That's in those vessel clusters and where people anchor. That's why I am not a fan of that. Okay, it shows people in the anchorage because these are clocks that are visible inside captured social media content. So they're looking at times on watches, times on clocks. Maybe it's on the GPS. Maybe it's on the Garmin. If you have a boat, it could be in any of that. Right, wherever you have the thing that you have your tracks on, where where you can go and it's safe, and you don't hit a rock or whatever, and it's safe for you to travel. That they call those tracks, right? And so they're looking for that. There are timestamps on that. They're zooming into it, right? Maybe they're enhancing it to figure out the times. It shows between 3:23 and 4:27. Recording shows boats and people in the anchorage because these are clocks visible inside captured social media content. They should be treated as timing indicators, not automatically as verified original camera timestamps. Very important. The report documents changes in the positions of several boats, which they will talk about. We'll talk about here. And again, it doesn't claim that it proves a crime. I want to tell you that. It says that those movements should be verified with original media, GPS records, vessel electronics, and witness interviews before anyone reaches a conclusion. Okay? So 2 supply screen recording videos.
It don't seem like nothing will prove some foul play in this damn case.
It displays that time, right? And then departure hinge, it says 4:31. This is the departure. The stated 16:31, which is GMT, right? Greenwich Mean Time. The stated 16:31 departure time of the boat on which Nolan arrived at Horn Island City.
Just in case y'all don't know, 16:31 is military time. That means 4:31. So again, they sat in this water for over 30 minutes waiting to get towed or waiting for some assistance, and their boat was sinking.
It's only minutes after the 4:27 embedded clock visual. So there's an embedded clock visual, and then they're tracking the other thing to see what time that was. The embedded clock, if the 4:27 time corresponds to the event itself, that media could be highly probative of the immediate pre-departure vessel configuration. Original file metadata or platform post metadata is needed to authenticate that inference. So they need some metadata and others to authenticate it. But if it all lines up, that helps the investigators. That helps the investigators from the police department, the sheriff's department, the DA's office, as well as the independent investigators that are with the family's attorney. They have investigators as well. So that is the beginning of this. More to come. First, a word from our sponsors. We're going to get back into this report. Very important report. Can I show you something? People ask me all the time, does BetterHelp actually have certification training and women can only teach with the match? Stuff up so that there we go, so that I can look at it. Okay. All right. So what is the page that we're on here? There we go. Okay. Andy, I want to go through, if you will, the working analytical thing. Let's go through some of these things ourselves here. Let me move this one. Okay. I want to go through some of these photographs because I think it's really important, Andy. All right. So let's see where we just go back and scan through. You can scan through slowly, and I'll read. I'm gonna go through some of the headlines here instead of going through every single thing. If you go back to where we were and then just sort of scan through, and I'll tell you where you should stop. Okay. So It has all the departure hinge and all of that, supplied social media statements, all of that. And so it says, post, this is at 431, witness material. This is important, okay? A supplied social media statement places an almost fighting group, almost fighting, that's what they say, around 5 o'clock p.m. and says a Bertram with a blue, hang on, okay. It says a Bertram with a blue top left shortly thereafter pretty fast. A reply disputes that the relevant person was Nolan and said a different young man was present. Now, this conflict is important precisely because it prevents treating 5 p.m. account as a confirmed sighting of Nolan. Did you guys understand that? They're saying that there was somebody else that was there, and maybe they thought it was Nolan, but they cannot confirm, okay? A supplied social media statement places an almost fighting group around 5 p.m. and says a Bertram with a blue top, that's the type of boat it was, with a blue top, left shortly thereafter, pretty fast. Reply disputes that. The relevant person was Nolan and says a different young man was present. This conflict is important precisely because it prevents treating the 5 p.m., that departure, that account, the almost fighting thing, as a confirmed sighting of Nolan. And then there's a late observation that we want to tell you about. Another supplied social media image states that the commenter was parked next to the group and that Nolan was nowhere in sight when the commenter left at 7:30. This is a reported observation, not independently verified by the supplied media. Okay? So there you go. And this is where we're going over what we know and what we don't know. That is what we are doing. You guys asked me this morning. I don't know if you were the same person, and that's what I'm doing for you. Okay? And then here's the core gap. And then we're going to get into the other settings and the other pictures. The supplied package does not by itself establish continuous, independently corroborated chain from Nolan's last known sighting through 4:31 p.m. The gap remains the critical analytical interval. 1650. Okay, can we do the 1631 thing for me? That is the key. Again, don't want to speculate, but that is the key of what happened to Nolan. If he was indeed out there, as they said so, on the boat, and they were saying, Nolan, get in. They were having problems. He's out there. He's sinking. He's trying to call. He's on channel 16, which is the emergency. And I think if he's on channel 16 or if he's on, no, CETO would not be on channel 16. CETO would be a call. Or I have never had to use CETO, so I don't know if I can get on and say CETO. Maybe there's a channel for CETO, but usually channel 16.
Well, yeah, so he wasn't on the channel. He made a phone call because he did tell a woman that he didn't have a radio on board the boat.
And channel 9 and channel 16. Those are the two important channels where you can get the emergency, mostly channel 16, okay? On the radio, right? It'll say, let's say your boat name is Cajun Crawfish. Cajun Crawfish to Coast Guard, or Cajun Crawfish to Dockmaster, or whatever it is. Having trouble, I'm sinking. SOS, or whatever. And then they get back a copy, Cajun Crawfish, we're sending, or whatever. Okay? Has there ever been clarity on why his phone info has been deleted? No clarity on that. And there also, some people are refuting that, saying that it was not deleted. We'll see in the investigation. But this 1631 thing is the important thing to me. But let's go to 1650. We'll get back to 1631. The configuration point. The newly supplied 1650 photograph, there's a photograph, adds a post 1631 visual checkpoint, right? Frontier Bay, boat number 2 is no longer in its earlier original position, consistent with the fight video still. If the time is authenticated, the movement occurred by 1650, although the exact movement time remains unknown. I want you to keep that in because we're going to see some photographs, and I think that's going to show us some things. Andy, go forward, please. That's going to show us some things. Okay, and then we have the evidence classification and limitations. They're very thorough in this report, very thorough in this report. I want to spend as much time with you uninterrupted. So a word from our sponsors, and we're back with this report and the new photographs that can help fill in the timeline. This is an important report. Here's a word. You know what every business owner does at some point?
Whatever this man,
I know because I did in the beginning. They convince themselves that
regardless
you
of
can
whether
do everything doesn't mean help convert fat into evidence, classification, and limitation.
Let me pause this. Regardless of whatever his sexual preference is, man, he's going over information. This ain't information that he went out and, you know what I'm saying, made up or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? He's an official reporter, so and that don't mean that he can't get bad information. But a lot of this information is exact and correct. And again, I want to let the people know that we're not accusing anyone here on this channel of any wrongdoing. And we're also not saying that that group of young men or Bart or anyone on that island didn't do anything. Again, I just want to point out the inconsistencies in the story. I'm not necessarily going to say it's a cover up, but allegedly that's what everyone is saying. I'm not going with a lot of the other YouTubers and the narratives and the things that they push. Now, I do understand the history of Mississippi. Again, I do understand the history of certain things, and I can see how certain things can, kind of seem like, whatever the case may be. But I'm going to let the investigation play out, right? And I'm going to also always be, at a point of contention because of the racial connotations that people want to put on it. But again, I don't necessarily think it's a racial thing. Can it be? Could it be? Will it be? Maybe. Some people say it already is. But again, I'm not ruling out that it was an accident. But again, it's just too many inconsistencies. So for me, I'm going to say I don't think it was an accident. It's just too much fishy shit. Because even if it was an accident, just come out and say it was an accident. We don't even have to be doing this. This wouldn't even be national news coverage. It wouldn't be any, of course, still they're going to do their investigation. But if you just came out and said it was an accident, I mean, just say it was an accident. If it was an accident, why do we have to do investigation? Why do we have to poke and pry and to pick things apart to try to find out, oh, well, yeah, it really was an accident? That's BS.
I do agree with that.
That's BS. What's going on, DJ? How you feeling tonight, young man?
What?
DJ? Hello? Okay, he fell off. But yeah, man, it's wild, man. But yeah, man, leave the man alone, man. You feel me? Like, I ain't never been really a Don Lennon fan. I'm just playing the video, man, because we listening to some of the information that he got going on. You feel me? Listen, I ain't gonna sit here and say I'm for or against the community. Listen, whatever the community want to do, let the community do, as long as it don't infringe on my, you feel me, what I got going on. You know what I'm talking about?
Right, direct visual observation, and it tells what their sources were. Examples in this report: boat holes, flags, relative positions, crowds, shoreline, on-screen clock displays. Okay, source annotation: boat 1, and it shows you that boat X, the Triton, Palm Beach, Warren on Palm Beach, etc., etc., etc. All right, so they're going through all of that, and then it has the documentary statement, right? The MDMR datum, the Matthew Lamp, Melissa Thomas, and Caitlin Bouchard statement. So there are people here and here who are giving statements. Okay, so all of this is important. And the analytical references, MDR datum, and then it gives the coordinates. Pins are essentially coincident. Okay. And then the unresolved, which is the last one here, exact occupancy of every vessel, authenticated every time or every clip, onset of Triton water ingress. Okay. So their analysis was thorough, but is it true? Yes. Who can verify the information? That is a very good question. Again, as we have been saying, this is analysis. Do not take this as a final report. This is what all investigators do. Okay, no one is saying that their analysis is true. They're just saying this is what they came across in their analysis. And so you would have to go through all of these witnesses that they say, the datum, Matthew Lamp, Melissa Thomas, Caitlin Bouchard, their statements. You'd have to go and interview. You'd have to take everything. You'd have to interview them. You'd have to figure out if they're telling the truth. It's all part of a report or a group of reports, right? A series of reports. It's all part of that. Okay, Andy, let's scroll through. All right, so then that's the datum, sourced media inventory. Then it just tells you what everything, the vessel cluster, the comparison. All right, so they're giving basically these annotations about what they have. They're filling you in on what they have. They're telling you all the images that they have, right? That we have sort of, that we're gonna go through. Everything, the geospatial reconstruction, everything, all right? And so let's stop right there, one of one. As part of the response, the MSDMR requests SAR data related to the missing person, Nolan Wells. The MDR will use the data to start sonar scans in the area. While information is still limited, we request the following for be used for the data. And then we go into some of the images. Let me get to my producers here. Okay. So, okay. All right, so I think let's save that for the members only if we can, team. Okay, thank you for all of that. All right, so I want to get to the images because I found that's very important. I'm a very visual person. So here we go. Okay, and you remember very early on, we got the photograph of Nolan's body on the beach. We didn't show the really explicit one, but we showed the image from far away. And I don't think we need to exploit the family or him or what those images to show you. But this is what they were calculating. Where was the boat, right? Where was the boat? So this is showing the 1800 CST search datum and origin vessel GPS. Calculated comparisons to the 3A pin, blah, 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 blah. It goes through that. Figure 3B, as we are looking here, there's 3A and 3B, is approximately 279 meters from the MDR data and about 279 meters from figure 3A. This is a strong geospatial match from figures 3A, but it does not itself establish when the vessel occupied that point or what occurred there. So that is the point. They're showing you where the vessel was when all of this commotion was going on. Now you see what I'm talking about being where someone is from shore. That looks like a short distance when you look at it this way, but that's not a short distance. That is not a short distance, especially with riptides and all of that. That's not a short distance. So if someone is trying to get back to shore and is fighting currents and rip currents and oof. Okay, I don't know that. I'm just saying in what I am thinking here. Okay? This is just what I've been thinking in my head. Do not take that as gospel. Keep going. Let's scroll and look at some of the other photographs. Okay. Shoreline context. Inverted to denote north-south view of Horn Island. The aerial images show the relationship between the north side anchorage shoal and the island tip. Without an image containing a scale bar, north arrow and verified camera position precise bearings should not be inferred from the photograph alone. So they're telling you don't infer it from the photograph alone. This is, I believe, is essentially the point where the boat was or where his body was found. But this is where in that particular area. And they're saying, do not take this again as gospel because there are no markers and there's no scale bar to tell you, to give you the scale of what is happening. Okay, Andy, keep going. You can keep scrolling until I say, stop, don't go any further. Okay, and then it gives a working timeline. They started at 3:23 p.m. They're saying it's unresolved. No continuous chronology established in the supplied package. 3:23, the supplied vertical screen recording displays a phone clock, and then it goes to show you with that. User identified this as the start of the critical gap. This is the critical gap that's a little bit later here, right? Between 3:23, 4:27, and 4:31. User identifies this as the start of the critical gap. Exact time and corroborating source are not contained in the supplied media package, okay? And then 4:27, a second supplied vertical screen recording displays a phone, a clock, 4:27, while showing boats, people in the anchorage. Time indicator, potentially highly relevant. And then it gives you the name MP4, what is it, B3, whatever. That is the image number that they can refer to. And then 4:31, the boat on which Nolan arrived at Horn Island departed at 16:31, as we said, per the user supply timeline. The supplied package does not include the underlying GPS engine AIS record proving this time. Again, this is their analysis. Nothing has been proved yet. It's still even this analysis, this report has to be corroborated and investigated, and people are going to go through it. And yes, I believe investigators are going to use this. Okay. Asserted hinge, underlying record not supplied. Okay. So then 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, Matthew Lamp states a passenger was pretty certain a person was part of a group that was almost fighting around 5 p.m. He says the Bertram with blue top left shortly afterward and fast. Not believed to be a factor at this time, but they don't know. It is secondhand in its social media claim, they say. 5 p.m. conflicting. Melissa Thomas disputes the identification, states a different young man was with the group, and says they spoke to the boys, one of whom had an entire vodka bottle. Conflicting social media claim. And yes, the way this case is being handled does not seem normal. SR Warren, 103. Go to the next one. So we've heard about these. We've heard about the fights. We've heard about the arguments. And then it shows DR correspondence later uses 1800 GCST, which is Central Standard Time, 6 p.m., with the origin vessel GPS datum for SAR sonar planning. This should not be interpreted automatically as a sighting time, documented search planning time. 7:30, Caitlin Bouchard states that they were parked next to the group and he was nowhere in sight when they left at 7:30. Social media claim. 4:30, 4:50 p.m., 6:50 CST. New supplied shoreline photograph shows the crowded anchorage. Frontier Bay, that's a boat. Boat number 2 is no longer in its earlier original position, matching the positional change seen in the later flight video still. user supplied, capture time, direct visual configuration. So this is from an aerial that is something that is has more validity than a social media claim, although witnesses are very important. Witnesses are very important. And then we have the, as we have said before, as they were pointing out, the critical interval, Andy, which is number 6 here. The critical interval, the period requiring the most scrutiny. As I said, this is the most important thing. The period requiring the most scrutiny is the interval between the last independently corroborated sighting of Nolan and the asserted 4:31 p.m. Triton departure. This is the critical time. The 323 and 427 visual material may bracket or illuminate part of that interval, but only in the displayed clock times if the displayed clock times can be authenticated as corresponding to the original event recordings. The supplied media does not close the gap, because they don't know if this 427, if it was accurate, 323, they don't know which they, I would imagine, would have captured perhaps from video that they have gotten, or from an aerial, or from wherever they got it, okay? That is the critical point right there that I have been saying. So scroll up. Let's scroll a little bit. All right, so we have all that. We got the boat 1, we got boat X, we got, okay, we know that their movement, their occupancy, they have been scanning and tracking all of that. Keep going, okay? Because I want to get to some of the images. And then they have what the Triton is doing. They have that. So here we go. This chair is squeaky, so don't think there's something else. Okay, so here's the thing. This is the comparative configuration. You see all those people in the water, and that's what they call the vessel cluster. Now you see why I don't like that. Now you see why I don't like the clusters. Look at that. That's too many people in the water. Too many people in neck deep water. Too much can go on. You lose track of your buddy. You don't know where it is. It could be, let me just be honest, it could be under a boat. Could be stuck in something, could be stuck in an anchor. You have no idea with all of these things. And that is, okay, so that's 5A. Source annotation shows boat X between boat number 1 and boat number 2, okay? And then you have the fight video. Boat X is missing. Boat 1 point of view. This was taken from boat 1. And that's the point of view from boat 1. I want to look at these pictures. Keep going. These pictures are very important. That's why I think you're going to get a lot of the information. And then you have, that's the fight video that everyone is talking about, right? Apparently there was a fight. Remember the give me my effing phone? They said they couldn't tell who it was. The guy said it was him. And then someone else said, no, it was Nolan, right? Still, don't know for sure. But the friend said, no, I was the one saying, give me my phone. And then there are others who have disputed that. On board the Triton. So this is Nolan. This is geospatial timeline. He is on board the Titan with one of his friends. The Triton, excuse me, the Triton with one of his friends. And then there is, you can see the Triton right there. The back of it, you see a dark-skinned man on the back, it looks like. Sometimes these kids are so tan, you can't tell. They're out in the sun all day. And then there's the Palm Beach, which is another boat. And then there is boat number 3. Okay, keep scrolling, Andy. Let's go through this. And it tells you the photographs, right? It says the Bay Frontier position changes. Sources, a newly supplied photograph is represented as having been taken at 1650 CST, which would be after the 1631. So if this is 1650, it's after that. Is that Nolan? 19 minutes after the user supplied 1631 departure of the boat on which Nolan arrived at Horn Island. Key visual observations. Frontier Bay. Boat number 2 is no longer in the earlier original position in figure 5A. This is consistent with the later flight video still, where the vessel configuration was likewise changed, has likewise changed. Analytical significance here. So this is where they're going to say, if the 1650 capture time is authenticated, the photograph established an upper bound time. Frontier Bay had moved from its earlier position by 1650. It does not establish the exact minute of the movement, destination, occupants, or any connection between that movement and Nolan's disappearance. Nolan possibly in the photo, but not confirmed. But not confirmed, but possibly in the photo. What on earth is happening here? Was it him? What time was that taken? Sometimes these investigations or these analyses can lead to more questions than answers. Let's continue on, Andy. Those are my doggies. Let's continue on. Okay, so this is the one that I thought was extremely important to me, okay? The one that I thought was important to me. And that is, now you see what it was like out there that day, what people were like on the island. These are people, and you see all these boat clusters. Then you see an Alabama flag on one, right? All the things. All the things, all right? And you see people in their bathing suits walking down the beach. Now, if you make this, Andy, can you make this a little bigger? Can you zoom in, see the woman in the back, right? Now, I don't know, that appears to me behind her, see the woman in the hat, to be a person of color. I cannot tell, who knows? But maybe it's a boat cover. I don't know, but it looks like, to you guys, what does that look like? Does that look like a person of color? Does that look like a black person to you? From the legs, it does. And then there are the blue shorts. And then you see how all the people are out in the water. Okay. So this is what it was. It was a beautiful day. And an island that is packed with people, at least on the shoreline here where the people were. How could nobody saw nothing? How can they see it? You have to see something. Someone has to have seen something, or this is just a freak accident, as they say, or some just weird anomaly, something that is weird. If you're all out there and this is what it looks like, and surely the boat, I believe, in my opinion, that the Triton boat that they were on, the one that Nolan arrived on, would be close to these. Why would they be in some remote area away from where everybody is? Do you guys disagree with me on that? Let's look at so these are the beautiful day. Little bit of an overcast, but I mean, you can't say not a cloud in the sky, but I'll take it if I'm going to the beach for these types of conditions, or this type of condition. Let's see the next one, Andy. Okay, so supplied shoreline photograph represented as taken at 1650 CST on July 4th, 2026. Frontier Bay boat number 2 is no longer in its earlier original position. They keep saying it's no longer in the early. Where was Frontier Bay boat 2? I don't know. What happened to that one? Video derived timing indicator. So these are the videos from the social media that we have seen. I think this is a video that they're talking about, Andy, right? And scroll, let me read what they say below about these videos. Okay, it says figure 7A, framed from V5 phone interface, displays approximately 323. This is the one that says 323. Can we see it anywhere there? And then frame on the other one says 427. So man, they are zooming in on these things where it says 323 and 427. They're going in on the clocks, perhaps as they scan. These videos are not playable from this format, correct, Andy?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So let's scroll through just a little bit. And remember, guys, the algorithm is very important. Hit the like and the thumbs up. It does affect the algorithm. More people become aware of our conversation and our channel. So caution on clock interpretation. The displayed times are visible in screen recorded social media content. They may be the phone's current time. Oh, it's on the phone. That's what it is, Andy. Look at the top left of this figure. The top left says 323. Okay? And then the top left on the one on the right says 427. Now, anybody know anything? This appears to be Instagram or TikTok. And usually, keep going, scroll, Andy, please. Usually on these things, the time is pretty accurate. I don't know if it shows the time uploaded, but I think it shows the time that you are from the photo. I don't know. But that's certainly really interesting to me. Display the times are visible in the screen recorded social media content. They may be the phone's current time when the screen recording was made rather than the original event recording time. Authentication requires the underlying original post file, platform metadata, or testimony from the original recorder. Fascinating. If you are in the chat and if you are on Instagram or TikTok or whatever platform, which time does it usually portray? I would think from this, if it's a screen recording from someone's phone, though, which this looks like it is to me, it could be a screen recording from someone's phone. And it would give the time that it was screen recorded, perhaps, as well. All right, don't want to speculate, but anyway, these are just observations, right? These are just observations. And then, see, look at that. Who would? So look, for those of you who are not part of our, the tier of membership, which will allow you for our private stream, then sign up for it, because we're going to leave you now, and the rest is going to come from our private stream, which if you are here and you are part of that tier of membership, it's going to redirect you. Okay. So very quickly, we're going to go over there very quickly, but I just want to say, and we're going to go through this analysis, and we're going to take your questions, and we're going to talk to you. We're going to say some things that we can't say on this. Okay. So if you want to know about the Don Lemon Show, go to donlemon.com. Make sure you get our tour tickets for DL and DL. It's right there before you can even log into the site. Once you do that, go to the main page and check out our YouTube, our Instagram, our TikTok, our Facebook. Sorry, TikTok is not up right now. Our Substack. Make sure you sign up for the Lucky Lemon 7 newsletter, which is out every day, 7 a.m., 7 stories you need to know before you start your day. Become a member to all of our platforms. You can subscribe. The subscriptions are free, or you can be a paid subscriber, but the memberships are important as well, okay? So thank you for your support. Be informed without being inundated. I'm going to see you on the live stream for private stream in just moments. But until I see some of you back here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern time, turn the TV off. Thanks for watching, everybody. I appreciate you. Make sure you like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you don't miss anything. We're live weekdays at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern with new content at 2 p.m. Eastern, sometimes at 8 p.m. So follow The Don Lemon Show wherever you are. YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitch, Substack, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts. We are everywhere, and we're there every day. And if you want a little more, join the Lemon community. Exclusive posts, behind the scenes, live chats. Just hit join or check the channel pages. All right, I'll see you next time.
At Hibbett, we've got what you need to set the next trend from toe to head. All the sizes, all the colors, top brands. Your style is all your own, so why not shop where the experience is tailored to you? Nike, Jordan, New Balance, Adidas, and always something new. Shop your style on your time, wherever you are.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, is the Jones Act waiver working? I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So the Trump administration has announced an extension to the Jones Act. What do we mean? Well, the White House is giving a 90-day extension to a previous extension that was set to expire on May 17th. This waiver will allow for the easier movement of oil, fuel, and fertilizer around the United States. Specifically, this enables foreign flag vessels to move commodities between American ports through mid-August. Now, we have talked about the Jones Act on this channel just a few times. What's that? 34 separate videos. Seems like a lot. Well, we have talked about the Jones Act a lot. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I talk about the Jones Act quite a bit here because, number one, I think that most people who talk about the Jones Act don't know what the Jones they're talking about. So I do spend some time doing it. Yes, and Peter Zion has been the focus of some of that, but there have been other people too. We're going to break this down to you. I'm going to give you my best unbiased view, but there's always a bias. Let's be clear about that. In what is happening right now regarding this and what waivers have actually been extended. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. All right, I guess the first thing to do is really define what the Jones Act is. Now, I am a little bit of a nitpicker on this one, and I will not deny it, but I think I'm kind of right on this. The Jones Act is the entire act that was passed back in 1920, the Merchant Marine Act of 1920. I've written about this. I've talked about it. If you want a background video, I got one up here for you to go take a look at. I've talked about this. This was a national maritime strategy that was passed in the wake of World War I. And one of the components of it, Section 27, which kind of implies that there are other sections of this act, dealt with the issue of cabotage. And cabotage is what the focus is. This is the movement of goods between U.S. ports. 46 U.S. Code 55102. This basically spells out the requirements, and this is what is being waived right now. Now, there is a way to waive this, specifically 46 U.S. Code 501 on the request of the Secretary of Defense, the head of an agency responsible for the administration of the navigation or vessel inspection laws, shall waive compliance with those laws to the extent the Secretary considers necessary in the interest of national defense to address an immediate adverse effect on military operations. So what we're getting here is that the Secretary of Defense /War, Pete Hegseth, has determined that there is a critical issue requiring the waiving of the Jones Act because of the operations that are happening in the Persian Gulf, which I have to say is kind of funny because every time I hear Pete Hegseth talk about the Persian Gulf and the closure of the Persian Gulf, he says that it doesn't impact the United States. So if it doesn't impact the United States, Pete, why the frick are you waiving the Jones Act if it has no impact? So the nut and bolt of the Jones Act, Section 27 cabotage is this. If you want to move a U.S. cargo from a U.S. port to another U.S. port, you have to do it, and your ship has to meet 4 criteria. Number one, you have to be U.S. owned. You have to be U.S. built. You have to be U.S. flagged and you have to be U.S. crude. Now, there are foreign ships that move between American ports all the time. Many container ships will stop at 2, 3, 4 ports and load, unload cargo. But what they're not doing is picking up cargo in an American port and dropping it off in another. The key issue here is foreign ships. Now, the only difference between foreign ships and American ships in terms of cost is 2 factors. One is the cost you pay the crew. American mariners make substantially more than foreign mariners. Foreign mariners largely come from 6 places: the Philippines, China, India, Indonesia, Ukraine, and Russia. And the standard of living there is much lower. So they do not get comparable U.S. wages. The other aspect is you can be foreign built. To operate within the cabotage trade, you have to be American built. And American ships are much more expensive. Now, some people will blame the Jones Act for the dire nature of the U.S. shipping. I disagree entirely with that. There are numerous others. I have 10 of them right here if you want to watch it, that led to the decline of the U.S. merchant marine, and none of them are the Jones Act. Matter of fact, cabotage and the Jones Act is what's keeping, in some measures, the U.S. fleet still in existence. Without it, you would not have any coastal fleet left. You would be basically unemploying everybody in deadly catch, because the deadliest catch crew would be replaced by Russian sailors or Chinese sailors and Chinese vessels. That's what would happen immediately. Now, response to this was quick. This story by Mike Scholler over at G Captain. Now, in the article, he talks about new analysis from industry economists and tanker operators suggest the policy could have little impact on consumer fuel prices, and it might even increase shipping costs under certain market conditions. 7 American maritime labor organizations also weighed in Thursday, sending a letter to the White House. In that letter, they said waiving the Jones Act would do nothing to reduce gasoline prices. The primary driver of gasoline prices is the cost of crude oil, not domestic shipping costs. Several studies have shown the impact of domestic shipping on nationwide fuel prices is negligible, and any marginal savings would be unlikely to reach the consumer. Okay, so the waiver has been in place since March 17th, and now an extension is going to push it out into mid-August. So I explained to you what is the Jones Act, how it operates, but let's look at the physicality of the Jones Act, specifically the ships, because I think sometimes what we don't understand is what these ships specifically do in regards to the transportation of goods. Now, the U.S. Maritime Administration has gotten much better recently. I give a lot of attribute here to the departing Deputy Administrator Sang Yi, who really got MARAD up and running on updating their website and getting data out. This is the most recent data we have on ships in the U.S. Merchant Marine as of January 5th, 2026, specifically ships over 1,000 gross tons engaged in the movement of cargo from port to port. Of those 190 ships, 93 of them are Jones Act eligible. 56 of them are tankers, and they represent 3,868,246 deadweight tons. So let's go over to marine traffic now. These are the 56 Jones Act tankers. Now, what I did is I ran this from the time of the waiver, March 17th, all the way to May 1st, today, with their tracks. And this shows you all 56 vessels and where they're at. I'm going to break down just a few of them here for you in a moment. Couple things to note. Some of the ships are not engaged in coastal trade. Some of them are actually crossing the Pacific right now. And a lot of them are crossing the Pacific either under a contract to deliver fuel. So for example, Sunshine State here is delivering fuel over to Subic Bay. The Polar Enterprise, which is a large crude carrier, is actually heading across to Korea to go into a shipyard. Because of her size, she has to go to an overseas shipyard to be repaired. Same thing for Washington. But if you look at the Jones Act trade, there are 3 areas in which the Jones Act trade kind of operates when it comes to tankers. The first area right here is on the West Coast. And the West Coast operation is quite extensive. You'll see it operates between Alaska, where you're getting crude oil out of Valdez right here. And then it runs down to places like Washington, in and around Seattle, in and around San Francisco Bay, and down to the San Pedro area, LA, and Long Beach. Now, there's also voyages periodically out to Hawaii to deliver cargo, but you can see the tracks here just.
All right. What's going on, DJ?
Hey man, what's going on? How's your night going?
Man, chilling, man. Going good, man. Just, looking into this, I ain't gonna say looking into, just, hearing people thoughts about this Nolan Wells case.
Yeah, I definitely have some thoughts on it. It's really sad, number one. Number two, I feel like they're making it even harder on the parents than they have to. And number three, I guess, I think it probably involved a girl. As most fights do. Like most fights between men that end up someone being unalived, accident or not, is a very serious you know, fight usually over like a woman, someone trying to prove get you to like prove something or whatever, you know, because like through experience I seen like I had a really close friend of mine and his younger brother was in an altercation over a woman where there was a group of kids and everyone was yelling, hit him, hit him, hit him, hit him. And these girls had brought like a bat or something like that, mad random, you know what I mean? And the dude swung at him and he grabbed the bat and then it's just end of story. So it could have been something, you know, it's like complicated, but at the same time, I feel like if it was an accident, people would have just said, yo, it was an accident, look into it, like you were saying. So it probably involved a female. They're probably trying to protect, cover up for themselves. And, you know, I don't know. And then beyond that, I'm not like an expert on this story, but what do you think, man? Am I onto something? Do you feel like it had to be most likely over a female? Because, you know.
I mean, that narrative has came out and it's been out there as well. Feasible. I could say, you know, there could have been some jealousy displayed because, you know, he
and
was
they're
maybe
young,
standing
right?
Mhm.
And they're young too, right?
That's why I said, you know, if it was an accident, why not just come out and say, you know, oh, it was an accident?
Because they know they're about to get into trouble. They know one of their friends about to go to jail for at least 25 years. And, you know, they probably did a little code of silence. You know what I'm saying? And the only reason my friend's little brother had to go to jail, because he was like, I think 13 at the time. And they tried to get him for like manslaughter or murder or something crazy. And whole thing was just, he didn't mean to do that shit. This dude, you know, when people get that angry, they ain't thinking. And it was damn near self-defense. So, I mean, it sounds like the dude was in the wrong place, wrong time, not your friends. They were not his friends either. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think the whole thing was an elaborate plan to get him out there. I believe something happened while they were out there that probably involved a girl and that dude, maybe that weirdo named Bart or whatever the fuck. Are they questioning some dude named Bart?
Right.
So it's got to be something like that.
Yeah.
Because all the secrecy, you know what I mean? All the protecting and covering up and the secrecy between the parents and the kids. And that only happened with young people. And that, you know, I feel like that only, the whole thing was just weird. And I'm just surprised that even those kids' parents let them go out there like that, knowing that the world is the way it is right now.
Well,
you know,
I mean, they're in Mississippi, like they say, this is something that they do all the time.
And that's another thing. So they're all from Mississippi, right? I was wondering about that.
Yeah.
And so in Mississippi, there's never, ever been a case that was like easy or, you know, truthful involving any black people, right? Like ever. Isn't Mississippi one of the most ridiculously racist places on the planet?
I mean, you know, listen, I'm not gonna say that it is one of the most whatever the case may be, because
well, I guess we'll just say historically in America, there's never been a court case that worked out very well. You know, this is a text.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to stop you. I was just saying that was better.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a court case in Mississippi that necessarily worked out very well for, you know, black people or what anybody that's not white.
And can you do me one favor? Can you cut your camera on real quick, DJ? Cut your camera on just one time for the people, brother. Just one time for the people, bro.
Yeah. I feel like it was on when I first came through, but yeah, here I am, man.
Yeah, it was. No, I just want to let the people know, because, you know, people, you know, they tend to say a lot of things, you know what I'm saying, about, you know,
they're questioning
Yeah, yeah,
They're
yeah,
like,
yeah.
who is he?
Y'all
What does he
see
look
this
like?
young man? You see this young man right here? You feel me?
Yeah, I'm in the
This
building.
young man. You know what I'm saying? I just, because they try to say, oh, well, you stupid YouTubers, and you want to raise bait or race bait, and no, I'm not doing that at all. Again, as I state and I've been stating, I'm not saying that these little boys did or they didn't do anything. All I'm saying is that the inconsistencies in the case is just hard to ignore. You know what I'm saying? It's just hard to ignore. And this is before we get to the autopsy. This is before we get to anything. Let's start with the young lady
Right,
saying,
because he didn't smoke or drink.
well, that's what they saying. But they saying that people saying that they seen them intoxicated, and they might have seen them with open bottles or open cans or whatever the case may be. I'm not sure, but again, that's one of the reasons why they waiting on the
So that
toxicology report.
Right, and that might make sense because they're all partying, like they're all away from their parents, and therefore, for the first time in their lives, they're getting crunk, they're getting fucked up, getting wasted.
Well, I ain't gonna say it's the first time in their lives. I
especially-
ain't gonna say that. I wouldn't say it's
Well,
the first
I
time.
guess
in
I
their
ain't gonna
lives.
say that, but when
But I
you're
know what
that
you mean.
age, I feel like
But I know what you mean. They out there,
when you're
they
that
17,
age,
18, 19, 20, 21. They
you
out there
feel as
partying.
though
out there
that,
having a
like,
good time.
yeah, and especially if I went to an island at that age, oh my god, dude. I mean, that was like at that age, I discovered what it was like to be drunk and like not be able to get up off the ground, and I never did it again, dude. And if my friends didn't help me carry me to the car, I don't even know what would have happened. So
See what I'm
that's a
saying?
weird. It's not an age for people to travel like that. You feel me? Like they should have went. You do some local shit or whatever. Like I just don't feel like you trust kids at that age at all. Period.
And I can agree.
I'm
I can
wrong,
agree.
you know?
I can agree with you, man. We got a lot of speculation.
Thanks.
It's a lot of different statements. It's a lot of different things, saying that's going on in the world. And a lot of different opinions from. I played the interviews with Warren. I played the interview with the Tracington or whatever the young man name is. Again, I didn't play plenty of Nancy Grace. I didn't get into the young lady Tisha Tales. Any of her videos, but and don't get me wrong, you guys, like, because I watch some of these YouTubers too as they report, and some of these people just be over the top. Like some of them just like man, like, and I get it, as a group of individuals or as a group of cultural individuals, man, a certain cultural individual. I get it. Like, why push and pay? But again, you guys don't make it not easy for a motherfucker to paint that type picture. But I mean, why paint that picture? Why push that? You feel me? Like, why not, take the approach that I'm taking? Or why not just, wait for investigation and just report what's being said and don't take a side? You feel me? Now, and again, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, after I cut my cameras off, I might think one way or tend to lean another way. Who knows? But for sure, what's to be known is that while I have this camera on, and off as well, I still think that, there are some things that need to be done more. This investigation needs to be carried on a little bit longer. And I also want to see what the grand jury has, you know what I'm saying? I want to see if at all of the evidence is admitted to the grand jury. And let's see what the grand jury has to say. And let's see, if they're going to say, okay, well, we got a case to try, or we just got more evidence that we can gather and that we can put together, and we still have no definitive.
I think if you take those children individually and you interview them individually and you record it and you make it like a lengthy interview where you're basically telling them your friend already told us what happened, and we're not going to tell you exactly what he said, but you might as well just like tell us, because if you tell us, then we're going to put you in the category with him of being truthful. And therefore, if you ain't like the main cause of this person, like his death, then we'll, you know, you're gonna have this or that probation or, you know, whatever. You're gonna, you know, but we need to know like exactly what happened because we have someone already who was a witness and they told us. So it's just in your best interest to just like they need to where the fuck is Columbo? You know what I'm saying? Like where's the good detectives? Where's the people that and you feel what I'm saying? I mean they should have already got to the bottom of this because kids crack under pressure.
It's
You know?
one of their mamas, one of their mothers is a judge, one father, you know, they probably used to getting out of situations and stuff like this, or getting out of little trouble that's in their town. They probably ain't never came across something. You know what I'm saying?
So they're members of the elite or whatever.
And then also, you know, Ocean Spring in this little town, man. And like the young man said in the interview, we're gonna protect Ocean Spring. Is gonna protect Ocean Spring. So I mean, we can take that a lot of ways. We can take that
Just
as
like crooked cops will protect crooked cops.
I mean, that's why I say it's a lot of ways you can take that. You can take it as, you know, well, you know, we're gonna stick up for each other no matter what, regardless of whatever. Or you could take it as, you know what I'm saying, if we feel we've been done wrong, you know what I'm saying, as a community, we stand together as a community and we rise up against certain I mean, it's plenty of ways you can take that. But of course, you know, if you already got a preconceived notion in your mind of what happened, of course you're going to take that. You know what I'm saying?
I kind of got a feeling like someone knows, you know, like one of these parents probably knows. Like, you know, I don't know. I sense the cover up. You know what I mean?
I think, you know, according to the call, the grandfather was on the other line and told the people that, and then even within that, I like to tell people this. I don't think necessarily that the boat was sinking. It could have been that they panicked and he didn't know what was going on with the boat, right? So it could have been an easy adjustment or easy fix or whatever the case may be. I don't know if after they docked the boat, did the boat go through repairs? Did they pay for any repairs to the boat? Is there any documentation that after the boat was docked, did the bilge pump or anything around in that area or region of the boat get serviced? That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of things that you know what I'm saying, that we could be looking at and pulling from and putting clues together. Yeah, so I just don't like to spend. Yeah, peace to the chat, man. Big ups to everybody that's in the chat, man. If you're new here to the channel, man, I appreciate y'all for commenting in the chat. Also, hit that like button. Please hit that like button. Run it up for your boy.
Like the video, man. Thumb up the video, man. Like the video, man. Thumb up the video, man.
Like he said, you feel me? You feel me? Hit that like button, man. Yeah. What you say, 2 Wheels?
And
you breaking up? Who said so? Who's that? Breaking up.
A Craving Carivoline in the chat said she totally agrees with us or with me, or why weren't there any adults with Warren and Nolan's group? And you know, again, right? Like, who the hell? What type of parents are just like, yeah, go ahead, go travel?
So Bart was 21. So Bart didn't need any adult supervision because Bart was actually 21. And then again, you got to realize this too: is Ocean Spring, Mississippi. The Gulf or the island that they went to probably wasn't far from the residents of their homes. This is something that they probably do all the time from the time that they were little children. Go out there and go fishing. And if I was out there and I lived in Ocean Springs and my children were 16, 17, 18, you feel me, like that? Well, I'm going to say 18, 19. I would be confident and secure in letting my children go to the golf course on a boat because, again, you know, we've been out on boats all our lives. This is something that you do. They stay there on the golf. So adults, so what I'm saying is, I get it. Hold on, brother. Hold on. So I'm not making no excuses or whatever the case may be. But again, in situations like this, it's easy to say, why aren't there any adults? I mean, there are plenty of youth gatherings in the city where I am that don't have adults there. I mean, and I'm pretty sure this goes on across the world where children and young folks get together and gather you know what I'm saying, without adults. I get it. This is on the water. This is a more dangerous situation type things like that. But again, you have coastal guards. I'm pretty sure there were people on alert or high alert that day because of the island usually don't get that much activity into certain days. So if it wasn't a heightened sense of security or guards around, I mean, I listen, I don't know because I'm not there, but these are some of the things that I would just be, um, uh, uh, um, speculating or guessing about the area or that day. Or even, like I say, with my own kids, if I was living in the Gulf area, I would be secure enough to let my 18 and 19-year-old take my 22 or 20-foot Ford Triton out with their friends to have fun. And again, of course, as parents, we know what they're going to the island for. I don't think no one parent did not know that their child was going to Horn Island to have good times with other young folk. You
Well,
feel me?
dude, yeah, you just made my point. You just made my point. And 21 is still like a baby nowadays with kids being raised
But
by
that still is a
TikTok.
legal adult. But that still is a legal adult, and women are legally 18. I mean, are adults legally at 18. So again, that's a thin line. You feel me? It
I
really
feel you.
is.
What I
Yeah.
was originally gonna say though is like it's not about the oldest one who you said was 21, it's about the youngest ones. And can they maintain? And then is the 21-year-old gonna buy them liquor and stuff like that?
Well, that's what they're trying to say. They're trying to say, I guess they're trying to say that Barbara's the supplier of, some things allegedly. I don't know. Again, I don't, man, listen, they have to have some credit card receipts or anything to check that out. But again, if it's such a small, close knit town, I guarantee you that it was easy for them to acquire liquor to go out there to Horn Island if that's what they wanted to do. I don't want to push that narrative and I don't want to say that to be absolute. But again, if Ocean Springs is the residents in the town, I'm pretty sure that everyone in the in the stores, know all those. I mean, come on, man, it's just not hard, bro. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? It's just
neither of us. I don't think neither of us want to make up any excuses for anybody. We're just
right,
pointing out
right,
what we think might be some scenarios, or
right. Facts,
some
facts,
clues,
facts.
right?
Yeah, and she said, I still
It's
don't agree with
and
that,
here's
Carson. You can't trust
well, I'm
these
also
kids.
thinking you can't
That's
trust these kids, and what I'm thinking is like the effects of alcohol too when you're in water and your adrenaline's going. Like I remember if you're at a party and you're young and you're around women and friends, you almost feel invincible. Like you might just drink a crazy amount just to kind of prove you're cool, and then that shit kicks in when you least expect it. You might just be walking and talking all normal, and then boom, you're seeing double, triple, quadruple. You can't even stand. That's when
fact.
you're just, yeah. I remember I haven't been like that for what, like, 25, 30, I don't know, 30 years, 25 years. Like it's been, yeah, I'd say more like 25 years maybe. Cause yeah, I was young, but the thing is like, that's that age where I think you don't know your limits yet. Cause with limits comes maturity. And in a
Well,
small town,
I wouldn't necessarily say that because if that was the case, hey, we see 40, 50, 60-year-old winos and drunks all over the place and people with alcoholics. So
no,
that even goes back
that's
to the
facts. That's
CC
facts.
statement.
But I'm just
Because
thinking about the
but
timeline. Though. I'm just thinking
hold
about
on,
the
brother,
timeline.
hold on. That goes back to even what Miss Cece said, which is so crazy. Which is crazy though, because you can legally be an adult and drink at 21, but your brain isn't fully developed. She said we have crazy laws to begin with. Now, I don't even if you were legally the illegal age of drinking was 25 or 26, Miss CC, that still doesn't negate that alcohol can alleviate you at any age. It doesn't matter about age when it comes to the consumption of alcohol because even at an older age, it can fuck you up and mess you up and put you
Right.
down. So
And
again,
some people,
younger,
I
you would
feel
have
like
a higher tolerance. I would think to it. From my own personal
people,
experience,
they
being
don't.
younger. Go ahead, DJ. Hello, hello. Okay, he cut out for some reason. I don't know why he cut out. She says they want kids to drink and get addicted to it before they even have full brains. to know how to make responsible decisions. Yeah, but again, you can't ever say use the word responsible um, when we're talking about anything that can alleviate your system or get you, you know what I'm saying, get your mind cloudy, whether it's a drug, whether it's alcohol or whatever. We can't put that in responsible in the same sentence. Again, like I stated, Miss CC, it doesn't matter the age. But I do understand what you're saying about, you know what I'm saying, them being underage, maybe, possibly, potentially. And if they were doing certain things, you know, the younger people tend to act a little bit. I understand that, and I get exactly fully what you're saying. But what I do want to say is that along with that, it don't matter. It like because like again, if you're younger, your tolerance in some cases, you know, can be higher. You know what I'm saying? You can bounce back a little bit quicker than you can as if you were older and you were drinking. So I mean, it's just hard, man. We never know. Say yes, normally a 30-year-old drinking alcohol will make more responsible decisions than a 21-year-old. Well, and I'll beg to differ with you, Miss CC. I don't think that a 30-year-old would make more of responsible with a rational decision than a 21-year-old. I mean, look at all the car accidents we have. Look at all the drunk driving arrests that we get, or the driving under influence before an accident happened. A lot of times, these are not with underage children. These are with people who are over the age of 25, 26. So, I mean, and again, I'm not defending or I'm not disputing or I'm not arguing, I'm not negating or trying to take away from anything that you're saying because you're absolutely correct. I just want it to be known that I don't really think, me personally thinks that it makes a difference all the way. It does make a difference, like what you're saying, because they're young. Of course, you know, when you're young, your body is not fully developed. And again, you know, putting things inside of your system can, you know, hinder your
Well,
judgment. Go ahead,
I
DJ, you
think,
back?
yeah. So, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So, I think what's sad is like if there was someone else there that just kind of like knew how to move and groove with this like young group of wild kids and stuff. No, maybe they could have avoided this stuff. You know, I just feel like you're right about drunk is drunk, no matter what the age, and people gonna do wacky stuff. But like a normal person will learn from from life experience. You know, so I would say like even like 60%, 70% of like like alcoholics, you know, they start to become like functioning alcoholics or like so they, you know, and I don't know, like they know their limits within reason. Like they know, okay, if we go out and it's already 1 a.m., I know something bad gonna happen. So now we're going back to the hotel to watch a movie or some shit. You know what I mean? Just like so maybe it wasn't about just having a random older person there, but you're talking about like a sober individual who's intelligent and cares about the people, you know? Like have your older cousin come with you, like you trust. Like you said, you would trust your family, like borrowing your boat and stuff. Why not have someone like that there?
Man, look, I don't know. I don't know what to say about it, man. I don't know what to say about it all the way because, like I said again, we don't know. So hopefully, man, we can get some answers. And hopefully this investigative team do a good job. You know what I'm saying, to let us know what's going on with the case, man. You know, like right now, like I say, it's just hard to decipher, and I don't want anyone to rush or make irrational judgments. You know what I'm saying? You know, and let's, you know, use our critical thinking and analyze this, you know what I'm saying, like rational adults. You feel me? But again, and I've been doing that. And a lot of the things that people say about the case, or, you know, how they try to say race, there ain't nobody bringing race into this. It's just too many inconsistencies. I don't care if you can't see Stevie Wonder, Way Charles, and any blind person can see that it is just too many inconsistencies with this case for something not to have some type of nefarious dealings involved with it. She said exactly. They're saying Bart beat him up over Katie. Well, and again, I don't know if that's true. So they tried to make correlations to the young lady being in a relationship with Bart. I don't know if that's true. Again, so I mean, only way the investigators would have to, and then again, how could we now we do know that Nolan was, supposedly as Warren says it, he was cradling Katie under the water as if he was carrying her under the water. You feel me? So and then and then also I think another friend said that he synced it with him and they both made some type of, I don't want to say slick comment, but some type of comment or gesture towards him being with her when they synced him. It wasn't just a what up comment. They didn't elaborate into it. You know what I'm saying? He said, "Oh man, I synced it with Katie. I laughed." Yeah. See, they didn't get into like it. I just think it's a lot more. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to. And again, it could have been a case of, and let's just not say it couldn't have. Even if Bart was involved, again, could Bart have been set up? Could he have been set up to take the fall? I mean, it's just a lot of ways to look at this. Could Bart or could Bart just really been trying to be a friend to him and like, okay, well, look, I'm gonna help. We're gonna do this, without him knowing really what happened, and now he got involved. We just don't know. And I don't want to push any of those narratives like those young guys are trying to involve Bart or put this off on Bart, or if Bart was involved, or if Bart actually did anything as far as putting hands, feet, or any type of physical, whatever. I've had any type of physical contact, I'm sorry, or whatever with Nolan Wells. But again, this case is ongoing. The investigation is still pending. Hopefully they can get to the bottom of this case. I don't even want to say expeditiously. I hope that they comb through every piece of evidence with a fine tooth comb to try to get some justice for the family.
That's why I said. That's why I brought up Columbo. I don't know if you probably remember that show.
Yeah, but I know you were being sarcastic with the Columbo, but we got to be.
I was, but I'm also being serious. Like you need, if you watch some of the early episodes, they are pretty serious. It's got a little comedy, but it's like he makes a list and he questions everybody, and just when they least expect it, he pop up with like a trick question, and that's kind of like how we'd get him. You know what I mean? I just feel like they need some smart people to get involved, and there's always a way to get truth out of like these young people. You just got to make them think about their future and how they won't have one if they don't tell the truth and think. You know what I mean? I don't know. And the fact it's in Mississippi, it's all suspicious.
And Miss Cece, she says, why you think he's crazy for talking? Why would you think he's crazy for talking to her? Because she was spoken for. That's why. And I don't necessarily want to say that the young lady was spoken for. So again, they said he could have previously dated her. Right? Let's just go off of what we're hearing or what I've heard. He could have potentially previously dating her. That don't mean that they still was together. Now, do that mean that he couldn't have not been mad if? And again, because if he wasn't there and he wasn't with them when they arrived, he don't know what was going on with Katie. So did somebody go to him and tell him that, oh man, look, he was off the bed, da 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 da, don't trip, don't be mad, da da da, or did he already knew and he came with an attitude and they was like, man, be cool, and we don't know, and that's probably why you heard damn it, Bart. Now I'm speculating, now I'm guessing, but again, I'm not saying these things are true, because again, man, it could have been he was left on the island like they say. Let's just say he was left on this island. Meaning, tell me, out of the thousands of people, because now, and I'm just putting it like this because they say they last seen him at 3:00. If you last seen him at 3:00 alive, right? That means some other people out of these thousands of people that was on this island also seen him alive. You mean to tell me that no one gave him a ride back to the mainland? Didn't you say you got two accounts of two people that were eyewitnesses that saying they seen Nolan arrive? I mean, alive at around or about 6 or 7. like, okay, so that means it was people still on the island. Okay, he was still alive, and no one got him back home. He didn't have his phone, so
Well,
you
that's
don't
what I'm
think he was.
saying. Like no one called his phone. You know.
And then being that age, if I was intoxicated and I don't have a phone, you don't think that I'm panicking about trying to get back to a place that I know I can get to because my homies done left my so-called friends because they not his friends. I wish people would stop saying that. Um, I just don't think
Yeah,
so.
I said that earlier.
And then also
I said that earlier.
they said Nolan was trying to contact them. He couldn't even get in contact with them on the day of the trip as if they didn't even want him to go. So that now and again, now here I go speculating. Did they not really fuck with Nolan? Like, was Nolan always trying to go out with them and they was like, no? And then just this one time, they didn't answer the phone, but he just showed up. So since he showed up, they was like, fuck it, okay, come on, Nolan, you can come. And then maybe one of the guys was like, all right, we gonna teach him a lesson. I bet we gonna scare his ass so he ain't gonna never want to come back out and ask us. But who knows?
So there was so out of the group, there was only one female involved.
But she didn't come with them. This Katie girl wasn't amongst the group of friends. She came with her own people. And when they got there to the island, I guess, what I'm saying, he gravitated towards her for whatever reason. And so they say.
It's
what I'm saying.
So
I
it
don't know
sounds
what
like a case of jealousy to me, which would be motive. Now all you need to figure out is who was jealous and why. And you need to talk to the girl and tell the girl, yo, he told me what happened, so you should tell me what happened. I'm just saying, police can lie all effing day when they pull people over, but they can't just get a detective in there to lie to these kids a little bit and get them shook. We've all seen those movies. You done fucked up now. You know that, right? Someone like that.
What's going on? Hello?
You talking to me?
They ain't hired.
Yeah, I said, well, you're the only one that just came up here, bro.
Oh, yeah, nah, I was my bad, nigga. I was daddy duty in right quick. Nah, chilling, bro. Over here, I love this conversation, though. Man, it's crazy that's, you know what I'm saying, some shit like this gotta happen for us to talk about it, but man, his friend, nobody called his phone because he was with all his friends.
Well, everyone's acting like this is a new thing. I feel like this been happening since men and women been on the planet. You say, yo, he's with this woman, but she just hooked up with so and so. Dudes can't handle that. Dudes can't handle like.
Yeah.
There's one thing a group of like racist white kids can't handle. It's that dude hooking up with their girl.
But again,
That's the one
I'm not
thing we've
saying
all
this
seen
is
it.
a group of racist white kids. Bro.
I don't think this started with racism. I think it's just America and it turned into racism. Man, jealousy is jealousy.
Yeah,
bro.
I mean, it's like jealousy and envy. And
Jealousy is a motherfucker,
it's a thin
right?
line. It's a thin line. So yeah,
Right.
it has nothing to do with. Yeah,
Right.
but I
It
feel
has
like the
everything to
fact
do
that
with
he
it,
is
but nothing to
different,
do with it.
and he's
Right,
probably more
exactly.
popular.
Exactly. And it's July 4th and alcohol, the Budweiser's is kicking in. But like I said, listen, I mean, once again, my personal belief
Because in those
just
small towns, man.
my personal belief, just somebody that's just watching it the way we all are, is man, he was on that boat, he made it home. Right. He was on that boat where he died. It was on that boat, not next to the boat, not around the boat, not on the island, not in the water, somewhere on their boat. That's why his phone was on the boat and he wasn't. And all of a sudden there was a leak and they need to get towed. And that all of that shit was a cover up after the fact. But it happened to happen right there. My belief. Allegedly. I don't know. Wait, what's the right word if I want to just like speculate?
Yeah, allegedly.
Okay, allegedly, in my brain, it was Bart, but whatever.
Y'all ridiculous, man. Y'all just gonna blame the boys, man, like that.
No, wait, I blamed one, not the boys. But yeah, I mean, just from like I said, what I see. Wait, come on, bro. You the kicker on the football team. So you know what I'm saying? Every day you go to practice, you in your feelings. Then you see a melanin brother hanging with your chick. You know what I'm saying? He's probably like the tough guy because he made it to the football team in his neighborhood with the rest of his Caucasian compadres.
Yeah, it reminds me of that movie. Remember that movie where it's like, "Buck up, Bart."
I mean, that's it. You never
Like
saw
a
me do it.
jock, like a
I mean,
spoiled
like,
jock.
right, exactly. Thank you. Somebody gets what I'm trying to get to. I was going to use The Simpsons where I didn't do it. Nobody saw me do it. You can't prove anything. All right. Yeah, I think that's just from what I've seen.
Remember how jealous that dude was in that movie? Even Bart in that movie, how high? Remember?
It's crazy because this ain't
So
even a
jealous.
movie, bro. This is real life. I'm saying.
Nah, I know.
I know. No, I'm just saying it's just crazy.
Art mimics real life.
Of course. No, right, exactly. Right. No, I'm agreeing with you completely. You know what I'm saying? Agreeing with you completely. But once again, if I just had to jump to an assumption, a gun to my head, dog, and they were forcing me, what do you think? That's what I'm going with. Because I think, like, I mean, come on, bro.
Me too.
Your boat caught.
Like what other?
He don't even go to the school.
Homie ain't got dough. Like he's not. It's not like he disappeared and the briefcase $1 million is missing. It's like, yo, a girl was involved and some jealous dudes. Okay.
I think the whole thing is like y'all was saying earlier. We're like, so nobody called his phone. No, you put the phone in the truck. Why? Come on, bro. Who the fuck, bro? If you leave your phone on my counter, when you come back to pick up your phone, you know where the fuck it's gonna be? Right where you left it. And if it's not there, it's gonna be on a charger. Cause I don't want it to die. Like, cause you're my friend. I don't know, man. And I mean, personally, I just hear a whole lot of
like no one
explaining.
called his phone.
I just hear a whole lot of details
that phone records.
I just hear
Where's
a lot of
real
details that
at?
are irrelevant.
That's the saddest. The saddest part of the story is someone is gone at that age because you know, like their parents didn't know better to fucking.
Nah, I
send a
mean,
chaperone out.
Nah, man, listen, dude, dude, bro, I'm 47. We would do our parents didn't know where the hell we was at. They just believed enough in their parenting where they're not gonna play in traffic. You know what I'm saying? So it's just part of life. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like I said, bro, I don't think it started with racism. I think it landed in the pocket of racism. Where like that fucking ninja is messing with like, oh, and it's July 4th. And you know, July 4th, if you're in Mississippi, you know, like that flag's just a little bit higher. Real talk, nigga, for July 4th, I pop fireworks. Right, just a little bit. I use fireworks July 4th. That's it. There ain't nobody saluting the flag. Nobody's wearing an American t-shirt. None of it. Just the reason for the kids to see fireworks. But I'm not from Mississippi.
Right, I get you. I understand. I understand.
I mean, like the beauty of this show, bro, where it shows you where like face to face things change, but like you see here, right here on YouTube on Bearded Conversations, we can all get along and everybody can speak their opinion and everybody's willing to listen. But man, if we could just do this like face to face, we'd be a better world.
Yeah, the chat was going up though. The chat was like, oh, ridiculous. I'm like, wow.
I mean, dog, and the crazy part is, dude, the fact that it's so right in front of us, then it shows you the justice system where, dude, there's a lawyer that can work his little magic and bam. And now the white boys, no, all respect to the white people. And then the white boys want to sue for defamation of character, and then they win $10 million, and now they can drop out of college and be rich and have a body. Scary.
Super scary, man.
Yeah, this shit don't make much sense, man. When I was that age, my parents wouldn't let me travel nowhere.
How old are you?
Talking about an island? Are you kidding me?
Talking
about an island? Even good kids weren't allowed to travel. I'm 40.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
40.
know about you, brother, but I could go places, brother. I don't know what you. Hey, I don't know. I could go places, man. I don't know what you got going on.
I was as a kid, as a young
but I did
man.
have friends. No,
Ain't
but real
nobody allowed
shit,
to travel at
I did
17,
have
18,
friends.
bro.
No,
But I
yeah.
did have
They
friends.
might
who
have went to
couldn't
some
go places.
concerts or some shit, but to go to an island, bro, is unheard of at that.
I mean, but not when it's the hot thing to do. I mean, and I say that because I got my daughters are in college now. You know what I'm saying, and
Hey,
you know what I'm
Trav,
saying?
if it
For the
was
little
murder, race was
events.
a factor. Hey,
What'd you say, baby?
384. Oh, nah, Trav Judah says if it was murder, race was a factor. And then the next comment said, I would never leave my phone.
No, real. What I've been saying the whole time, dude.
No,
The phone tells you everything. We're gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. When you wake up in the morning, dog, before you check your own vibe, before you check how you feel, how you woke up and your attitude, you grab your phone. Well, everybody grabs their phone when they go to the bathroom, to shower, brush their teeth in the morning, and do whatever you got to handle in that bathroom. Your phone goes with you. I can't speak for everybody, but that is a good 98.6% of
Yeah,
the world.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, dude, I even had to throw in a 0.6. Yeah, you just do it. Just do it, bro. I've turned around in a 15-minute drive from my house.
This one's
to turn
50%
back.
on the parents, dog. That's
Nah, bro.
That's
Listen,
what I
nah,
gotta
bro.
say, bro.
Nah, man.
man.
Hold on,
Like,
listen.
this
You
one's
can't blame the
This one's
parents. Listen, hold
50%
on.
on the parents.
Wait,
bro.
time out. Hold on, Beardick. Let me handle this, please. I'm sorry. Listen, the parents with my nigga, they know they raised a good kid. He ain't do nothing wrong. He ain't the one on trial. You feel me? They raised a good kid. All right, he wasn't the one doing nothing. All right.
Yeah,
You can't blame the parents.
He might have been the only good kid. That's my point. That's my
Nah, bro. All of them
point,
are good
though.
kids, bro. They're all
I'm
good
saying
kids,
the
bro. Because
parents
if this
should have said,
happens,
Man,
if this
something about
happens
those
in a
other kids
hood,
I don't trust.
if this happens in the hood, though, they gonna pull the kid's ear and they gonna be like, "Listen, you better go talk to the damn police." Man, that's the difference. Man, this is when you're connected. When you're like, wait a second, you can sit around with all your friends, and I'm not pulling the race car, but you can sit around and do a NASCAR conversation. 500 laps of what we gonna say nothing. Say something, but say nothing. Say something, but say nothing. Well, come on, bro. They didn't call for 2 days. I mean, tell me you dialed 911. Who the fuck calls the Coast Guard? And I live in Miami, right next to the water. Who the fuck? I mean, unless you mean I dialed 911 and they called the Coast Guard. Who the fuck calls the Coast Guard? You know what I'm saying?
No, they didn't call the Coast Guard. They called the
clear.
Seacoast.
I mean, no. Well,
To me,
yesterday,
it's pretty clear.
I'm sorry. In the interview I
Got
saw
into
the
a
other
fight,
day,
they
that
got
kid
into a
that was sitting down.
Dude
said
got
they
knocked
called
out,
the
fell
Coast
into
Guard.
the water.
Nah, bro. Hell no, bro. Dude. Listen, if you get knocked out and fall in the water, bro, people are gonna try to save you. You was dead. He was dead on that boat, and then they happened to. Wait, we can get rid of. They should have thrown the phone with him if they really wanted to, like an alibi. But I mean, that's just crazy, dog. Come on, man.
Well, we're looking, see, like, first you look for motive, right? First you look for motive.
The chick.
Sometimes there is no motive, right? Then you check on an alibi. Like where were you at this time? Where were you at? That's why I mentioned Columbo, not to be funny, but it's an outline of what a real detective might do. Like if he's doing his fucking job right, you know. You get to the bottom of the case by individually questioning people, and you don't tell them what you know. In fact, you make it sound like you kind of know it all already.
Hold on, bro. Listen, respectfully, when Beardy starts his show, Beardy, what do you always tell us? To get a
Who the F
what?
these people think they are, bro? I would take
First,
the parents
second,
in too and question
third.
the parents
Well,
as if I knew
answer.
everything already. Like, yo, your kid Bart, he already told me.
Nah, bro. Listen, dude. Listen, dude. Dude, I was raised with a perfectly good family. I was the asshole that made bad decisions until I got caught up. My parents thought they raised a good kid. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying though is like, listen, bro, where you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 opinions. Not all detectives care, bro. Not all doctors give a fuck. Just because you passed the test doesn't mean you're a good doctor. It means you passed the test.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I know what you're saying.
When you get to a hospital,
bro, that's not.
When you get to a hospital, bro, you spend more time with the nurse, right? And then she takes whatever her findings are to the doctor, and then the doctor just be like, "Sure, why not?" You know what I'm saying? That's why you got to keep going, bro. And you as the patient, you don't tell the doctor what you know when you get your second opinion. You don't tell him what the first doctor told you, because then you're giving him the information that he could just agree. We're like, nah, bro, what do you see? What do you
you see what I'm saying, bro? Yeah.
Come on, bro. That shit.
I'm saying,
though,
we're on the same page, man.
Listen, very, yeah, no, right. Listen, bro. Listen, this is the beauty of
Yo,
like
read what it
conversations,
says
bro.
in the chat, bro.
Wait, bro, listen, bro. You think that, bro? All of us, no,
On the
you
screen,
think?
it
And
says it right there, dog.
I live in Miami, bro.
Yeah,
Right
but
there.
see, but that's you and her. Like, so she said. So, and I'm gonna go from the top. So, and again, and this wasn't my situation, so I don't know about this. She said my parents were like DJ parents. She said, and I was not allowed to go to no damn island without an adult from my side. My mom ain't give a damn who else, mom or dad, was going to be there. She wasn't trusting that. Then it also said, and my mom used to tell me, I know you're a good kid, but it's not you I'm worried about. But again, like I said, both my mom and dad, like even if they said I couldn't go, what if I lied and said I was going somewhere else and I ran up where I wasn't supposed to be? Good kid or not? See, this is what I'm saying, y'all. Like,
we went on football.
I ain't never had that
trips.
experience about where I couldn't go or what I shouldn't do. Like, I mean, of course, what I shouldn't do, but no, man. If I ask, can I go somewhere, go outside? Shit, I can say I'm going here and be over there.
Dude, how old was Nolan? Dude, because we talking like he was a kid, like he's 13, 14. Come on, bro. He ain't a kid no more, bro. He's over 18, dog. Right. He ain't really
18.
asking.
He's not over 18. He's 18. He was 18.
Right. Okay. Right. And at 18, you ain't really like as a parent, you understand your kid is legit, but by age, he's legal.
Grow up on farms anymore, dog. An 18-year-old's a baby.
No, right. Listen, it's always been a baby, dog. We're the ones that we put a number on it. You know what I'm saying?
We don't grow up having to do like
right, but if you raise your kids right, if you feel you raise your kids right, listen. As long as you ain't the one starting the trouble, you good. Parenting is right. What's right is right. What's wrong is wrong. I was raised in a house where, listen, bro, where if you was wrong, you was wrong, and if you right, you right. But if you wrong, you wrong. I'm saying, eat that. You know what I'm saying? Wait, we talk about the kid's parents of his parents raised a good child. He wasn't the one that started the turbulence. It came to him. And there's a lot of situations that we look at in the news that's what happened. Bro, Trayvon Martin was on trial, not Zimmerman. Trayvon was. I'm not gonna bring up the race card because I don't watch NASCAR.
Because I don't watch NASCAR.
But am I right or wrong, Bearded? You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. Listen, dude, if this was backwards, everybody would have blamed the parents and be like, you see, them motherfuckers need their daddy in the household. Right.
Yeah, of course. You know, they would have been all type of.
Oh my God. Bro.
Yeah, people saying, oh man, don't stop putting race into it. I guarantee you, those 3 black boys.
Yo, if they're still living with their parents, if they're still living with their parents, bro, then it is.
Bro, you got any kids?
It's half their fault. Think about it.
Nah, listen, you got it. Nah, listen, dog. Listen, you can't do. You can't.
Hey, my company. If you come to my
bro, you're moving the narrative, bro. You moving the goalposts, bro. Respectfully, you moving the goalposts. Wait, bro, this is about what happened. Parents ain't got shit to do with this story. As much as you want it, like that whole listen, the real talk.
Yeah,
and I say this respectfully, bro. I'm not saying you the issue because I know we're just debating, but that's part of the issue. Is that instead of looking at the picture you see, right, you want to see what other colors were in the crayon box to try to move it. And whether you know it or not, you moving it. When you're saying, oh, blame the parents. Well, what you mean blame the parent? Dude, if I raised a good ass kid and my kid says, Dad, can I go here? And I feel they earned it, cool. All right, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would I stop you? You know what I'm saying? But you can't blame the parents because something happened. Kids do kid shit. You know how many people are locked up in the prison system, though? They don't realize that 30 seconds of a decision could change your whole entire life.
You care about my life.
Right, and who the fuck is gonna think that the friends that have come to my house, you're gonna go out with them and they're gonna fucking have something to do with your unaliving?
Particular parent.
Nah, bro, that's the problem right there, brother. And I mean that in society, not you. That's the problem in society, that we always try to find something else to put it on, somewhere else to put it on. Where peanut butter goes with jelly. That's it. I'm saying, I don't know who the fuck the first nigga that was like, let's put it on apples, just metaphorically. I'm saying, but for real, listen, bro, like, duh, and I mean this, dog, and this is why these conversations are important, because, bro, you see how you ain't looking at the situation no more. You finding a reasoning. Right, reasoning is that bad shit happens to good people. That's it. I'm saying, all we can ask for is justice.
Oh, I mean, I'm finding someone to. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. We don't know the whole.
You talking so much shit that God cut you off.
Hey, y'all hold it down real quick. I got to do something real fast. Y'all go ahead and keep talking. I'll be right back.
We
finally
know what we've been able to see and hear. We're just making.
Right. So just as humans, black, white, Asian, or other, but bro, we can't start moving the narrative around, because that's what happens in a courtroom. You feel me? Let's just stick to what the little bit we know, the information we got, but we can't start judging the parents, because that's what lawyers do. Right. They start looking back to be like, oh shit, well, look, his grandfather was a blood back in 1937. Right. Yeah, I told you he was born from, like, we can't do that. And I'm not saying you wrong, bro. I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying just in like conversations are healthy.
Hey, I'm not trying.
But
yeah, no, I agree.
You know what I'm saying? As long as we just stick to what we know, because none of us know shit. Dude, to be honest with you, we're better detectives than the damn detectives. Like, I'm not saying it's an open shut case, but bro, a lot of time went by for you to have such little obvious evidence. You know what I'm saying? Like, I watched the first 48. My cousin was on it. And motherfucker, right, they be on there 48 hours straight. And they come back with something. Right. We still got kind of nothing.
Page, man.
Yeah, no. I'm saying that once again, though, that's the gift and the curse of this. I'm saying, do what we doing now. This ain't what the system wants.
Or is your
they don't
sound
want us
glitching out?
Maybe, probably. I wanted to blame you.
I didn't want to get off on a bad foot, man. Listen, I'm still trying to email you some beats and stuff.
Yes, please do. I've been in my little box lately.
Now,
you got
listen,
my
I
email?
wrote your email down. When we were talking last time, well, that's the problem. I need it one more time, I think.
You want me to tell you? I can tell you. And everybody in the chat, I don't give a fuck
But
if
you
you
want
email
to
me.
put it?
Nah, I could just tell
No,
you.
no, you
Wait,
can
I'm
put it in the
old.
private chat. You can put it in the
Nah,
private.
man, I could just tell you. I mean, unless you
All right,
need, I
hang
don't
on, let
really.
me get
If I touch buttons, I get lost, bro. I could try, but I get lost when I touch buttons. Comments. For real,
I was
old-ass
thinking that
man
would be better for you, so you don't get anyone bothering you.
that's fine. What you mean? Listen, let me tell you something, bro. If people get my email and want to bother me, they need to like check what's wrong with their life. If they gonna waste time to spam my email, and I mean that. Like people that be trolling, we're like, bro. I mean, I guess trolling could be fun. CITOBOI 83.
I get enough spam emails and stuff.
Right, but that's what I mean, right? You know how flattering it would be, bro, if that spam comes in.
So
Like, hey, I know this name from YouTube. Sweet, famous. What up, Two Wheels?
So okay, I'm gonna write it down again, but it would help if you put it in the private chat too, in case
I don't know
the
how,
sound
brother.
glitches.
I wish I knew how. I'm retarded. Well, no, my bad. No, my bad. I'm taking back the R word. My bad.
No,
but
on
I have no
StreamYard,
clue.
you know how
You know what?
there's
No, you.
Are you on
you
your
put
computer or your phone?
Nah, I don't even know the computer. Don't judge me. You know what I do own is a phone, and you know what I would have never left behind? My phone.
I'm gonna
drop a message in the back chat, and maybe I could find it, and then I could put it there. But I could just give it to you. I told you it was you. Knew it.
Okay, well, now I can hear you. What is it?
CITO
Gio, now I can
BOI
hear you, dog.
CITO BOI 83.
I got
At G-
I got CITO
BOI
Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. So CITO BOI
83.
And you said 83
83.
or 183?
No, 83. 83.
Okay, so I'm gonna read it back to you when we're done. Okay, so I got Cito Boy 83
at gmail.com / coolest Chico ever front slash.
So is that the email? Cito Boy CITO BOI
83 at Gmail.
Okay.
All the ladies that want to send nudes, I'm here for it too. Might as well. I'm saying while we're here, while we talk about it, might as well.
Is on the. If you have a small screen and you're on your laptop, like the private chat's in the right-hand corner.
I ain't got no laptop. I'm on my phone. I'm poor, brother.
Okay,
I got 8 kids. I can't pull out of a driveway.
Me too, man. My only
You got
reason
8 kids?
only reason I have a computer is because my sister. No. No, I always
was
wanted
gonna say,
kids, but I
Bearded
don't
got
have
10.
kids.
I got 8. If you have 8, we got an army. And when Bearded comes back, dog, I want
That's
to ask y'all
beautiful,
what y'all think about that Morocco invading Spain shit. That's crazy.
Well, I wouldn't mind having like 8 kids. I used to help on I used to know this Russian
Shit.
family, and they had like 13 kids.
Man, you wouldn't mind.
And they had goats and chickens, and I would take care of the goats and chickens, and then I'd get free goat milk and eggs.
Where the fuck do you live?
Yeah.
Where you from?
Jamaica.
Jamaica. Okay. Nah, listen.
New
I
England,
understand
man.
now.
New
Goats,
England.
chicken. I like the Jamaica story better. The boys are good. They actually here with me. I got them on a song too. CC. I got them to sing 3 words each.
I love reggae. Listen, I love reggae a lot.
Nah, but hold on. Let's get back to the Russian family. 8 kids, goats, and eggs.
So yes. Her family would travel because her sisters were in like a wrestling competition overseas, and they would travel.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because you picked wrestling out of everything they could have done. You can't make this shit up. Like,
I know, dog. Isn't that? I know. I can't make this shit up.
If you said business is boring,
I fell in
wrestling,
love. Too.
huh?
I fell in love, bro, and
With
she
the
broke
goat?
my heart.
Fucking yeah, you can't trust. See?
I was like shoveling goat shit. I was shoveling goat shit with a pitchfork at midnight.
Yeah, man, all off in love.
Right around the corner is like a housing project.
Dude,
But then I'm on a farm.
Wait a
like
second.
next
Time
to
out.
a-
Pause. I'm sorry. I have to pause you. Listen, I
was
have to
crazy.
pause you
This
because
is how
once
New
you said
England
the
is.
Northeast,
This
right?
is how
No.
New
Hold on. That's where I'm going. New England. You mean Boston, or you mean like the other 11 colonies? Like which one?
I'm like
You can't make it
I'm
up.
like an hour. I'm talking about UMass.
Okay, there you
I'm
go.
talking about
right,
UMass Amherst
all
type
right,
shit,
because
like-
Rhode
like-
Island, Connecticut, all that is also the Northeast. Man. I just wanted to see how much land you got.
So if you know,
I got you, CC.
there's some land out here. We
bet.
got some. There's a couple cities out here,
Yeah,
but it ain't as big as New York or whatever. But it's Boston got some legends. We got Edo. We got Edo G. We got El the Head Clutcher.
What are these legends of? I'm sorry.
I'm pretty sure even DJ Premier or Guru's from Boston or
What?
something like
What
that.
man?
Right?
You got
Isn't Guru
bills.
from someone in the nah. Okay, not it wasn't Premier or Guru. It was
Paul
their
Pierce.
homie. They had another man. Come on, I'm trying to think
David
hip hop
Ortiz.
stuff right now. No, but I'm gonna email you some fire beats.
Yes, please. And if you've heard my music,
I hope you can write to him and we'll make something special.
I don't write, brother.
You don't write?
Nah, bro. I'm psychotic.
What do you do?
Off the
Freestyle?
top. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
But I'm decent at it though. But listen,
you've written before though, right?
Yeah, in school.
You're talking about that school.
Now, when it comes to my music, bro, I write I'll write little notes, but I don't really write like that because I can't find the emotion. But it's cool, bro. And listen, send me a whole package.
Okay. No, I got you because I know what you're saying. Because if you're good at coming up with stuff off the top, then you could just write some notes like an outline. You could even write like just a few bars and go off that, and then have a few other bars written and go off that.
What I actually write is just a word down.
But I think we were talking about like Jay-Z or Lil Wayne. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, yeah, no, but they got their shit memorized. I don't. I just come up with it, whatever the beat tells me to say.
Wayne don't got that memorized. Wayne don't got it. Wayne don't be knowing that shit.
Wayne, right at all.
Yeah, Wayne don't be knowing his. They be typing up his verses for him when he arrives to the set.
I actually
type
went
up,
to it.
yeah, they type up his verses.
When I was younger, I went to a Lil Wayne session, bro. When I tell you he was in there recording, bro, it was a good hour and a half off the same beat, just running his mouth. And then he came out and told the producer, take this end out and this and change it to a was. And I looked at him, and dog, true story, dog. The fucking producer froze up. Right, Lil Wayne was like, "You don't know who the fuck I am?" And then my boy was like, "I could do it." And I sat there for an hour and a half, and I'm like, "How the fuck would the producer find it?" When I tell you the shit he wanted changed was very minimal, but it gave me insight on how certain words impact what you're saying. That you can change a "the" for a "was," same exact syllable, but it changes where the story's going. And it was like, oh man. Yeah, bro. And like I remember hearing people be like, "Oh, they ghostwrite for him." We're like, "Ain't no way in hell," because I saw that man sit there and just rap his face off. And he would take a breath, smoke a blunt, and rap his face off. And it was the same beat for an hour and a half. Whatever they chose, they chose. You feel me?
Yeah,
But
that's smart.
nobody was writing. And then
because then you can take the best parts of that. You know, it's all recorded.
Yeah.
So I could listen to that and just chill and smoke, and then I'm gonna pick out. I'm gonna press a certain button at the start of the best rhyme, and then wait again and wait till I hear the start of the best second rhyme, and you hit a button and you.
But that's why producers get paid what they get paid. Like, I'm a rapper. I rap. Now you produce it, make it, turn it into something. Damn it, man. But yeah. So they said, I want to hear more about the girl you fell in love with because you was milking her cat. You were milking her goats and stealing her chicken eggs.
Helping out a lot and stuff, man.
Good story. For free?
No. I mean, I got paid a little bit, and I had like access to like free milk and stuff, so it was cool, you know. But that's an old story, though, dog. I moved on. Now I'm messing with these crazy Tinder hoes, and I don't like it, man.
Why?
There's something bad about
it. You ain't. Why? Well, it's because you don't trust them. It's Tinder.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't feel authentic, and so I'm starting to figure out that meeting people in person is far easier.
I think. Wow. I mean, maybe finding what you want might be easier in person.
Well, I didn't say meeting my type though. Like I've just had these. I've had women approach me, and I've bumped into women where you can tell they're into you, but you're like, I'm 50-50 on this. And so and that's why I keep going back to the online, because I'm like, oh, maybe you'll find the diamond in the rough, the gem in the needle in the haystack. But you end up back and thinking, yo,
Can I ask you something though?
I did better just on my own. Like,
right.
literally.
Let me ask you something, dog. If you find a woman attractive and she's online, don't that like raise a red flag to be like, if I find you so pretty, you can't meet nobody in person. You gotta be crazy. No, is it that? It's just me. That's just my mindset.
It is you. And yo, back to the Gangstar thing. You know Gangstar.
Nah, man.
Guru and DJ Premier?
No, I'm just fucking with you, bro.
Okay. So it turns out, yo, Guru's real name is Keith Edward Alam, and he's from Roxbury, Boston, Mass.
No. We're not gonna just take. We're just not gonna take cool people in hip hop and make them ours.
But I'm not done. DJ Premier, real name Christopher Edward Martin, was born. He's from Houston, Texas.
Oh,
yeah.
See that? Look at that.
Yeah.
You know what is from Boston? A Tea Party.
But
Matt Damon.
But you know, yeah. But they.
The Town, great movie.
The production and stuff is represents what I would say like East Coast in general, like a lot of that stuff, you know. So the beats I'm making are on the same machine is what I was trying to get at. That's what I was trying to get to.
I love you, brother. This is me freestyling again. Send that shit.
I would love to freestyle too, man. I would join you on a track sometime or do a little chorus or a hook. I could send you some beats where I could throw on a chorus or hook, and if you like it, you keep it.
That's even better. As you get my best work if the tone is set.
Because I'm trying to work on a single. I'm working on my. Not only am I about to do my first album on a vinyl type of thing. That's what I'm trying to do. But I'm also trying to come up with my first single, and I want my first single to be called "Trust Issues."
That's why you want Tender. Get it?
Trust Issues.
Single.
Yep, exactly. Bro. That's a double entendre. That's a double triple entendre, bro.
Little Wayne ain't got shit on me.
She need more wood for the fire. She on Tinder desire.
Let me tell you something. I got on that internet dating once, and I tell you, I swiped everything to the right. And my game plan was, if you like me, I like you.
Says you need a man for summer, springtime. Yo, remember that shit? What was that? I Wayne.
Swipe to the right. Swipe to the right.
Yo, we could definitely make something dope happen because I got some beats in the stash and they're on floppy disk. I've been waiting for an excuse to start up.
On floppy disk. Now you talking my language.
Yep. 3.5 floppies, bro. 3.5 floppies scattered about on the floor all the time in the studio, right? And each one got different drums, different beats, different sounds, and you can turn different tracks on and off. So ideally, the funnest thing to do is record like together and have me on the MPC and then you at the microphone in the booth or whatever.
Get Discord. We can make it happen. If you got Discord, bro, we can meet over there. Okay, then yeah. Same thing. See the boy on Discord, bro. And like, I don't know if you know how like you can use it, but you can actually go into the booth, into the studio and all that and have like somebody on the other side of the glass. It's pretty dope.
No, for real?
Yeah, bro.
I'm gonna try to add you right now so we can.
Like for example, I can record. You get a delay if you have the headphones on, but right, I can record inside the booth, and you can throw me lines as I'm hearing you and I'm speaking, and it'll only record me and not you. So I've seen a lot of artists, and I've done it where you go in there for like creative, like the closest you can come to personal face-to-face studio time without being in the studio together.
Oh, nice. All right, because I got this this 2-channel Behringer mixer, and I can use that too.
That shit's Chinese.
That switched me from basically me talking like we are right now to just boom, like the beat or the record playing. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I know what you mean.
So we could potentially work on like a
whole album.
But what? But
Yeah.
what?
I didn't say but. I said a whole album.
No, you said. Oh, okay.
Oh no, what I'm saying is
Word.
that like
Well, yo,
what I'm saying is that I don't speak music, and I mean that respectfully, but like you know what I'm saying, like reverb and inputs and outputs, that shit means nothing to me.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yo, that's
Yeah.
good to know because I what I'm doing is by ear. So with the machine, when I truncate or I'm cutting or I'm fixing the sample, so it starts when I hit the drum, it's bang, 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 and you feel that shit because I'm moving the sample to where I'm gonna feel the bass and the kick. Boom, boom,
Okay.
boom.
Bearded.
While I'm
Yo,
hitting the key, I have to turn the knob and I have
You know
to
what
make it.
you know what truncate is? My bad, homie.
Mhm.
You know what truncate
yeah,
is? Because
yeah, yeah.
do
Why you asking me that?
because you know with the big words, nigga. If you ain't gonna listen, if I'm gonna tell you, you
That
hit me with
wasn't
a
a
big
big
ass word
word.
I don't know what it means, so it's a big word.
That wasn't a big word though.
I mean, it don't have a lot of letters and syllables. It's a big word when you listen. I'm 47, bro. I've heard a lot of
I
words in
feel
my
you.
life. If I hear a word I don't know, I got it. He started with it. Truncate. We're like, I'm already lost. And then he says something like move it to the sample. We're like, I know those. So I was just wondering if you knew. Like,
Yeah,
I see. I
of
see.
course.
I see.
It's just like cutting it short or shortening it up or you know what I'm saying, or taking something off or something. That's all.
Right. So basically, you're
My bad.
if you were on the computer, it would be like highlighting something and hitting cut.
Yeah.
Right.
That
It's like just like you
I
know how
gotta
you
get
do
a
your
computer though.
yeah. You
But
don't do
this
no
is analog. But this is analog. So what I'm doing is I'm typing in the seconds that I hear that I don't want, and then I hit cut like analog style, like a button. But that
Nice.
makes it so that makes it more real because you can't fuck around. You got to have a dope sample. You gotta know what sound you want, where it's gonna end, and begin. And
Oh man, did we just become besties? Nigga, I rap. Everything you talk about, if you know how to do that, you can tell me like move it forward, slow down, cool.
wait till you hear this shit. I'm about to email you. Yo.
But I got lost with Manilog. I was like, there's another one.
Beardy once heard a couple of my beats too. I feel like he said if I keep making one like the latest one, then the shit'll be popping, and that is my plan. But it's been a minute since I uploaded. You know what I'm
So
saying?
I'm gonna give you a strategy that I heard
But
where
I'm about to add you.
if opportunity knocked, right, which one? Get one beat that you get to present. I'm just giving you what I was taught, like when I started making music.
No, I got that in my head already.
Right, you got that beat. Every beat that you work on, if you don't think it's better than that one,
Well, that's the
you ain't
problem.
doing nothing but wasting your time.
I got I got a handful of beats in my head when you
That's
said
listen.
that.
That's what I was told. Right, where nigga,
Yeah.
it's different having a catalog and knowing what you're going for.
But if you
that catalog you got, if opportunity knock, what's the one?
And you know what's
One.
wild? Sometimes my favorite might be my friend's. Like he might not. He'll know it's dope, but he'll pick a different favorite. and
What
I'm
you
like,
mean, bro? That's music. That's the
Yeah.
beauty of fucking music. Listen, I promise you, your favorite personal track is not the one the world agrees with. The one that you think, right? So the thing is, like, as a producer, artist, podcaster, whatever you want to be, right? Where opportunity knocks, you get to present one. That one has to represent who you are as an artist, a person, an individual. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? Right, because if you make it, for example, like my music, the one I would send would be homeschooled. One, because I drop bars and it's on like a little like rock type beat. We're like, ooh, I'm versatile. But you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, that way, if you make it off a trap song, that's the lane they gonna sit you in. Young Miami, though, the next song she makes has to be something off Scammers and whatever the fuck. She is not allowed to be an artist. You feel me? Then when we blame the artist, but it's the label that's gonna tell you what you're gonna put out.
What's the only thing missing from the new music is the soul, like the samples that brought this gritty sound. Like you could still hear the dirt on the record.
I mean,
And there's something about that if you take that away,
my
it's
brother,
not-
but
I don't
you
think
do
it's-
understand. Right, but so, and I say this where listen, you keep telling me about a sample. I'm asking you if opportunity knocked, you can't present something with a sample.
Yes, you can.
I mean, listen, you think they're gonna try to clear it? You're a nobody. I'm not trying to argue with you. What I'm trying to tell you, just as an artist, when you make shit, well, bro, you have to have a bar that's set. If not, you're just making music every day. And I understand in today's world, you can drop music every day.
But here's the thing, like it ain't gonna always be a sample you know about. It ain't gonna always be a sample they can copyright. You know what I'm saying?
No. Listen, right. But listen, but you throwing in like you throwing in like commandments.
But here's what I'm. I don't think you're hearing me because with the MPC, what I can do is I can sample a drum, and then
Okay. My bad.
Yeah,
I guess I was thinking like a musician type of sample, like yeah. All right, I see what you're saying.
So so I can narrow it down to like a kick that has it like a hard little boom to it, like a little bass to it.
This is so we've been talking about it for like 6 minutes.
I
You
could
figured out which one it is.
Yeah. We could take a bass line and I could narrow it down to a certain.
Nah, but do you have one right now?
Yeah, I got something to send you right now.
No, not me. Send it to Bearded and to me. But listen, but I want you to send me the one. I want you to send me the one. If opportunity
I don't think
knocks
Bearded one's
right
even
now.
doing music tonight, though. Is he?
Yeah, I'm not doing no music night. You could just send it to him.
This is for me and you right now. This is for me and you.
Right, but
Casito Boy, I don't know if you remember or not, but me and Bearded One definitely went through a bunch of my beats already. I don't know if you were on that.
I think he was here.
Of course, I was here.
Okay,
But listen, I was just trying not to like.
And
know
you
what I'm
liked
saying?
him.
Like. Listen. I'm still here talking to you. But my point is, I'm just trying to tell Bearded because he's supposed to be the manager. All right, I know Jen's in the chat.
No doubt. Yeah.
Jen, you see how bad this manager is? CC, horrible management. Right,
No,
I tried to send Bearded the paperwork, and he was like, "I ain't doing music today."
This ain't horrible management. I got the man email. The man, I see the man all the time.
Hold on, my brother. I'm trying to send you the email and be like, "Yo, you nobody, don't right? Don't do that." You see what I'm saying? This is why you got to go independent. You can't sign to these major labels, right? You see how they act?
Yeah, man.
Bearded acting like that.
Shout out to Gas Chamber Records.
That's right.
And
I'm the
Bearded
artist,
One.
and you ain't read my email.
We've been tapped in for a while now because we've been talking about putting some of his music just on my radio show.
I know. You.
Yeah.
Listen, I know exactly who you are. You know how many times he tells me like, take the bad words out. Oh, so listen, but listen.
There's only like 7 words you can't say.
No, hold on, but right, but listen, bro, dude, the N word is my filler, so I understand. Of like,
I got a way around that, dog.
No, not the way I say it, bro.
No, listen. I got some dope hip hop tricks around that shit.
I say it a lot, bro. I listen back to my music and like it's every other sentence, like twice.
What I would do is I could edit it the way I would, and I could even send it back to you and be like, "Yo, you approve of this?" Because this is what I would do with the N word. I'm just trying to. Yo, let me tell you.
No, I love you,
dog. Can I finish?
Yeah, listen, I'm all ears.
I would reverse it.
Love you.
Shit like that.
I love you. Listen, my brother, if you willing to do it, dog, you ain't even gotta ask. No, right. You right, exactly. If you willing to put your time in, bro, you ain't gotta ask me if it's okay. Feel free. If you can take out my N words.
It's easy. I'll load it into Audacity or whatever, or any program.
Audacity? That's what the app is called? That's a great name, dog.
So then I take the words that I can't put on the radio and I can reverse them. That's usually what I do. It sounds gangster. Because on a vinyl, that's what they do for a real vinyl clean version. They usually reverse it. Now listen, there's a few other tricks you could do. I could throw in a sword sound or a gun.
No, right. Whatever you want to do, right.
Or a smoking sound.
All of them, nigga. All of them fit. Put those on my wish list. I like that better than reverse.
It's like, it's a.
But like, dude, when you say vinyl, like, is that like slang for something new? Or you talking about like the
when I say
fucking
vinyl,
one,
I'm just thinking of
the record that spins?
Yeah. Like a lot of 90s hip hop has a clean version, an acapella, and an instrumental. So when I'm thinking vinyl, I'm thinking about
single. I remember
crazy remixes. Listen, I've recorded crazy remixes where you take your favorite acapella, and then you take some of your favorite instrumentals, and you can just leave the acapella going and just switch instrumental to a different instrumental to a different, do a little scratching, do a little scratching.
Yeah, shit. Listen, if you could do all that, if you're willing to do all that, I'm good for it, brother. You know what I'm saying, I promise you. Then and Bearded B telling me like, bro, we got to take the curse words out. We're like, I tried, but I can't because I don't write.
Right.
When I
No,
freestyle,
I
all I
can,
got in my mind is
send me the MP3. Send me the MP3 or the wave, whatever it is, and I can.
Well, homeschooled would be the one, dog. If
Hopefully
you
MP3.
wanted, homeschool is the only one, dog, where that I am. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, I can email
like,
him that. I can
like you
email
won't
him
be no right. But what I'm trying to tell him is that's the one that has very few curse words, bro. And like I mean, it's like I feel like you want to do it for me, and I don't want to ask for it, but I want you to do it. But like
Yeah,
this
that's
is
not a
like,
problem, man.
but real talk, it sounds like too good to be true. You know what I'm saying? We're like, why would somebody do that for you? But that would be the song that I would present if opportunity now. And if you want to take the curse words out, and I only cursed like a couple times on that one, yeah, that would be the one, bro. Where like we can get into business and you can get paid. Nigga. I'm just here for the ride. Nigga. I'm gonna get mine.
Well, you know, it's not about the money thing for me. I have a Cash App, I have a PayPal. It's on my channel. You know what I'm saying? It just says if anyone wants to support what I do, this is, you know, that's there.
Word.
But I don't really, but I wouldn't ask for that because what I'm doing is
for love.
Well, I feel like it's not a lot of work for me. It's kind of fun. It's
And
not,
listen,
if it was overwhelming, I would tell you. Like if you sent me 10
Okay.
tracks and was like, "Yo, edit all these and make it quick," like within a week, I'd be like, "Damn."
I mean, listen, dog. To me, I think
I'm
all of it is
interested.
overwhelming.
Yeah, like as long as it ain't overwhelming for me, like, and it adds to my radio show and it kind of adds to what we're doing here and everything. Like it's
That's cool that we're on the same page, bro. Because like real talk, bro, I don't put my music on platforms because I don't know what people are listening for. I feel like I got a talent, but like, is the mixing bad that they gonna turn it off? If I never met you, where would I find you?
I would tell you.
I don't really know. I don't really know how that shit works, but shit, if you believe, I believe.
So the beat I'm gonna send you is gonna be like powerful enough, strong enough that if is whatever you're recording with, it's gonna be nice and loud. It's not gonna sound warbly or
I'm on my headphones, brother.
dimmed or lo-fi or whatever you call it. You know what I'm saying?
That's on your side, brother. I record off the headphones I'm talking into right now. Yeah, so feel me? That's what I'm saying, bro. Getting positive feedback, I'm starting to believe. I might buy a computer and a microphone, but I'm also 47. I'm from the era where if you the talent, people were. So the fact that you're willing to do it for me.
But when the bearded one plays your tracks, dude, they're dope. So yeah, you owe it to yourself to definitely invest in.
I mean, but listen, dog, right? And I mean this respectfully. The fact that you're willing to take out the shit I can't say and teach me that part of it, that's motivating. You know what I'm saying? So that means you would believe in me. If you're gonna do it for free, you believe in me. You're gonna take it to your radio station. You do it more for me than I'm doing for you. We're like, hold on, we could do business in the sense of shit.
Well, right.
I can rap, and if you can fix it, perfect.
Right. And then all I ask is that you write something dope on it, or you spit something dope on it, that I could go to sleep happy with. You know what I'm saying?
No, listen, shit, bearded fire.
And then you send it back to me. You send me the MP3. Got it, so I can listen to it whenever I want. Put it on a CD and test it out.
First of all, I ain't trying shit because I ain't no producer, so I don't do none of that work. My job is most definitely done because you're talking to the man. And don't worry about it.
Hold on, nigga. You just said, listen, let me tell you something.
I was talking to Cito. I was
real quick. Right. Listen, real quick, bro.
DJ, don't speak to him no more, DJ.
Listen, I need to call Drew Rosenhaus. I need a new agent. Right, this nigga talk about don't talk to me no more, nigga. I am the show, nigga. I am the label, nigga. Come on, bro. You get a percentage of what I do. You better enjoy the conversation and figure out how to get.
You motherfuckers come a dime a dozen. Ain't nobody coming for you, Otis.
A dime a dozen, nigga. Listen, dog. Listen, a dime a dozen. I'm the dime, brother.
Wait, what had to say though?
That what?
Oh, okay. So all I meant was Cito. I send you the beat, and it's an MP3, so you could drag it into anything that you record on, and But we can work on Discord too if that's how
Yeah,
it
no,
happens.
we gonna have to, brother.
Okay.
If you
I didn't know
tired,
that
if
was
you
how
tired of your management all up in your
Well,
videos,
no, no. How did you
come to
record that
death
other
row.
shit then? But how did you record that other shit? That was on Discord?
What? No.
Okay.
Discord is just where you can open up the projects and it's like somebody sitting on the other side of the glass. You know what I'm saying? So you actually like build
Yo,
the
bearded one. What were you saying, man?
I didn't say nothing.
Oh. Okay.
I was trying to push Ice-T. He got a yellow shirt on. Right. That's what you thought. Right. Whatever when you thought we was arguing, I was just trying to push Ice-T. We was like, I did my job.
Damn, Blues Brothers was good too.
Oh no! Oh, you talking about no? Somebody. Oh, you talking about that? No, somebody asked the question. What's your favorite John Candy film? I mean, John Goodman film.
Oh, yeah. Blues Brothers was really good. I have that on vinyl for like if I'm DJing once in a while, I'll throw on maybe one song from there. Like for the people that know about the Blues Brothers, I guess, because it's a fun movie.
I mean, we've all
Good
heard
stuff.
of it, so that's a good song.
Yeah, and they looked up to that was like Sam and Dave.
I got confused
they were
with
trying to
music
basically
and John Goodman.
be Sam and Dave, which they sing that song. I'm a soul man. Dun, 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 dun.
They really say dun 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 dun.
I'm a soul.
Sam and Dave got a lot of class. One of them.
Yeah, you botched that, man. You ain't put no feelings.
Fired.
I'm a soul man. Dun, 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 dun.
He wasn't ready. Now I got confused when you said John Goodman and music. I was
Anyways,
like,
yeah,
what?
thanks for
Nah, don't get lost now, brother. Come here. No, we talking shit. Don't get lost.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Here to take me to the fair.
It's like the boat got rocky.
Nah, the boat ain't get rocky, dude. We're fucking musicians and we're having a business meeting
Foggy
right now.
roads, man. Foggy roads.
Fuck, nah, bro. You got nothing. You ain't got nothing cooler than that. Oh man, I have not a
fucking
clue.
New
I left, man. I left it. I stepped away from the mic, man. And y'all just derailed my whole you know what I'm saying? Y'all just derailed my whole program, but it's okay.
So somebody sat on the remote.
Yeah, y'all just derailed my home. Y'all see this chat? Y'all see this? Hit that like button, chat. Y'all see how
Cito
they
boy,
just
you got me talking about music shit. That's why.
Right, but listen, though. So like we were supposed to talk in private, bro, but my management in the building, right? Hey, he can't hear. He can hear us. Oh, what's up?
Man,
Oh,
I
my
got
bad.
to hear everything, my boy.
Right, my boy. Don't talk to me like that. Change your name. That would have been a great joke. Hey, remember that
this
shit,
is
dog.
good content.
Hey,
You can't
Bearded,
lie. This
remember
shit
that shit moving
is
forward,
fucking
though. Well, call me
hilarious.
boy, and I'm gonna tell you, don't call me that, and you be like, change your name.
Yo, when the bearded one said y'all come a dime a dozen, I thought of like a bunch of little M&Ms lining up.
The little ones in the little jar you can shake. The ones they put in your ice cream. Those M&Ms.
With a real Cito boy, please stand up.
Yeah.
Please stand.
Dude, like you know what's crazy? Like the fact that you went to that song, bro, with Eminem.
Yo, don't act like you forgot about the bearded one.
Miss CC, now you know we ain't forget about you, Miss CC.
important
Miss
to not
CC, now you know damn well you in the mix.
What was she say?
You see, Miss CC, Miss CC said she gonna say, okay, so everybody got a position
It
on
was
this
kind of nice to
label.
take a break from the topic. That was heavy.
Come on, bro. You feel me? Matter of fact, though, listen, bro. Yo, yes, CC. Yo, CC, my PR team just hit me up in the back room and said, we're like, all this music and shit, dog. Well, where the beat at? Bearded, you gotta play the beat. Now we here.
No. We don't have to play the beat because this
It's
is
like
content.
3 minutes,
I'll
brother.
email you. I can
Real-
email you a Cedo boy for sure.
You know what?
Nah, man. Nah,
Yeah,
it's
Miss
Monday, man. I
CC.
ain't doing.
I'm gonna send you.
Wait, it's one beat, bro. We to close the meeting. You could have just go with the skit, nigga. Somebody said on the
email it.
remote.
I will most
Cedo boy's bugging. It would be fun to take a freestyle.
Right, exactly. Say it again.
Yo,
Say
we
it
can
again,
wait. We can wait till you're.
Nah, we're gonna go to Discord and freestyle. Fuck this party.
Yeah. Y'all can do that. Y'all go to this.
Yeah.
I sent you. Is it Cedo boy minus the 83? I sent you a friend.
On what? On Discord? All right, I gotta look, bro. You know what I'm saying? I usually have a team that handles my, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Cedo _boy. That's the one.
Bearded one. We could get back to the topic, man.
No, you guys go ahead and finish out your. You guys go ahead and finish out.
Somebody sit on the remote. Change the channel.
You guys go ahead and finish out your guys' meeting.
Yeah.
He said you guys are having a meeting. You guys
No, we're good. We're done. Now.
Why? But I didn't use that voice.
Yeah, ain't no meeting. Ain't no meeting.
I mean,
and I appreciate it.
Now I'm using a specific voice.
You did, bro. You know you did.
No, I
You
did.
like,
I'm just
he
saying,
said he said we having a meeting. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you guys, finish the meeting. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Bob.
It's all love, man.
I know, Bob.
Now I didn't say anything about a Bob.
No, you did. I didn't. Nobody asked you about a Bob. I said I know Bob.
Bearded One's the boss, right, man? Me and Bearded One, we got it going on.
I am not the boss. I am just a guy that's here.
I am just a man.
That's it. That's all.
I want you to say I put my pants on one leg at a time.
I would say the boss on.
Just like you guys. I brush my teeth the same way you do. We the same.
That's all I do.
Nah, Bearded One is far more consistent than most YouTubers that I know, for real. And patient. Not to mention patient, the most patient guy on the planet.
I definitely try to be.
Should have been a doctor.
I know it ain't easy to deal with us. I'm telling you, dude. The people that are up this late and shit.
This is why it's home, brother. This is brotherhood. Right. Close your panel. You don't want it, bro. You know I'm showing up. I love you. I get drunk, nigga. I get drunk. I don't want to go home, nigga. I'm going to Bearded, nigga. Pull up.
Well, you're safe there.
Yeah.
You could be honest. You could be yourself, though. If you judging me, you doing it quietly. Who cares? Perfect. Awesome. Go to sleep when I gonna go to sleep. I'm home. I don't gotta drive drunk. I might get some pussy. I got pussy in the chat and shit. Come on, nigga. Where else would I be? Getting record deals over here. Come on. Free beats. This the place to fucking be if you see them, boy.
You can thank the Bearded One for that, though. He's the reason I'm here, So
that's great.
Shout out to Bearded One.
Right. Because listen, one thing about this show is not the consistency, bro. It's that you can feel the vibe. It's genuine.
It's good. What it feels like is like it's his radio show and I'm on the show. And then, I don't even want to be rude and just talk to his friend the whole time. He's in the room too.
No. Yeah. Listen. That's what this is for.
That was good.
For the people. This is for the public. This is
be quiet.
And networking, grow, man.
Shout
out to Cedo Boy. Big shout out to Fanbo. Big shout out to Two Wheels, my panel security. Big shout out to DJ Overtime. Big shout out to all my kings and goddesses that's moderators for the channel. And most definitely, big shout out to the chat and everybody that came in to participate, watch, comment, to go along with the Nolan Wells update content that we had going on, man. So big ups to everybody, man. My Kick, my Twitch, my Facebook supporters, and most especially my YouTube supporters. And don't forget to give me a like, follow, and a share on each platform, you guys. Y'all can carry on.
So I'm looking for something right now that I was thinking of sending Cito, but yeah. So I guess I'm just lucky that you like old school, like real music and stuff, old school real beats, Cito, because a lot of the newer stuff.
Yeah, man. See, but now, y'all, we gotta be willing to
Bro, to
travel.
be honest with you, I just play a beat, and if it grabs my attention, I just go. I let it speak to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it should be. You know, a lot of people create their music that way. You know what I'm saying?
But I do get my best work done. Like if the tone is set.
Yeah.
What do you think? What's the one thing that you feel like you enjoy the most about, the whole creative aspect? Like,
shit, producing or whatever.
Yeah, like, are you like me where you have to be inspired? Do you have long droughts where you just don't do shit too, or is it
Nah, bro, I get on there every day, good days and bad days. That's it.
Sometimes you help you get in bad days, you know? Sometimes you don't want to do nothing, but then, you start making your music and it puts you in a better headspace. So, sometimes music can be therapy for people. So, and I get it. Sometimes you can have writer's block and, ideas don't be flowing, but, that ain't the case for everybody. Sometimes when you're having a bad day, when you're down on your luck, you know what I'm saying? You might just want to get on the mic and express your feelings or write some poetry or whatever the case may be,
Mm-hmm.
I don't hear shit.
I don't know why you don't hear nothing, man. What's going on with you and your phone, bro? You gotta upgrade, man. You gotta get you out.
You can borrow a laptop from libraries now. Shit like that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like different places where you could like sign out a laptop and borrow it, like different therapist places like that type of buildings, like social service buildings and stuff. But I think it's been a while, so I don't remember the exact name. You know what I mean? There was a name for it. In Massachusetts, they had a name for a place you could go and like borrow a laptop if you needed it for school or something like that. Or music creation. So, but nowadays too, they're probably like, you could get like a little laptop for maybe a couple $100, like a used one. You could go on eBay and look up like a used little laptop or something, maybe.
No, but you can. So you can borrow. I just looked it up. So yes, you can borrow a laptop at Chicago public libraries, but laptops can. But they can't leave the building. So that ain't. Yeah. So it's like if you need to type up something real quick and send it over or something like that. Yeah, but yeah, they saying you can't leave the building with them. Now maybe a non-for-profit.
It might have been. It might have been a building called like the Career Center or something like that. You feel me?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but yeah. See, but I doubt if they letting you. Yeah, we not letting nobody take out no laptop.
They're a little more. It might be more in New England, but
I'm trying to picture if like the libraries just tables and laptops. Is that what it looks like nowadays?
Oh, pretty much, yeah.
You feel me? Like, are there books there? Like, I remember going, what was it, to the
it's still
or whatever.
But nobody reads the book. You pick them up on your laptop.
You could take your USB, and bring it to the library and work on your music that way. Like they would probably let you download music software, like Audacity is free.
That just sounds so crazy.
Yeah, you're better off just working on doing what you're doing now. If it's working,
go to the library to make music. Sounds like a
It sounds like a movie, right?
Like who? 2026.
Thumb up the video, man. Like the video, man. Thumb up the video, man.
Yeah. Go to the library to make music. These kids ruined everything.
Well, nah, you ain't going to the library to make the music because you still have to be quiet. Make sure y'all hit that like button for me too, chat. Yeah, still make sure you be quiet so you're not making the music at the library.
Well, yeah, with headphones on, I meant. Like, bring some good headphones.
It's just a conversation.
Okay, check this out, Cito Boy. At the radio station, there's somebody recording an album in the room next to me. So they're letting people use that computer and that software and that microphone for free. And he's in there like all day. So you might just got to find a local, studio, because it's really attached to a TV studio. And that's kind of like they pay for the radio station to be open and shit like that. So you could potentially, like, in your area, maybe use a studio for free. Maybe. I don't know, dude. It's all about asking and researching. I'm telling you. You never know the resources.
They would kick me out in 17 minutes.
Nah, this dude is loud.
That's over there. No, not because I'm loud. Because hit the button. Let's go.
No, he's in there alone. He's doing it alone.
That's over there where you live. Everybody doing that shit here.
Yeah. People got dreams out here, and they never end up really doing much. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, people got dreams everywhere. Come on, DJ.
Hey, Beardy, he tried to make it exclusive and shit. I don't know where you live.
That's all we got out here is like $1 and a dream. Now listen, the $1, I'm going to spend $1 tree
and goat milk.
I'm still, like I said, I'm still at that point where $20 for a date, that's my maximum.
Applebee's.
Not even, man. I bring them to like the food truck.
Oh, food trucks are expensive where I live.
I know. So what I say is,
hold on. Okay, so hold on. Let's Trump cake the music. Let's Trump cake the music. That's why your ass ain't got nobody, because you're taking folks to the damn food truck and you can't take them to a reasonable dinner.
Talk to him.
One woman. Listen, man, you gotta come on, man. You gotta do better than that, DJ.
Hey, Bearded, it's one food truck. It's not food trucks.
What the fuck? No, listen, this is Egyptian food truck. I know I kind of talked it down a little bit, but I didn't get to the conclusion yet. I didn't get to listen. This is called.
You said food truck. That's the damn conclusion.
Yeah, but this ain't not just any little food truck.
Oh,
this
tell
food
us.
Truck got homemade falafels, homemade lamb, chicken, rice, beef. She got the basmati butter rice with the special sauce.
Look.
Some cheese.
So what y'all sitting down at the picnic table after y'all get y'all food?
Right, yeah, that's a picnic table. Yep.
Listen again, DJ.
What?
I mean, and maybe that's what they into over there, on the East Coast. But women like to get took out and took inside of places, for the ambiance and for the conversation and to look at you and you know what I'm saying.
Well, I brought her to a pizza joint like after later on. We smoked a joint. Because it started raining, we had to hide under a bridge and smoke a joint.
Wow. Bearded, he rebounded.
I did, yeah. I
With
made
a
it right.
pizza parlor.
I said, "Are you hungry again?" She's like, "A little bit." And I said, "Yo, what about this pizza spot? It's supposed to be deluxe, And she was like, "Okay." Wow. We walked on a bridge of flowers too. And the Bridge of Flowers, they call it. You can look it up if you want. It's the most beautiful place. You can show the chat. Shelburne Falls, Bridge of Flowers. This fucking tourist attraction. If you don't get a kiss on this bridge, then you ain't got no game, player. Not one iota. Not one iota. Not one atom of game. If you don't get it.
Oh, you going the cheap route, so you're gonna take them on the Bridge of Flowers.
I use nature to my benefit. Yeah, even the rain, I use that to my benefit because I said, damn, now we got to run and hide into here. We could kiss and smoke a joint. And she said, wow, I feel like I'm doing something wrong. I said, I know.
Okay, so let's show the chat. Let's show the chat this Bridge of Flowers where you should be getting this kiss from.
All right.
Let's check it out.
Yeah. And I DJ'd right next to it, and some people were getting married on the bridge before, and it was really
It's a Bridge of
You gotta
Flowers,
show the
Sherborne
actual,
Falls,
like,
Massachusetts.
there's more than that. That ain't the bridge.
I know, but this is a video. So hold on. Let's fast forward and go straight to this kissing bridge.
That's the library. Well, I hope I can work someday. I'm going back to school.
And this is the Bridge of Flowers right here.
There you go. Look at that bridge. Yeah. You can just hide in those bushes, smoke and kiss. No one even.
Hey, Bearded, this what y'all do with y'all live?
This is great. This is like the fucking funnest show yet, dude. This is great.
Man. Damn,
I
please.
knew you were gonna pull that shit up, dude.
I would
Tell
not
me
be
that
mad
ain't
if
funny.
you don't invite me to your neighborhood.
Now, listen. Now, don't get me wrong. Hold
come
on, because again, I was showing the rough parts of it. So look, so as you walk through, you guys, you do see, you know what I'm saying. This is what you see as you walk through. It's just not, you know what I'm saying. It looks like shrubbery from that vantage point that I was showing. But as you walk through, you see the, you know what I'm saying, the vibrant colors,
nice,
the pinks
exotic
and yellows and things like that. You feel me? So I get it, but nah.
I got a bean, nigga, that beat you.
Nah, see,
Bro,
so how
it was
about
either
how
that
about
That's
so how
nice,
about
though.
just taking it on a nice,
It was
you know what I'm
like
saying,
either that
romantic
or
date?
like nothing.
You know what I'm saying? How about taking it on a nice romantic date? You feel me? Where you guys, you know what I'm saying, go have some dinner, you sit, you conversate, you get to know each other, and then maybe a long, cozy walk, you know what I'm saying? Maybe go to the beach or your downtown area or whatever prominent area in your neighborhood. You guys walk and you guys
I
talk
mean,
some more.
you kind of
Or like or like out here,
That's
see,
what
we
we
have
did.
horse and carriages. So after dinner, you know what I'm saying, I get a horse and carriage ride and I'll take my, you know what I'm saying, my lady friend and we'll get on a horse and carriage ride and we'll cuddle and maybe, you know what I'm saying, keep each other warm if it's you know, a little or whatever the
You
case may be.
definitely got me one up
That
with the
sounds
horse.
a little bit more romantic than going to a damn food truck, smoking a joint, and walking on the damn Bridge of Flowers. This is why you have the problems, DJ. We trying to help you, brother.
It might be just where he lives. He's working before they got.
No,
I mean, listen, now don't get me wrong.
No,
if it's
listen,
working, for you,
she's
keep it up.
a super duper smoker, man.
But I mean,
we can smoke. Listen, we can smoke while
She's the
like I
smoker,
say.
bro.
Yeah, but if we going to the beach, we can smoke at the beach. If we walking downtown, we can walk downtown. If we get in the horse and carriage, we can blow while we on the horse and carriage ride.
But it was like,
you know what I'm saying?
Bearded, you saw the library? That is downtown.
See, but then again, yeah.
We
But
don't
then
have
again,
that luxury where I live.
but then
I
again,
told you, it was either
you on a $20 budget. You on a
to the Bridge
$20
of
budget.
Flowers, bring her to the dollar.
You say bring her to the dollar what? Oh no, DJ, you breaking up, DJ.
Cities, and the rest of America is different.
I mean, true, but I'm pretty sure some things down there in New England, man. Man, it's some things down there, brother. I'm pretty sure some things down there that he can do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
know
if he
what I'm
wants
saying?
to take the trip. Yeah, if he wants to take the trip. But right there where he at locally,
audio problem.
Yeah. No, now what was you saying? You say smoke a joint, Bridge of Flowers, and then you say take it to a dollar who?
Dollar Tree.
Yeah, I heard him say dollar something, but then he came back and said he was having audio problems.
Guys, it wasn't.
Yeah, see, every time he talk, he go out. I don't
Yeah,
know what's that.
I'm telling them, don't even say it.
Nah, DJ, no. We need you to fix your audio, man. We so we can get a better understanding of New England living and the dating scene. Yeah.
Not even New England. We're gonna find out why you is single on this man.
And again, and if you have problems on Tinder, stay the hell off Tinder. I meant to tell you that earlier when you mentioned Tinder. If you got a problem with these apps, just stay off the apps.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Just meet them in person. See what it's like. See if you got a vibe. If you don't got a vibe, move on. If you got a vibe, see what it's about. You know what I'm saying?
Personally, bro, if you're willing to put I'm in search of love on the internet, that scares me. It's something that's supposed to
Damn it!
happen.
Next time, watch.
A lot of people do that. A lot of people do that
No,
shit.
I
Though.
get it, but I don't understand for a woman. Like, it's just hard for me to like completely grasp that. It's like it's hard for me to take a woman I met on the internet like serious. I guess you would have to earn it, but going
But that's
into
not
it
the internet.
with,
You mean on an app, like a dating app. It's not the internet.
right.
Well, it's oh my goodness. It's not the internet. But I get it. It's still technology.
I mean, it's just
not
right.
technically
But
it's not internet.
like, you know what I'm saying, I just feel you're supposed to run into that person and shoot your shot, not be.
Yeah, but see, you can run into them same type of people, shit, in real life.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Shoot your shot in real life. That's how you know it's love. You got to man
I mean,
up.
but that's what I'm saying though. But nowadays, it don't even work like that because nowadays, when these guys walk up to these young ladies, they're asking for their Instagram or their Facebook or their TikTok or some shit like that.
Damn it! Are y'all still there?
Getting a number so they can call them and talk to them and get to know them and see what they about. That's not what they on. They trying to see their Instagram so they can see what they doing, if they smoking, if they getting high, how they kick it, how they chill, if they half naked or whoop the bam. But these chicks trying to see the same thing with the men who they got on their page, what they doing, if they got drugs, if they got money, if they got this, if they got that. Like, come on, man. This don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. So now, if you think about, excuse me, if you think of it that way. Or if you have that type of mindset, you get to know that person through their Instagram pussy, but then it could be a facade and that could be fake and that could be phony. So again, there's nothing like getting someone's number, calling and talking, even if they lying. You feel me? But then going on dates and being interpersonal with that person, so you can fill that person out and see what's going on with that person and get to know that person in person versus what I'm saying, through an app. I understand that, but sometimes, like I say, shit, a lot of apps. From the stats, most people who meet each other on these apps, they have long lasting relationships and get married.
Yeah, right. Because they
versus in person.
Right. What I say I find weird about is like raising your hand saying like I'm in search of love, where like we all want love, but I wanna.
Well, you're not raising your hand per se.
I mean,
a lot of
times that you are. I mean, bro, you
yeah,
get to write.
you're not, because a lot of times, see though, on these apps, they just meeting and they just meeting up to, you know what I'm saying? A lot of times, sometimes it don't even be serious. Some men use that app to prey on women and vice versa. You feel?
Right. That's what I would do, dude, respectfully. But I'm talking about just the ones that do find love, where that's why they get a good percentage rate. But you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. It's cool, bro. But shoot your shot.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not telling nobody not to get on the dating app or to check out the dating apps. But me personally, I just like to do it in person. Now, don't get me wrong. If you find someone that's attractive or with the same common interests, I mean, shoot your shot, see where it go. You feel me? You never know. Exchange numbers. You know what I'm saying? Meet up. Da 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 da. I mean, it's the same shit in person because you don't know this person in person before you get the number. It ain't like you finna kick it with this person all day when you run into this person. You feel me? Now, sometimes it might happen, or you know what I'm saying, a woo up the bam, you feel me? If you make the right move or something. But 9 times out of 10, when you meet a chick, you get her number, you don't talk to her for either the next day. Some niggas will be thirsty, they call them a couple of hours. But some motherfuckers wait a couple of days, some people wait a week, whatever the case may be. And you be like, oh man, what's up? Woo, remember? Yada yada. Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? And that's how you feel me. But to each his own, man. I'm like I say, I'm not opposed to the apps if people do that. And I'm not opposed to in person, man. Whatever floats your boat. If you can get a vibe from in person or app, man, I say go for it, man. Listen, wherever you can find love in the world. Listen, in this state of fucking chaos the world is in now, you know what I'm saying? From Epstein, from Trump to Nolan Wells to Carmelo Anthony to school shooters to the messed up shit that's going on in our neighborhoods and our community. If you can find love, peace, and some type of support on a damn dating app, hey, by all means, be my guest. For real, be my guest. But anyway, Cito, man, we've been on this bad boy for 4.5 hours, man. It's time for me to, you hear me, shake a tail feather, man, because it's 2:21 in the morning. Do us a favor, man. Go on ahead and close us out with a few words of encouragement. And also, man, I appreciate you for hitting the panel, man, and you know what I'm saying, rocking out with us with the Nolan Wells, and you know what I'm saying, switching it over to the music. I'm gonna get on top of DJ, man, and make sure, you know what I'm saying, he send you those tracks. I'm gonna email him as soon as I close it down, so he can email you them tracks, man, and see who up the band. And I want to let you know he a hip hop guy, so and you might have to coast him a little bit on some of the things that you want. You feel me? Don't get me wrong. I didn't heard a little of his versatile style, so he got it. But again, he's a little bit more hip hop. So you know what I'm saying. I just you know what I'm saying. Not saying that you can't handle that swag, but you know I know you heavy bass, you real gutter. You feel me? Things have to match up in your voice and shit like that. But of course, I know you can work around and do anything. But you know what I'm saying. I don't want him to send you a bunch of shit and you be like, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? So just be expecting and prepared to. That's what you're gonna get.
Come on, brother. You know I be falling in character, nigga. But I was just trying to push shiesty.
Yeah, but no, but big shout out to DJ, bro, because I'm email him that the homeschool. I'm gonna email him homeschool, and I'm gonna try to go back and listen because I got a lot of your music. Go back and listen and find some things that ain't too excuse me.
So that's what I'm saying though. Where people think, bro, if you willing to put in the time, I'm willing to put in the time. But they gotta kind of prove it to me that it's real. I'm saying I didn't ask you. You feel me? And that's all, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it was just
and then I'm also gonna send them my homeboys Sure album and see see what type of play they get over there. So yeah, most definitely once we shut it down, I'm gonna email him and I'm gonna send him his link and then I'm gonna email the homeschool song. Yeah, because I don't think it's too much profanity. I think that's that, yeah, and I think he could just go ahead and play that straight off if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see. But like I say, man, I'm gonna email him as soon as I get off, man. And like I say, your project and then my homeboy's project because I know he didn't do any cursing or have any profane language on there. Big shout out to L Boogie, man, co-host who ain't never in the building. And see, you know what I'm saying, that we can push it over there in New England, man, and we can get a pop over there. You feel me, man? Man, listen, I'm trying to get some venues, man, and see if we can do a 5-city tour. You, Monk, and a few other people that we got lined up, man, and see if we can rock it. You know what I'm saying? See if we can put some money in you boys' pocket.
One, bro.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, DJ. You say you lost reception. I'm gonna email you, DJ, as soon as I end this. I'm gonna email you. I'm gonna email you, like I say, DJ. I'm gonna email you that homeschool by Cito, and my homeboy. I'm gonna send you the link to his project. His project already good to go. You don't have to do nothing, add nothing. As far as you know what I'm saying, like changing or trying to bleep out any words of profanity because there isn't any, you know what I'm saying? This is like he do like gospel rap, if that's what you want to call it. I guess that would be the genre that it's in. But it's positive nonetheless, you feel me? So I'm gonna try to send you the link to that and send you that homeschool, man. And let us know, man. You feel me? Hey, whenever you get on the radio, man, and you rocking it and you spinning it out, let us know the feedback so we'll know what's going on, man. And listen, you got full, you know what I'm saying, authority to spin my homeboy music. I got, you know what I'm saying, I got the authority to let you know that you can do that. And Cito already told you we gonna send you homeschool. So yeah, man, you know, and we do own the rights to everything that we send you. So if you try any funny shit, we will be in the week. No, let me stop. Let me stop. Hey, we do own the rights to our shit. But I don't think DJ will do that to us. But you know, you always got to be cautious and careful, man. You feel me? I'm talking about because this is a crazy world. But DJ a good guy. You feel me? So and it'd be a pleasure, man, to work with you, brother, and for you to help us. You know what I'm saying? Push Cito and some of the artists that we got over here, man. You know what I'm saying? That's a great opportunity for them to get spun on a radio station. You know, anywhere. I don't give a hell how big or how small. You know, a lot of people don't get that. So big shout out to DJ Overtime. You know what I'm saying, for extending this cable toe to the brothers over here, man, on Bearded Conversation, man, and helping out with the music, man. Big shout out to our brother DJ Overtime. But other than that, Cito, before you close us out, you want to say anything? If not, go ahead and close us out.
First of all, fuck your bitch and the clique you claim. No, I'm just playing.
Yes, I will be right.
Hey, Bearded, you did that right there. I was thinking, motherfucker say, listen, dog, if you act funny. But yeah, listen, lead over, follow. Don't forget to love yourself and love those that love you. I forgot. Now I got that's the remix. And don't forget
lead over, follow.
Then you are right. Now.
Don't forget to learn how to love the ones that love you.
Love
you
yourself.
Richer than you are. Right. Now, hey man, and with that being said, y'all know what I like to say before we get up out of here, man. Listen, everybody, it's been a pleasure. It's been a good time being had over here, man. Make sure y'all tune in tomorrow for Toxic Tuesday. We'll be back at it again. Listen, let's try to keep everyone in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. Once again, family, let's keep everyone in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. And lastly, family, let's keep everyone in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. And don't forget to master these 5 key components of life. That's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. That's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. And one last time for those in the back that was doing something instead of listening to me. That's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. And don't forget the most important part, the most key component, which is the glue, man, that holds all those other 5 key components together. That's support. So don't forget to E40 that thing and sprinkle a little support on top, because a little support go a long. Hey, and as per usual, y'all know what it is, man. Hey, go support those who support me, because I support them to further notice. Hey, listen, man, if y'all want the good music from my boy, your boy, our boy, Cito Boy, make sure y'all go tap into Band Lab and type in CITOBOI, Cito Boy. Make sure y'all go tap in with my blooder, TMB 4.4, the podcast. And make sure you guys go tap in to Miss CC, our beautiful goddess over here, Blaze, Unfiltered channel. And also, man, make sure y'all go tap in, man, to Two Hills STS, where we talk all things WWE, all things SmackDown, and all things Raw. You feel me? That's Monday Night Raw, that is. So make sure y'all tap in, man. We just did a SummerSlam watch along. Our 1 year anniversary will be Wednesday the 5th. So make sure y'all tune in, man, and support us for our 1 year anniversary. That's Two Hills. That's 2, the number 2, HEELSSTS. You feel me? Make sure y'all go tap in and tune in, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Those that fuck with us, fuck with us. Those that don't, fuck with us anyway, man. Hey, and with that being said, my panel security that came back with his late ass as we closing it down. You feel me? I don't know where you been, but yeah. but yeah. Yeah, but y'all know what it is, man. All superheroes don't wear capes, but they still think but they still need their theme music. So to all my beautiful people, all my Beardonians, and all my superheroes, peace, abundance, and love, y'all. And we out.
Guys, yeah. Guys. My name is Cito. Guys. You already know that, dog. This the hottest show you gon' find around. If young niggas ain't known, you need to ask around. This is bearded conversation. It's all love and no hate. Around here we good, but we aim to be great. Hit back and debate. Enjoy your Scooby snacks. Around here we just talk about this and all that. We talk real life every day and every night. And if you need to clear the air, you can bring your wife. We got church on Sunday, that's on the west side. We got virtual reality, in case you're scared of outside. See, we got what you need, and that's a guarantee. The best thing about it is absolutely free. Bearded conversations, all love ain't no haters. Enjoy Scooby snacks while we get back to the business. Don't matter if you black or white, who you think is wrong or who is right. These are just opinions, some inside from a different walk of life. Yeah, see, my name is Cito. Hit that like button, share, subscribe, buy this man a coffee. Don't forget to lead over follow. Don't forget to love those that love you. And don't ever forget that you ain't never been richer than you are right now.
Like the video. video, man. Thumb up the video, man. Like the video, man. Thumb up the video, man.
Like he said, you feel me? Hey, man, don't forget, if y'all still in the building, man, tap that like button on the way out. And don't forget, man, we got them 310 membership package starting at the silver beer, the bronze beer, silver beer, then we got black beer packages, man. Make sure y'all go become a member, support the channel, man, support the stream, and let's support each other, man. And to tomorrow, man, y'all know what it is. When we come together, may we always be on a level. Once we in each other's presence, may we always be humble and plumb. And when we leave each other's presence, may we always part on the square. Some more to be, some more to be, some more to be. So may it be, family. Peace, y'all. Hey, same brown time, same brown channel. Y'all come brown now, you hear? Hey, and don't forget, you talk brown to me, I'm going to talk brown right back at you. Hey, man, now my blooder in the building. How you in the building, blooder? Like, as I'm ending it, and we done been on for 5 hours, and now you want to be in the damn building. Hey, man, blooder, man. Man, pop back in tomorrow, man. It's 2:32, man, in the AM, man. You feel me? I'm finna go ahead and give me some rest. But listen, blooder, I know you're going to rewatch, man. I love you. You feel me? Make sure y'all go tap in with my blooder, man. TMB 4.4, the podcast. Again, Miss CC, Craven Carefully, Blaze, and Unfiltered. My little bro, man, where you'll find me, J-Dub, and Nike Fam, 2 Hills, STS. And again, man, if y'all want to hear great music, man, make sure y'all download that Band Lab and go check out my boy, your boy, our boy, Cito Boy on Band Lab. Peace, y'all.